The protagonist entered the door from which tongues of flame burst forth. He thought that today he would part with life. His body and soul would be burned by the unstoppable fire of the gates of hell. He would become a victim who would save many. His gaze was full of confidence. Somewhere in the north of the kingdom there was a small town. A guy was standing near a well and collecting water. Suddenly something flew at his head. Turning around, he saw a group of boys. Laughing, one of them said that he had found him. He was just an outsider. He clearly did not belong in this village. Today they would drive him away. After that, he directed a fire attack towards him. Sometime later, the main character sat on the beaten guys and said that he still needed to prepare food for the teacher and asked them not to interfere with him. One of them screamed, not understanding what kind of magic it was. The guy replied that he just kicked them. It wasn't magic at all. His teacher taught him that every day. The beaten guy realized who he was talking about. He remembered that this was a magician who loved to swing his fists the most, and he added that like teacher, like student. The protagonist grabbed him by the collar and lifted him into the air, saying that he could say anything about him, but he would not allow anyone to insult his teacher. The opponent began to foam at the mouth. Suddenly he was called out to, asking what he was doing. He dropped the boy out of fear. The teacher stood in front of him, her hands in her pockets, her face very serious. Later at home, they discussed the food on the table, saying that it was not steamed potatoes, but just coals. The teacher was puzzled as to how he managed to burn it. Fleer replied that he had little time, so he hurried a little. The teacher was angry, so he had enough time for a fight. The guy turned away and apologized. He thought about how he was scared. The man asked how his training was going and whether he had done his exercises for today. The guy answered honestly that of course he practiced magic and also did 20 sets of 5,000 push-ups and 7,000 presses. The teacher was puzzled because he had only told him to do 10. Fleer replied that it was easy for him, so he added. The man angrily slammed his fist on the table and said that the student should not act independently. The guy apologized again. The teacher added that his teachings would not help him anyway. Fleer replied that he felt uneasy about his words and asked what had happened. The teacher asked him if he knew about the gates of hell. The boy replied that he had heard that these were the ones who could withstand the hellish flames that could burn the entire world. It was said that the mages had been watching them for over 1,000 years to keep the flames under control. The man said that today it was decided that they would sacrifice him to that very gate. This caused confusion in the guy. The council said that the Hellfire is very unstable now. At this rate, the whole world will soon burn to the ground. They need to sacrifice a young magician as they did in ancient times. This should suppress the power of the flame. The old man said that the student Valfleer was ideal. They should go with him to the gate tomorrow morning and he would have to sacrifice himself. The man said there were two main reasons. First, he had no family. Second, he was not originally born in their village. The man was very sorry, but such are the rules. Their duty is to protect the world from the flames, and since he is a resident of the village, he is obliged to fulfill it. As he leaves, he adds that the ritual is early tomorrow morning. He advises him to get some sleep before the end. The guy stood there dumbfounded, thinking that tomorrow he would be gone, and so the curtain of his life fell without really having time to get up. But strangely enough, he was not afraid at all. Morning came and they set off. He has no family, no friends. He didn't expect anything good from life. It was lost from the start, and only thanks to the teacher he was able to live to this age. He has nothing to regret. The teacher said that they had come. They all gathered in front of a large door with geometric patterns. The guy was told that it was the gates of hell. He said that it was bigger than they thought. The teacher replied that they were sealed with hellfire. In fact, they looked like normal gates except for their size and ability to float in the air. For now, they were closed. He told the boy to open them as he had taught him. Fleer agreed with him. The boy took out a scroll and began to use magic to open the gates. It creaked open and a bright flame lit up from within. The teacher said that he was burning not only the body but also the soul, so the cycle of its reincarnation would be interrupted immediately. After that, he fell silent, looking at the boy. He asked him if he hated him. The guy answered with a smile that he shouldn't say that. He was incredibly grateful to him for everything he had done for him, and he was glad that he was lucky enough to meet the teacher. The man lowered his head after hearing his words. He said that he had to go. The rules forbade him to accompany the victim further. The guy asked him to take care of himself in response. As he walked, Fleur bowed in gratitude for all he had done. After that, he turned to the gate and decided that he had no doubts or regrets. He was ready to go. As he walked inside, he thought that it was time for him to save the world. The door slammed behind him and he was surprised that all the flames had disappeared. He didn't understand what was happening. Was it all just a fantasy? Suddenly something started to form above him. He thought it was completely different from all the other lights he had seen, like it was different, but he thought it was very beautiful. Suddenly the flames engulfed his entire body. His body parts literally crumbled from the heat. His eyes were bloodshot from the pain. Unable to bear it, he screamed loudly. He was in terrible pain and heat. He did not understand what kind of pain it was. After all, it was much stronger than he thought. Suddenly his soul was torn away from his body. Looking at himself, he realized that his body was completely burned and this was his soul. He remembered the teacher's words that it burns not only the body but also the soul. He realized that his suffering was not over yet. A new, intense pain washed over him. He began to regret it, wishing he hadn't done it. He didn't care what would happen to the world. He wanted to be released. It seemed the soul wasn't as easy to burn as the body. He wondered how much longer he had to endure this. The sense of time was very vague there. Would he really have to wait until the next victim arrived? Because of this, he understood how they were holding back the fire, so he continued to be there, without the slightest idea of when the pain would pass. The soul still did not want to disappear, and it seemed like an eternity had already passed. However, over time he got used to this pain. He calmly stood among all this flame, paying absolutely no attention to it. Apparently, he had been roasting there for too long. As a result, he was able to tame the Hellfire. He reflected on the fact that he had lost all sense of time. He enthusiastically decided that he needed to explore what was interesting there. At first he didn't care, but suddenly he would find something interesting. Something like treasure or something, because he was tired of sitting and waiting. He saw that there was a hole at the top, not occupied by fire. He decided to climb higher and look around. Flying up, he thought that it was very convenient. In this form, you can move anywhere with just the power of thought. If you look at it like this, there is a flame of various colors burning there: red, blue, yellow, green, purple, black, and others. Looking at them from above, he said that it was simply fantastically beautiful. Suddenly, in the distance, he saw some kind of stone. When he caught it, he was delighted to see that there was some red gem inside the flame. If he sold it, he could get a lot of money. But then he realized that there were no merchants there. After that, the stone began to shine and the guy was overcome by a strange feeling. He noticed that the gem had disappeared and merged with his soul. He realized that this stone was the fires of hell, and if that was true, these gems were everywhere. He thought that maybe he could survive and save the world at the same time by finding them. After some time, he was able to find all the stones. His body was surrounded by flames. He was glad that he was able to put them out. He realized that he didn't need to be there anymore. He wouldn't have to sacrifice anyone with him, and he would be able to live on. He thought happily that he needed to tell the teacher about everything. But then he realized that he had no body and it was unlikely that he would be able to get out. After that, something strange began to happen. White flames began to form around him and his body began to appear. He was amazed that the white flame had transformed into real flesh. He didn't understand how it worked. Maybe it was because he was able to swallow it. Suddenly tears started flowing from his eyes. He started to wipe them quickly, thinking that it would not be cool to show up in the village like this. He was ready to part with his life, but how glad he was that he survived. Opening the door joyfully, he thought about what he would do when he returned. First, he needed to eat well. He was curious. The teacher would be very surprised. He wanted to see him soon. He was extremely happy. He decided that there was no need to hurry. He would figure out what to do next when he returned with the teacher. Suddenly, a hoof with a horseshoe appeared above him. These were strange people with various weapons on horses, who were quickly chasing someone and shouting so that no one would let him escape. When they had gone, he carefully opened the door. He did not understand what the noise was. He was also surprised that they were able to drive over the gate. Turning around, he saw that they were lying on the ground, covered with tree roots. Everything was overgrown with moss and the gate itself looked shabby. Perhaps there had been some kind of storm that had carried them outside the village. Looking around, he realized that he didn't recognize this place at all, whether he had really returned back. He decided that he first needed to get to the village, but he didn't understand where to go. The main character realized that those men must know something and he could still keep up with them. And so his second life began, not without difficulties, of course, but he can do everything. At this time, the robbers surrounded the two girls near a large tree. They said that they had finally found them and that they would not be able to escape. They should simply accept their fate without any tricks. The girls tried to defend themselves from the people attacking them. At that time, the main character stood behind the bushes and thought that he, of course, caught up, but it seemed they had more important things to do. He thought about leaving them and looking for someone else, but that was a bad idea. There was no guarantee that there were people in this forest besides them. While he was thinking, the horse sniffed him. The teacher had prepared him for this. If you ask politely, they will definitely help. He decided to go and ask her. The main thing is to show respect. Completely naked, he jumped out of the bushes and asked them later if she could ask them for directions. One of the girls closed the other's eyes. However, the men attacked him with weapons. They wanted to know who he was, but he replied that he was simply lost. But they did not believe his words, so they decided to simply destroy him. He punched one of the men, saying he only wanted to ask for directions. The blow sent him flying back several meters. The girl was surprised that he was able to knock him down with one blow and did not understand who he was. Fleer took his clothes and said that they need to listen to what they are told. Seeing this, the robbers decided to attack him all together. The guy waved his hands, saying that he initially did not want a fight with them. At this time, a man swung at him from behind. The guy reflexively hit back. He said that they simply misunderstood him, but they didn't understand why he started fighting then. The protagonist decided that they didn't want to listen to him, so he quickly dealt with each of the attackers, shouting that he would find the way himself. The girls were amazed at his speed. They said he was a monster. He thought he was in better shape than he had been before, but there was a strange feeling. He looked at his hands and thought about how something new seemed to have appeared inside him. At that moment, one of the robbers decided to strike him. However, his weapon missed its target. At that moment, one of the girls struck him with her sword. He fell to the ground and she stood next to him, breathing heavily. The main character smiled and said that he thanked her for saving him, although he could have handled it himself. The girl pointed a sword at him, telling him not to come near and for her not to save him. She just weighed her priorities and she doesn't trust him yet. She demanded that he tell her who he is and what he's doing here, and if he lies, she'll destroy him. The guy introduced himself and realized that she was hostile, but apparently he could talk to her. He added that he was from a northern village on the outskirts of the kingdom. He got a little lost and now didn't know how to get back. She asked him again about the village distrustfully. He was glad that she apparently knew the way and, spreading his arms out to the sides, asked her with a smile to show him the way. But she swung her sword at him, causing him to fall to the ground, not understanding what was wrong with her. She added that she did not believe him and could see what was on his mind because he wanted to deceive her. Pointing at herself, she shouted that as long as she, the holy knight Ashura, stood on her feet, no one would lay a finger on the innocent princess. The guy thought she introduced herself that way. He replied that he was pleased to meet her. The princess was yelling at the knight at that time that she had asked him not to call her that. Ashura swung her sword at the boy again, who didn't understand what was happening. She said that now he knew who they were and he would have to give up his life. The princess pushed the girl away from him, asking her to stop. She was outraged because he saved their lives. The knight tried to resist her, saying that he was crazy. However, the guy had the same opinion about them. As he left, he decided to sort things out on his own. Ashura continued to shout angrily after him, and the princess begged him to stop. She said she wanted to ask them for something. At that moment, one of the bandits rose up behind them. The knight thought she should have hit harder and asked the princess to hide. At that moment, the man was already swinging his sword at them, shouting that he would destroy at least one of them. However, the protagonist quickly ran up to them. Standing right under the sword, he didn't understand what he was doing. His body started moving on its own, but it was a hopeless situation. He couldn't dodge it and he was unlikely to be able to block it. He realized that he would have to catch it with his hand. He extended it towards the sword and saw flames begin to emanate from it. This left the protagonist perplexed. A powerful attack passed through the thicket of the forest. The girls screamed, trying to protect themselves from this fire. The man then screamed that he was hot, sweat was running down his face. He saw that his sword had completely melted. The girls were checking to see if they were okay. At this time, Fleer stood with his arm outstretched and his body was enveloped in tongues of flame of different colors. The man did not understand what he was at all. The knight was amazed that he melted the sword in a second. Was it really Hellfire? The princess looked at him in shock. The main character looked at his hand and did not understand how, but he managed not only to overcome the pain of Hellfire, but also to learn to control it. The protagonist stood above the enemy and flames blazed around him. Those present did not understand what he was. The knight said that there could be no mistake. This was the Hellfire of the northern shamans, but this was impossible. Fleer pondered what had just happened. Was it really Hellfire? Perhaps it was the gems he had swallowed inside the gate. He realized that the flame was now inside him. The man ran away, screaming that he was a monster, and the girl held a sword to him, ordering him not to move. She tried to get him to tell her who he was and why he had the Hellfire. He said he knew it. He asked them to help him if it was not too much trouble. He needed to get back to the village where the flame was sealed. The girl shouted that he was making fun of them again, and the princess hit her, telling her that she shouldn't do that. The knight tried to establish it, but the princess said that she couldn't get into a fight at every turn. Turning to the guy, she said that she thanked him for saving them twice. She introduced herself as Primavera, the 7th princess of the White Pearl Kingdom, but she asked to be called simply Prima. The knight whispered to her that she was too frank. The protagonist thought that she really was a princess. Prima told the knight that this was called sincerity. She ordered her to apologize for her rude behavior. Ashura looked at the boy and apologized through force. He said that he didn't really understand what was going on, but he was glad that they were okay. The princess added that she had a favor to ask of him. She asked him to be her bodyguard, which caused the knight's indignation. Prima added that those mercenaries would certainly not leave them alone. Therefore, the more allies they had, the better. Ashura was categorically against it. Traveling with a stranger was dangerous. Besides, there was something that the princess did not understand at all. She shouted that Prima didn't realize how beautiful she was. Her male peers, once they saw her, would try to pounce on her youthful body at any opportunity, and they could be understood. How can one maintain sanity when such a beautiful princess is right in front of them? Even she constantly has to restrain herself with all her might. The guy suggested that it was with her that Prima would be in danger, and she agreed with him. The princess began asking the guy to help her again. His presence alone would make her feel at ease. The guy asked if he would need to protect her as a bodyguard, but he had more important things to do. The knight pounced on him, indignant that he really thought of refusing the request of the princess, who was asking him so sincerely. Prima screamed at her to stop disgracing her. She ordered the knight to sit down, and she obeyed her immediately. The guy said that he hadn't refused completely. First, he needed to go to the northern village. He entered the gates of hell as a sacrifice, but remained alive. On the contrary, having absorbed all the hellish flames, he was able to come out and no longer needs to guard the gates. He must tell the teacher everything quickly. The princess said that she believed that he was not lying, but if this was so, then she had even more reason to tell him the cruel truth. She added that right now he was already in the northern village. Looking around, the guy asked what she was talking about. He didn't remember there being a forest there at all. Ashura replied that, to be more precise, this was the place where the village used to be. She said that all the north had not lived for 1,000 years. The guy literally froze from these words, not believing them. And so his wonderful second life began with a small problem, or rather, with a very big problem. Black crows were flying above them. The girls told him a lot. While he was in the gate, entire eras changed outside. There were no more shamans from his native village. It was hard for him to believe all this. Ashura was amazed, however. The existence of a shaman inside the gates of hell sounded incredible. She thought it was another dubious legend, but who would have thought that this very shaman remained alive? The princess whispered to the girl to choose her words because he was right in front of them. The shocked guy sat on a log and could not say anything. The girls tried to find words to console him. Fleer asked again, saying that he had not listened. The guy calmly replied that it did not bother him at all. The knight told him incomprehensibly that his native village had been destroyed and he was sitting there as if nothing had happened. He replied that a whole millennium had passed, as if he had ended up in another world. And if you think about it, the inhabitants didn't like him anyway. He didn't even know why, and the only person dear to him was sacrificed to the gate. He doesn't really remember the village, so he doesn't miss it too much. He himself is surprised by this, but he's not even sad. Ashura called him a stale cracker. He told the princess that since he had some free time, he could help her. The girl happily thanked him, and the knight realized that her escape with the princess had failed. The boy added that he had never left the village and that he wanted to see the world beyond it. Prima said that to do this, they would first get out of the forest. The knight ordered him not to slow them down with the princess. The boy created flames around himself again, which amazed the girls. They couldn't even imagine that it could be used in such a way. The guy replied that he didn't have much control over it yet. However, if he could manage to handle it, it could be made into a pretty useful thing. The knight was about to carry the princess. She immediately asked that she could walk on her own. Ashura replied that he would not allow the princess's feet to tread on the soot-strewn road. She said that she would never let her go. The protagonist thought that he had absolutely no feeling of having returned. Even the news that the teacher was no longer there did not upset him very much. Maybe he really was, as the girl had said, too callous. They set off on their journey. Prima said he seemed a little down. Of course, he was suddenly all alone, and there was no trace left of his home village. He couldn't even reminisce. And why didn't she immediately understand what was in his heart now? She decided that she was selfish. The knight answered her that maybe there was no need to worry, and she thought that the princess was very beautiful. Ashura added that everything would be fine. At least you couldn't tell that he was some kind of weakling. They had been walking for about an hour, even she was starting to get out of breath, but he didn't care. The bag of essentials they took when they escaped weighs much more than the princess, and he's not even breaking a sweat, and they've been clearing the way for them all this time. He's clearly not simple. He thoughtfully asked when they would be leaving the forest. He decided that they had been walking for a very long time. The knight replied that he himself had gone ahead, clearing the way. Obviously, he knew the way. Ashura yelled at him that he was stupid because he had been just walking forward all this time. He replied that he thought they knew where to go, and since they were silent, he assumed he was going in the right direction. The princess replied that they had originally ended up in this forest only because they were hiding from pursuit. Therefore, they had no idea where they were. The boy realized that they were all lost together. He was unhappy that they hadn't told him earlier. Prima added that most likely because shamans lived here in ancient times, this forest itself emits a very strong magnetic field. Therefore, a compass is useless. The knight screamed that this was his home area. Therefore, he had to resolve this situation. He replied that everything around here had changed and he did not understand what she wanted from him. As he climbed the tree, he said that he would climb higher and look for the exit from the forest. The princess was amazed at how calmly he climbed such a high tree, and the knight shouted for him to hurry. Sitting on the top, the main character said that this forest was very big, there was no end in sight, and so it would be stupid to go at random. Suddenly, he noticed something ahead. The princess shouted to him, asking if he had seen anything. He said he saw a house. Prima was amazed that someone lived in this forest. He replied that this house was over 1,000 years old. He wouldn't confuse it with anything, it was his and his teacher's house. When they approached him, the boy looked at him with amazed eyes. This house is really the only one that has survived here from that time. The building, which is more than 1,000 years old, has been preserved almost in its original form. It is incomprehensible to the mind. The princess asked if it was really his house. He replied that it seemed to be preserved by the teacher's magic, but he did not understand what it was for. The girls replied that maybe his teacher had left him this house on purpose. He replied that he had no way of knowing that he would return here. Ashura said that if they stood there like that, they wouldn't learn anything. They needed to go inside and assess the situation. The princess grabbed her by the hair and pulled her aside. She told the protagonist to come in. They are not so tactless as to enter the territory of other people's memories. He replied that there was nothing wrong with that. He really wasn't sad at all. The girl insisted that she seriously couldn't do anything about the fact that she had noticed all this time that he was having a hard time. They would wait outside. She would like him to be their comrade without any regrets. The boy went inside. The things inside were already falling apart. No one had lived there for a long time. Fleer said that as expected, the inside was in ruins, although for 1,000 years it was probably quite good. He noticed the kitchen where he used to cook for the teacher, and he was overcome with nostalgia. When the food was all burnt, the teacher punished him. Until the very end, he never got around to praising him even once. He remembered the man who taught him. He wondered why he hadn't even tried to stop him that day. Suddenly, a knock startled him. He saw a ladle fall and noticed that there was something under the floor. Taking out the book, he realized it was the teacher's diary. He wondered if it would be a bad thing for him to look at it. He had never seen him have a diary. It said there was nothing he could do for this boy. He said that he would go to the gate, that he would use his only life not for himself but would give it for the village, for the whole world. He is a very kind guy. That's why he had to stop him, so that you wouldn't be there. At the meeting, he shouted that he couldn't understand why it was Fleer who had to go. Their decision had to be very carefully considered because the only life at stake was the young man's. They told him that he had no relatives, no one would mourn him. Besides, the bad behavior of this boy brought nothing but harm to the village. He was a stranger to everyone from the start. It was better to give his life than someone else's. This made the man angry. It was unthinkable they let him take him when he was still a child. They answered him that in any case, everything had already been decided. He had to give up your student. That's why he couldn't save him, his beloved son. That's why he asked him for forgiveness. The last lines of the diary were blurred by tears. Still, deep down he harbored resentment towards the teacher. After all, he thought that he had abandoned him, but everything turned out to be completely different. But the teacher cared for him until the very end. When the teacher left, he shed bitter tears. Mostly his diary was repentance before him. He noticed that the diary did not end there. It said that now the gloves and armor he had made for him with magic were completely useless. The guy rummaged through the chest of drawers, looking through the things. The teacher wanted to give them to him when he could defeat him for the first time. It was a set of magic chaos armor. The boy found a wooden box. The man wrote that sometimes he has a dream. In this dream, the boy suddenly returns home. Obviously, this is impossible. But shamans are those who can work miracles. He will believe and wait. The boy put on the armor that was given to him. The teacher prayed that he would live and nothing would limit him, that he would see much in this world that he had never seen before, and that he would make new friends. He went out to the girls who were surprised by his appearance. Smiling brightly at them, he said that was all. The teacher wanted him to live his life happily and freely. The protagonist asked if they liked his outfit. Prima replied that he looked great. The knight added that clothes make a man, now he looks decent. The guy thanked the princess. She didn't understand what he was thanking her for. He replied that thanks to her pushing him in the right direction, he had clarified a lot of things for himself. It felt like he had become truly free. The girl smiled broadly and said that she was very happy and would ask him again, just in case, if he would mind if they became friends. The guy answered positively. The knight shouted at him not to be familiar with the princess. Prima shouted at her to stop already. Then the house suddenly collapsed. Ashura didn't understand why it had suddenly fallen apart. The boy realized that the seal placed on the house had been removed as soon as it had fulfilled its purpose. All this time, the teacher had believed that he would return. Fleer bowed and thanked the teacher for everything. Now he sets out on a journey, having gained a chance at a second life with great difficulty. And this time he intends to dedicate it to himself. He left a diary and a flower near the ruins of his house. Having turned with the girls, he suggested that they go. Thus began his journey with the princess and the knight. He entered a world unfamiliar to him. Thus begins their adventure. Ashura, pointing to the forest, asked him where they were going. They still hadn't found out how to get out of here. Fleer realized that it had slipped his mind. Sometime later, they were running through the forest, the princess constantly urging the knight on. They were being chased by a giant wild boar which was destroying everything in its path. A little more and they would become lunch for this giant animal. They did not understand what was wrong with this forest. The guy said to trust him and stopped right in front of the boar. The protagonist used his flame again, ordering the animal to leave. A fierce fire flared up around him again, living on everything in its path. Turning around, he asked if the girls were okay. The princess replied that everything was fine and thanked him. He replied that everything was fine, they were comrades. However, the knight shouted at him in displeasure to do something about the power of his attacks. She was outraged that he could hurt the princess. Looking at the fire, the guy replied that adrenaline made it hard to control strength during a fight. He decided he needed to train. Prima said she felt like they would never get out of this forest. Ashura said that even though they had dealt with their pursuers, the situation was close to hopeless. However, she added that if she and the princess were together, she did not care. On the contrary, she was all for it. The princess ordered her to be quiet. Fleer asked what the purpose of their journey was. The princess was not an ordinary person. He did not understand why they were exposing themselves to such a risk. Since he was now her comrade, she should tell him. Her older brothers and sisters are hunting for her. The knight added that since the current monarch of the White Pearl Kingdom is currently ill, there is a struggle for the throne in the palace. The boy understood that her sisters and brothers were going to destroy her so that she would not lay claim to the throne. Ashura screamed that the princess's sad fate could not be summed up in one sentence. Prima added tearfully that that was why she had no choice but to leave her country. She really didn't need the throne. The knight tried to calm her down, and the guy thought that everything was very confusing there. He told the girl that she looked like she was starting a new life. Smiling broadly, he added that she shouldn't make such a sad face and should go through life with a smile. The girl's face brightened at his words, and she told him that he was very kind. He asked her to call her by her first name, which angered Ashura. She told him that since he had time to talk, he better find a way to get out of the forest. The princess began to panic again, deciding that they would be stuck there for the rest of their lives. But the guy had an idea. He remembered one magic thing he learned from the teacher. It could help them. It shows the way out when you are lost or something like that. Prima was amazed that such a thing was possible. He replied that he was also a shaman to some extent. The knight was outraged that he never said such important things first. Having taken out the piece of paper, the guy realized that he first needed to concentrate and then clearly imagine what he needed. He wondered where the exit was, and a tongue of flame flew. He said that this snake-like signpost moved thanks to his magic. It would lead them to the exit from the forest. The knight said that magic was a useful thing and asked if he could do anything else. He replied that he could cast a spell for various diseases. Suddenly, they felt threatened and asked the princess not to move. Monsters were approaching them. They were small goblins who looked at them with distorted faces. They were armed with stone axes. Ashura said that they were easy to deal with individually, but a crowd would require a bit of effort. Nothing surprised her in this forest anymore. The guy replied that he had already met them. They often appeared near the village. Fleer added that he would deal with them, and the girl told him not to dare. His fire was too strong. She would deal with these monsters herself. But the guy said that was exactly why he wanted to practice on them. Attacking the monsters, she said that he was not the princess's only comrade. Prima wished her luck. The guy decided that he would work as a magical support. Suddenly, he remembered something about magic. The knight thought that these monsters were acting much more harmoniously than she expected. One of them jumped on her from behind. However, the guy defended her by throwing the monster aside and said that she almost got it from them. The girl was surprised by his actions. The monsters were annoyed that one of them was gone, and Ashura was outraged by his interference, but he asked her to wait a little. He wanted to try one technique. She didn't understand what he was talking about. The monsters screamed furiously at this time, preparing to attack. The guy stood in front of them with a lit flame. The girl said that they had just discussed that his fire was too strong and could hurt the princess. He replied that he knew, if he kept it under control, everything would be fine, so she shouldn't worry. It's hard to control fire on his own, so he'll try to do it with magic and ask them to just watch. Flames of different colors flared up again around his entire body. The guy was collected and watched him carefully. The monsters were scared by what was happening. The knight thought he looked exactly the same as when they first met, but then he couldn't control the flames at all. The whole point is to control the fire like magic. Imagine how he controls the materialized flame with the help of magical power. He must concentrate and not release the fire all at once, but direct it to one point. Around himself, he said that he had succeeded and now he could control the flame perfectly. After that, he decided to begin the tests. He charged in a flash. The girls were amazed at how fast he moved. The princess thought it was incredible. Going with him was the right decision. When he hit one of the goblins, he was completely burned. Apparently, the flames around his fist were quite hot. He told the monster that if he was a good boy, he would let him live, or the same thing would happen to him as the previous one. he screamed and rushed towards the girls. However, the knight repelled his attack because they were not easy prey. She would not allow anyone to touch the princess. The defeated enemy fell to the ground. The guy told her that she did a great job and added that such monsters look for weak prey. After that, he used his fire attack on him. After his attack, stones and dust began to fly in all directions. He deftly jumped away from that place. The princess asked him there if he was injured. He sighed and said that this wouldn't do. He had been messing around with the goblins for too long. He needed to learn to concentrate. If the teacher saw him now, he would have punished him long ago. He decided that next time he would have to manage it in about 4 seconds. Prima realized that his progress was not satisfactory and told Ashura that she had fought well too and that her words were very brave. She replied that she belonged to her body and soul. Prima said that this time she would not close her eyes to her speech. The guy made another sign and suggested getting out of there. Ashura couldn't believe that they had gotten out of the forest so easily after so much wandering. The guy completely agreed with her. Prima noticed that there was a settlement nearby and suggested going there. The guy had truly left his native village for the first time. He can't wait to finally see the world beyond it. At this time, someone stood in the tree and quietly watched them. When they arrived at the settlement, they went to the nearest inn. Ashura was outraged and said that they would pay. But the man asked them to leave nicely. He didn't need any trouble. One look was enough to understand that they were walking problems. In front of him, he saw a girl in a fancy dress, a pumped-up woman with a sword, and a guy with a huge bag who wanted to move in. He realized that they were escorting a girl who was most likely a princess of some country. The knight replied that this was a ridiculous assumption. It was completely wrong and her princess could not be a princess. The man realized that she was a straightforward knight who could not lie. The guy approached him and told him to at least give them a snack. They did not ask for more. He replied that he could pack something for them. No one would let suspicious people spend the night there. There was trouble in their area, so they had to be careful. In the end, they will have to go outside. The protagonist said that someone needs to learn to keep their mouth shut. Ashura apologized to the princess, but she replied that everything was fine and they would try next time. She literally started falling asleep. Fleer said that everything was clear with her. It was hard to constantly spend the night in the open air, so she needed to rest. Otherwise, at such a pace, they wouldn't last long. A woman came up behind them asking if they had a place to stay for the night. They could stay with her. Goblins and orcs were common in these parts. The guy happily asked her again and she answered that she had a store, not a hotel, so they shouldn't count on much. He told the girls that there were still good people in this world, so everything was fine. She showed them the room and said that if they needed a change of linen, they could come to her. Looking around, the guy said that it was great. He admired the decoration on the wall. The knight said that here the princess could finally have a good rest. She asked the woman how much she should pay, but she said nothing. They can consider it just a whim of a compassionate old lady. They should accept the kindness of others while they can and not worry about trifles, having a good rest. They were very happy with such hospitality. However, the princess was categorically against such ingratitude. The knight reminded her that they had already spent a lot of money during the trip. Prima was very persistent and wanted to thank her. While sorting through the bag, the guy thought that they must have something there that he could give her in gratitude. The knight asked him to stop, or the sacred armor was there. The princess was amazed that she was with her. After all, she had told him not to take anything extra, and the guy finally understood why the bag was so huge. The girl grabbed them and said that she would not let them give them away because it was a gift from the princess. Prima shouted at her to stop. They needed to get to the Blue Sapphire Kingdom as soon as possible. The guy asked her again. She answered that this was the final destination of their journey. It is an island state located in the west. It is surrounded by sea and has the strongest fleet and impregnable fortress. If they finally get there, they will no longer be pursued. The boy thought about what the sea was like. After leaving the village, he only heard about unfamiliar things. Ashura suggested changing clothes first. The princess agreed with her because they stood out too much. Fleer enters that the further they go, the more new things he will be able to see. He was already burning with impatience. Prima was going to get new clothes, but the guy stopped her. He could go alone because they were both tired and could rely on him. She thanked him. He left and the knight wondered if he ever got tired. The guy was curious about what it was like outside, so he decided to look around. He went back to check their clothing size. However, he saw that they had already fallen asleep. As he raised the night, he decided that there was nothing he could do. He laid them next to each other on the bed and began to take their measurements, as they said they were in a hurry. The woman was sitting in her shop, cleaning the blade of her knife. She said that no matter how many years had passed, her habits were still the same. She noticed the guy coming down. He noticed that she was still awake. She asked him where he was going with such a bundle. He replied that he was going to buy clothes for the girls, but she replied that all the shops were already closed. This made him upset, and the woman was surprised that he didn't know such obvious things. If cheap clothes would do, he could go to the closet and take what he needed. The guy happily thanked her. He placed the armor on the counter in front of her and said that it was her way of thanking her for letting him stay with her. The woman took a breath and said that she didn't need anything. However, the guy disagreed and repeated her words about gratitude. He smiled broadly at her, and she decided to take a look at what he brought. Looking at it, she realized that it was impossible to buy anywhere. It was mithril sacred armor, and of quite high quality. If you bought it, even 20 platinum coins would not be enough. But the guy did not understand the value of money. She said he was too good and she couldn't afford him, but she was glad they wanted to thank him so much. The guy had an idea of what would happen if he wasn't so good. She didn't understand what he was planning. He threw him up and started hitting him a lot. The woman was shocked by what was happening. He caught the armor back completely damaged. He asked what about it. Now it has a small defect, so it became cheaper. This made her indignant. He replied that it was his own fault for bringing such an expensive thing, so there was nothing he could do. She began to laugh convulsively, saying that he was funny. When she calmed down, she said that since it was defective, she would take it for 100 zlotys. The protagonist again did not understand the price. She added that she would also pick out the necessary things for their trip, equal in value to the gratitude. This made the guy very happy. As they left, they thanked their grandmother. They had the feeling that there were even more things than before. The woman said that the guy had good taste in choosing clothes. The princess said that the dress size was just perfect. The knight agreed with her, adding that at least he could be sent shopping. The guy smiled and said it was a good thing he had measured them the night before. They asked him what he meant. He said they had fallen asleep and he had measured their clothes. Imagine this picture. The girl was horrified, and he also added that he had to tinker with the chest girth. The princess replied that he had already said too much. At this time, a man from the hotel approached. He said that he saw that she had transformed the boys for the night and also given them her precious trophies. She had finally been able to live a peaceful life, but she had never let anyone get so close to her. He decided that the heart of the former strongest assassin girl had softened. She replied that she just liked this guy. She couldn't do anything because he was so good. They walked through the forest, and the guy sadly said that he had done badly, but it happens to everyone. However, the girls were still very angry with him. He didn't understand why they were so offended and what was on their minds. He had been looking forward to this trip, and then this happened. Taking out the paper, he decided it didn't matter. Using magic on his legs, he created a chain of suffering. The knight was surprised that this was some new kind of magic. He said that they were right. These are the basics from his teacher of magical training. True, he hasn't been practicing much lately. The spell materializes magical weights on his arms and legs and thus trains his muscles. He offered the knight to try. She replied that if he could, she could do it too. He began to use magic on her legs. She immediately collapsed from the weight. The guy was surprised by this because they should not be too heavy. The princess asked her if she was okay. Ashura thought that the human body is not capable of lifting such a weight. She couldn't believe that it had to be put on both her arms and legs. The guy started apologizing to her, and Prima called him loudly. She was delighted because magic can do so much, and she also wants to try it. The knight was against it. The guy thought that their resentment had already passed. Ashura asked him if he had any magic to travel, like summoning a carriage. He said no. The girl thought it was dangerous for them to continue their feelings at the same speed. She decided that they would have to get horses from the nearest town. It was only to be expected that someone else would soon be sent after them. The princess agreed with her. However, the guy did not agree. He wanted to continue the journey at the same pace. If someone came for them, they would somehow cope. The girl answered that this was if the opponents were weak, but they could send holy angels. The princess said that they would not go that far. Ashura replied that they should be prepared for anything. Since they were talking about her relatives, they would do anything. The guy wondered what kind of church this was. The Church of the Holy Angels is a neutral organization. It watches over the 7 kingdoms of this world. The church is above humans, but sometimes, if the angels want, they will help. If the angels agreed to her sister's request and came for their souls, it would be dangerous. The boy tried to remember if there were such people in his era. He was curious about what they were like. He said it was interesting and he wanted to meet them. The knight shouted that they were not to fight them under any circumstances. If they showed up, they had no choice but to run. Angels have incredible strength. No matter how confident he was in his own strength, it could hardly compare to theirs. Because they are natural enemies of shamans. 1,000 years ago, his village was destroyed and all the shamans were exterminated by them. The guy was shocked by this news. She added that his very existence made this absurd story closer to reality. After all, no one can go against them. The main character decided that this was some kind of joke. He took it for granted that the shamans had simply disappeared over time, but that meant his teachers had been exterminated as well. The princess suggested closing the topic. It is not yet a fact that they will oppose the church. Moreover, according to rumors, they very rarely agree to fulfill requests. And since that was unlikely, there was no need to worry about what hadn't happened. The knight agreed with her and suggested that they focus on what they could do now. She added that the princess's insight made her even cuter. She offered her a snack, but the guy continued to think about it. Meanwhile, in the cathedral of the Church of the Holy Angels, a little boy was flying with a basket full of letters, calling for Mr. Zuriel. He told him not to litter the cathedral because he had dropped letters. He replied that he had brought a written petition from an inferior race. Zuriel praised him and began to look through the petition to destroy the kingdom's 7th processor. He decided that he would assign this to someone. Somewhere in the kingdom of the White Pearl in the tract, a guy was talking about how he heard that the kingdom was quite prosperous, but something was quite quiet there. He remembered that the problem of succession to the throne was in full swing here. Dangerous things were happening, and that was why he was afraid. Suddenly, he was ordered to stand. The bandits told him that if he wanted to pass, he had to give them money. It was not the time for tourism in their country. Didn't he know that because of the struggle for the throne, the order in the country was getting worse and worse every day? So he has to give them everything he has, otherwise he's finished. He cried about it and said that he didn't expect to be underestimated by the likes of them. He added that they were still inferior creatures, which is why they had no choice but to train and control them. One of the bandits became extremely angry because of his words. He swung at him and told him to stop saying that, but the guy's face turned into an evil grin. At the same time, the princess was eating a snake and saying that it was very tasty. Ashura reminded her that she should not eat while walking. Prima offered her a piece. Fleer noticed that she really enjoyed the food on the hike. The princess replied that she was happy for him too. He had looked a bit down before. She was worried. He replied that everything was fine. At first he was a little shocked, but after thinking about it, he realized that there was nothing he could do about what had happened so long ago. He couldn't do anything, but it had thrown him off balance. He holds no grudge against the angels, but he does not think that they have defeated his teacher. The knight joyfully reported that they had come. The guy remembered that he had sworn not to limit himself in any way and to enjoy life. A big city appeared before them. And it is better to have fun than to give in to despondency. He wants to live a second life for himself. At this time, the man was attacked. He said that they had apologized for being wrong. They had begged him to forgive them. The angel replied that he was just doing his job. For the sake of human selection, he was purging the population of low-grade individuals. More importantly, can he resist a little? When he's like this, he's really giving his all to his job. If his duties are going swimmingly, he's not enjoying them. He wanted to ask him for something. But at that moment, the man started running away screaming. The guy wiped his eyes and said that he was at it again. It was a complete disappointment for him. After that, he destroyed him. Lately, it's all the same. Is there really no more worthy work to do? After that, he remembered that he had received a new order from the master. At the place of his blow, everything was destroyed. The Cathedral of the Holy Angels stands at the center of the world and watches over the 7 great kingdoms. Sometimes the cathedral answers people's requests. However, because angels are superior to humans, all 7 kingdoms without exception must be extremely careful. He hoped that the next target would not be such a weakling. Compared to humans, angels are superior beings. Smiling, he said that he would soon meet the 7th princess. As Fleer walked along the pavement, his shoes clicked. He looked around the big city with admiration. In front of him was a long street with a lot of people. The princess asked him if he liked it here. He replied delightedly that he was all in anticipation. The knight told him not to fuss. First, they had to find a place to stay. Prima was saying that she really wanted to take a shower. The knight offered to rub her back, but she refused. Ashura replied that she had no extraneous thoughts. The guy walked, bumping into people. Ashura said that she would be happy if she could let the order touch her beautiful skin. The princess turned around, asking him to save her. It turned out that the guy was lost. He was walking and thinking about how big this city was and that he had lost the girls. He was already terribly hungry. Suddenly, he felt a very delicious smell and realized where it was coming from. The girl greeted him at the Bakery of Happiness. She smelled really good here and he wanted to try it. She said she was very pleased to hear that and suggested trying some nut buns. He didn't understand what they were, but when he tried them, he was amazed by the amazing taste. The girl was happy about it. He said that the walnut was so aromatic and had an interesting crunch in the mouth, and he thought it was amazing. He had buns in the village too, but this was a completely different level. The girl thanked him with a smile. She said that she hadn't managed to sell a single one and she thought she would have to go back to the store. The guy was amazed by that too. He thought it was strange because they were delicious. At that moment, some men approached them, offering to have fun with them. She asked them in fear when they would calm down because they were constantly coming and only bothering her. One of them grabbed her. They say it was just for one time. For this, she hit him. The other threw her bread, screaming about how she dared to raise her hand to him. They said that she didn't even have any clients. Why was she trying to sell anything at all? They would teach her more interesting things. She wouldn't even want to sell bread anymore. Fleer realized that it was all because of them. She started collecting bread, saying that they had done this many times before. She would continue baking bread and come again. She promised, and their antics would stop her. The girl cried from resentment. The man ordered her to give up already, and the main character decided to help her, which caused his displeasure. Fleer asked them if they hadn't tried her buns. He replied that he wouldn't even try such trash. The guy told them to stop insulting her. The bread she bakes is very tasty and it's not trash. The girl looked at him in surprise. He took another bite of the crusty bread, causing the men to stick out their tongues, saying that he was eating bread picked up from the ground and covered in sand. However, this did not stop the guy. He said that it was very tasty. The girl asked him if he was okay and thanked him for going so far for her, even if he praised her bread purely and pitifully. He replied that there was no pity, he just really liked it. He wanted to try all the bread she baked and introduced himself and his name. She replied that her name was Bella. The man said that there was some kind of romantic atmosphere between them. He ordered Deb and Gary to destroy him. They accepted his order. At that moment, an enraged Ashura came up and told them to leave. The man was outraged that she had appeared. He was already angry here. They didn't even know who they were doing this to. However, she didn't care. She hit him and told him to leave. The guy was glad to see the girls coming. The princess asked her not to get too carried away. The boy sat humbly before the knight with a bump on his head. She scolded him for forgetting his role. He replied that he had to guard Prima. She screamed that he had abandoned the princess and gone to have fun. Prima asked her to calm down. Bella said that everything was wrong and she was to blame for everything. Fleur was just saving her from a bully. The protagonist apologized to the princess. She said that everything was fine because nothing happened. Next time he just needs to be careful. At this time, the stomachs began to rumble. The knight was indignant that he was incorrigible. How dare he interrupt such a noble speech of the princess with such shameful sounds? He replied that it was not him. The blushing princess raised her hand and asked if it was such an ugly sound. Ashura calmly replied that it was a very pleasant sound. Bella said that if they didn't mind, they could come to her shop. She wanted to thank them and apologize. The knight asked the princess to be patient for a little while. They would find food now. After a while, they came to the shop. The girl greeted them in her bakery. The guy was amazed that there were so many people there. Apparently, the bakery was thriving. The cooks were glad that she had returned and asked if she had sold her bread. The girl told her uncle and aunt that she was going slowly. Fleer greeted everyone with a smile. The aunt was amazed that she had a young man, but the man was unhappy about it. The girl said that he was a client. But he didn't listen to her. He attacked him with a rolling pin, intending to punish him for encroaching on the girl he raised. He shouted that if he loved her, he had to list at least 10 reasons why he liked her. Everyone tried to stop him, and he added that it was easy to say at least 100. The guy said that this guy looks like a knight. She replied that it was not so. Auntie asked him to forgive her. She had jumped to conclusions. They could go and try their pastries. Various buns were placed on the table in front of them. They thanked them and began to eat, admiring the fact that they had a very rich taste. The guy added that Bella's bread was no worse. She replied that she was still learning. The uncle touched his shoulders or sighed. The aunt asked what had happened. He replied that lately age had been making itself felt. The customers asked them to take care of themselves. If they were not there, they would not be able to eat the delicious bread. This bakery is the treasure of the city. The man replied that in such a case he should not become weak. The protagonist realized that everyone here loved her uncle. She replied that everyone loved the bread he baked. She also wanted to make people happy one day. That was her dream, and she also wanted to repay them. The guy asked her again. She said that she was abandoned when she was a baby, and her aunt and uncle took her in. They surrounded her with love and raised her as their own daughter. She always wanted to repay them for their love. According to her, the guy understood why she decided to become a baker. She replied that she always liked baking bread, but she was not so good at it. He replied that he understood her. She can't choose her dream, they are lucky. He asked his uncle to let him help with gratitude for the delicious bread. The girls said it was just like him, but he is such a problematic guy. Carrying the stand into the bakery, the girl thought that today was a good day. The guy gave her confidence. From tomorrow she will try even harder. She saw a feather on the ground and did not understand where it came from. There was an angel flying in the sky who understood where the target was. He didn't like the smell around him where there were a lot of people. The smell was very unpleasant for him. Starting his search from a certain place was a bit of a burden for him. It was much easier for him to destroy this pasture. Feeling a strange energy, the protagonist realized that something terrible was approaching. Bella looked at the sky and trembled with fear. She saw an angel in the sky who said that it would start from this block. It would be good if the target was there. Fleer shouted to Ashura to protect the princess and he would take care of the others. At that moment, a gigantic shock wave passed through the city streets, literally breaking buildings into pieces. An angel from heaven watched what was happening. People ran away from the fire in panic, not understanding what had happened. Something flared up in the sky and then everything began to collapse. The main character tried to protect everyone. People looked at what had happened with incomprehension. Fleer asked the girls what it was and if everything was okay with them. They looked at her in horror, saying that they really had come for her. The angel in the sky said he had found it. He thought about destroying about 10 more blocks, but it is always better to conserve power when there is an opportunity. Introduced himself as a 12th rank angel from the Church of Holy Angels, Mari, came to eliminate the target at the request of the White Pearl Kingdom. Looking at him, the boy understood what an angel was. There were screams everywhere. The protagonist heard Bella's voice. Auntie screamed, asking her husband to hold on. They asked someone to call a doctor quickly. The man was lying on the ground and the guy next to him was saying that he had a piece of wood in his stomach. If the bleeding wasn't stopped immediately, he would die. The girls around him were crying. The knight thought that she had done wrong. She had been on guard all the time. In this situation, they wouldn't even be able to escape. Since it's come to this, there's nothing left to do but sacrifice herself for the chance to destroy the angel. Mori said that she was a good girl for still wanting to resist. After all, it would be much more pleasant for him to do the work. The girl sighed heavily from this pressure. There was simply a whole gulf between the powers of a man and an angel. At this rate, they will all be destroyed. The protagonist asked the girl if this man in the sky was their enemy. The angel looked at him in confusion, trying to understand who he was. It was strange, because nothing was said about him in the task. Ashura tried to stop him because she said that humans can't even scratch angels because they are on a completely different level. Mori interrupted her, saying that she was right. He was too cheeky for a lower animal. As he prepared to attack him, he shouted for him to know his place. Ashura thought that this was a very scary energy. It was as if the blood was boiling and this energy was coming from an angel. The protagonist easily parried his attack with one hand. He said that he didn't care who he was or who was stronger than whom. People around him were crying. The guy enveloped himself in fire and said with fury in his voice that he would pay for everything and would burn in hellfire. The White Pearl Kingdom was also called the Land of Precious Stones. It was a prosperous state whose main industries were the development of springs and the processing of precious stones. However, the current ruler of this kingdom was bedridden due to a serious illness. The people were very sad about this. Within the palace walls, an unsightly struggle for the throne was taking place. The children gathered around their father's bed. The doctor said that the king needed as much rest as possible. They shouted at him to be quiet because he was an outsider. The first prince told his father that he would take care of all matters of state. The second Prince Grender replied that it was too early for such speeches. Mackenzie replied that he thought his brother would only add to the stress. His father could trust him and leave everything to him. First Princess Finny said that he was not the one to talk about worries. He had done a lot of damage to the mining industry. Second Princess Mana added that they were too much trouble and the people did not approve of them. The other brothers also shouted for him to rely on them. However, the king groaned for them to stop. He was interested in where Prima was. He added that he wanted to see her. He was told that she was away on business. Finny was not happy about this. Prima was always close to the king. She decided that she could have planned this. A servant called her. He reported that the Church of the Holy Angels had accepted the mission. An angel of the 12th rank had already been sent for the lady. She was delighted. She had known that paying them a tidy sum would be the right decision. The servant added that it was too much to send an angel for the mistress. She was alone. She replied that she had no other choice. Now she would not have to worry about her. Meanwhile, the girl with big eyes watched the actions of the main character. He told them to hide with everyone else in a safe place and he would deal with the angel. The angel realized that it was him who was called. Bella called the protagonist, saying that the store was destroyed and the uncle was badly injured and she did not know what would happen to him. She started to cry, saying that she was very scared. Her expensive things were disappearing from her one by one. She didn't understand what to do. He told her that everything would be fine. He confidently added that he would not allow anyone to take away anything dear to his heart, so he told her not to cry. The princess asked her to trust him. If she were gone, she would definitely lose everything, and as for her uncle, she would think of something. Everything would work out. She silently prayed that the protagonist would be okay. The angel had said they were so brave. Did they really think he would let them escape from under his nose? However, before he could attack, the protagonist appeared right in front of him. The angel admired his fire magic. He realized that Fleer was creating an air flow using the heat from the fire and using it to fly into the air. He struck the boy with a large number of blows, saying that it was an angel's spear. Materialized light, constantly changing its shape. A power that only angels could handle. Mori asked him if he felt the difference. He asked him not to force himself and not to twitch. If he didn't want his body to be torn to pieces, he began to think about how he should torture the protagonist. Fleer, meanwhile, was trying to get out of the clutches. Angel said it was useless. His semblance of fire magic couldn't do anything to his copies, no matter how hard he tried. At that moment, a bright flash of light occurred in the sky. The girls looked away in shock. The intense fire caused the angel to fall to the ground, screaming loudly that it was burning him. He doesn't understand how he was able to destroy his angel spear and who he is. As he landed on the ground, the guy realized that it worked. Breathing flames, he said that he could now easily destroy it. The angel thought that this was not just fire magic and that he had already felt something similar somewhere. Suddenly, it dawned on him what it was. He screamed that it was the flame of the Lord of Hell. The guy kicked it, causing it to fly away from him so many meters away, blazing with fire. The princess asked the knight if she had seen it. The girl replied that she could not believe it. This angel could hardly do anything against Fleur. He was thrown away from him with literally one blow. Flying to the side, the angel began to rise, saying that he did not understand anything. This flame should have been destroyed along with the ruler of hell more than 1,000 years ago. Fleer did not understand what he was talking about. The angel said that now he clearly saw with his own eyes why he had created angels, so that they would pass the tests given to them, so that they would eliminate the remaining shamans and wipe out this cursed flame from the face of the earth. The 12th rank angel from the Church of Holy Angels began to transform. He became the size of a building several stories high. He said that he would crush the protagonist. He should not underestimate angels. His face was extremely self-confident. The boy said that he had just gotten bigger and that nothing had changed. His words angered Mari, who began to attack the boy, shouting at him to shut up. His blows shook everything. Each blow shook the ground and shattered the building. The girls shouted at Bella not to stop and to run after them. The angel continued to rage. He asked if he could do anything to counter his power. He knew perfectly well why he was furious. He wanted to avenge his kinsmen from the past. The boy remembered his teacher. The angel continued to shout that history had already proven that the shaman was no match for the angel. He couldn't even dispel their regrets. The guy started to counterattack. They say that an angel's strong point is to miss the target, so he doesn't care if he overdoes it. However, there are living people here, and he is infuriated by guys like him who calmly take away from them what is dear to them. The shamans were warriors who defended the gates, so they were prepared for the outcome that befell them. But the local townspeople were a different story. They should not part with their lives in such a way. He thought that this was how his teacher wanted him to live, to protect those dear to him here and now. He struck the angel again and it screamed at him furiously. Flying to the side, he told the angel to attack him if, of course, he could keep up with his speed. Then he jumped off the ground and ordered him not to dare run away. They moved around the city, the angel pursuing the main character. Sometime later, they found themselves outside the city. The angel said that he had cornered the shaman. Now no one will interfere with him anymore. He will be able to deal with him as he pleases. The guy completely agreed with him. Throwing off his cape, the protagonist said that he had not introduced himself. From this moment on, a serious fight begins, so it would be necessary to follow the rules of decency. Surrounding himself with a strong flame, he said that he was a first-class, third-class battle shaman, Valfleer. He thought of something and asked if the angel was ready. The guy concentrates, concentrating the flames on the tips of these fingers and directing them at the enemy. The huge man rushes with fury at the guy who pointed his fingers at him. The main character fully concentrated, and fire came out from his fingers aimed at the enemy. The young man called this technique a magical fire projectile. Several projectiles on fire flew forward. The enemy asked what it was, to which the guy said that he just had an idea and apologized, saying that he wanted to test different things on him. The man angrily told him not to be impudent, calling him a brat, and stretching his hand out in front of him, used a shield of spears of light. The shield did not allow fireballs to hit it, and the enemy said that there had not yet been a single attack that could penetrate the shield. But unexpectedly for him, the shield could not withstand the napalm of fire shells. The man was thrown back when the shells reached him and he screamed with a piercing cry. The young man stands in front of him. The protagonist thought with a smile that this technique works and noted that he can already control the power of the flame quite accurately. The enemy looked at him and called him a freak. But suddenly spears were directed at the young man from above. The man smiled in superiority, saying that these were 30 spears of light that destroyed the city and wished him to die under the righteous reign. The young man raised his hand. The main character folded his fingers and pointed them towards the sky, easily repelling the attack to the enemy's gloating laughter. The man, seeing this, did not understand how this could be. The young man smiled and said that everything was as he said. The girl saw an explosion in the forest from afar. She became a little worried. People were sitting the wounded man down. The man was badly wounded. A piece of wood was sticking out of his wound and it was bleeding. Everyone present was worried and asked if this girl would be able to save the man, and noted that it did not seem like she knew anything about medicine. The girl tied her hair in a ponytail. Bella is very worried and cries. The lady with dark hair asked her to calm down and assured her that her uncle would survive. The lady stretched her arms out in front of her and began to work, thinking that Fleur was trying for all of them right now. The protagonist looks forward. The enemy, already heavily deified, speaks indistinctly about how an angel cannot lose to an ordinary person and added that they are a superior race. The young man noticed that he was more stubborn than he thought, and although long-range attacks were a good idea, it seemed that the fire's power had decreased somewhat. The angel continued to burn. When the enemy struck with a scream, the guy jumped back and, aiming with his fingers, released another fiery projectile, hitting him right in the eyes. The man screamed hysterically. The main character swung and thought that in this case he would concentrate all the fire into his fist and hit him with all his might. The angel grabbed his eyes. He raised his fist towards the enemy, preparing to strike. Suddenly, someone grabbed his hand as he was about to strike, and a huge eye looked at him saying that it was hot, but not hot enough. The young man turned around wondering who it was. The huge mouth asked if he was happy with this grain of fire and added that he was disappointing, adding that they did not need such a master. The voice continued to say that this was not enough, it needed to be even stronger, even hotter, and calling for him to heat up to red hot. The glove on the guy's hand, which had been burning weakly, began to heat up to the limit. The protagonist swung with full force, thinking about Hellfire number 1, the fire of Kagetsuchi. The angel put his hands in front of himself to protect himself and screamed in horror. The guy dealt him a crushing blow, calling it a lotus blossom attack. The man screamed in pain. The angel was beaten half to death. A crater formed around him from the force of the blows of the young man who now stood before him and was silent. The guy looked at his gloved hand, turning to himself, hearing the voice again saying that this was still not enough. He unclenched his fist and looked at it, wondering what had just happened. The protagonist looks at the angel he just hit with his attacks and wonders what that was. He looked at his hand and thought that what he felt now was completely different from what he felt before when using the flame. For a moment his consciousness was occupied by something. The young man remembered the voice and how someone grabbed his hand and thought that suddenly this something did it. He was surprised to hear how his enemy lying on the ground said that he would pay for this. The angel was completely burnt, including his wings, and began to crawl and say that it couldn't be that some semblance of a shaman could defeat an angel, to which the guy remarked that he was a tough nut to crack. The enemy smiled and told him not to think that he would get off so easily by speaking out against the angel, and said that he would forget what peace meant and noted that his brothers would find the guy and kill him. He laughed, saying that he would regret it, calling him a lower life form and an upstart for daring to pretend to be someone. The young man sat down and poked him in the forehead, telling him to shut up already. The enemy asked what he was doing and began to scream hysterically in pain. The main character said that it was a spell of caries, stomatitis, stomach ulcers, migraines, and acute gastroenteritis. The angel lay on the ground and, choking on foam, inarticulately said that it was a disgrace. The guy clenched his fists, saying that it was great and adding that now was not the time to cool off. He galloped off thinking that the angel was badly wounded, which meant he had to return quickly and maybe he could help with his spells, and saying that the main thing was not to be late. The young man ran up and looked out from behind the building, shouting where everyone had gone, when suddenly the girl swung at him, shouting for the princess to run, saying that she would stop him. The young man got scared and dodged. He asked if she was crazy to swing the sword like that, to which Ashura asked where the angel had gone, to which he said that he had killed him. She was surprised that he had actually succeeded. He rose from the ground. Fleer was surprised to see his uncle healthy. The girl hugs him with tears in her eyes. The man asks if he lost consciousness and why everyone is so happy. The others are happy to see him alive. The boy asked Ashura if he was healed, to which she said that the princess had healed him and added that she was now examining the wounded in the city. The young man was surprised by the girl's abilities. Prima heals a wound on the leg of one of the city's residents and smiles when she sees the main character safe and sound. He looked at her and said that her hands were glowing. The girl became nervous and embarrassed, said that everything was wrong and he had misunderstood everything. The young man smiled and said that it looked cool and asked to show it more slowly. Ashura hit him on the head and told him to stop. He got angry and grabbed the place where he was hit and asked her not to do that again, to which she told him not to stick his nose into other people's business just out of curiosity. She also noted that people have topics that they would not like to discuss and asked how he could be so stupid if he did not understand this. The girl also said that he should be more sensitive to the feelings of others and immediately approached Prima, saying that she was hurt and asked her to do whatever she wanted with her body. The lady was embarrassed. The main character thought that there was rational meaning in her words and that she was right. He thought that next time he would be more careful. But she irritates him a little, so he decided to curse her once. The young man pointed his finger at her and cursed at her. Ashura grabbed her teeth in horror at their condition. He suddenly remembered and asked how Bella was. The lady was standing near the ruins and there was a sign lying in front of her feet. Bella looked sadly at the sign under her feet. The main character came up from behind, noticing that the bakery was destroyed. The lady was surprised by his appearance. He lowered his head, apologized, and said that if he could have reacted faster, this would not have happened, adding that this place was important to her. The young man thought that it was all because they had dragged them into all this. Bella smiled, looking at him. She said he would not apologize and added that the destroyed store could be restored and, more importantly, that uncle, aunt, and the others were okay. The lady also added that the words he said then touched her to the depths of her soul. Bella smiled happily at him and thanked him for protecting them all. The young man smiled back at her and said that he would help fix the store, to which she said that he wanted to do everything and anything. The guy thought that in any case he was glad that everyone was safe. Someone was watching them. The main character immediately felt and turned around, thinking that someone was watching him. Bella noticed his reaction and called out to him. Fleer did not see anyone in the ruins and thought that he imagined it, and told the girl that he just imagined it. Someone was standing behind the ruins and she thought that she almost got caught by him. People are rebuilding the destroyed city. Uncle asked if they were leaving already. Bella smiled, looking at them. The girl said that it would be lonely without them. The main character, Avasha, and Prima smile at them. Prima thanked them for everything with a smile. The young man carries their luggage on his back. The uncle said that they could stay and live in the city. The girl said that they needed to go to the kingdom of Sapphire and they no longer wanted to abuse their hospitality. The young man wished Bella good luck. They set off. The man said that they left and added that he would have married Bella to that guy if she wanted. The girl was embarrassed and asked him not to say that. The uncle asked if she liked him, to which she replied that she had not said such a thing and added that the young man had his own personal life. Suddenly, someone called out to her. The main character shouted with a smile that he would definitely come back to eat the bread she bakes again, and until that moment he wished her to improve in baking and waved his hand to her. The girl happily waved her hand at them and shouted that she would wait and thought that she would try. Avasha said that in the end they failed to get a horse and they were walking again. Prima said that because of the angel's attack it became impossible to buy a horse. The young man said that he liked the leisurely journey. He looked up and wondered who else they might meet and couldn't wait to meet. Church of the Holy Angels Cathedral. The angel says that the 12th rank angel failed the mission to eliminate the princess of the White Pearl Kingdom and added that he was defeated. She also said that Mori was able to return on his own, but he was seriously injured and specified that his throat was damaged and he had serious burns, but it was not possible to find out the details. She also said that he also had tooth decay, stomatitis, and other diseases that were unthinkable for angels. The man grabbed his head and asked her to stop because he understood it. He angrily said that the princess should have only a female knight as her bodyguard and asked how some man could defeat an angel. The angel chuckles quietly. Zuriel said that he could not imagine that the task would end in failure and it did not even go through the meeting of the apostles, and also if it continues like this, it will become a problem. He asked in defeat why he always, after all, no one ever comes to the meeting. The man sits at the table. Zuriel indignantly said that this could not be and asked if fallen angels were involved, to which the angel said that there was no such thing in the report. He took the bottle in his hand and opened it, saying that if he blamed the fallen angels, his sin would become much easier. Suddenly another angel burst into the room and asked with some aggression where Aldebaran was now. The man was surprised. The man called her madam in surprise, after which she immediately hit him in the face with her fist and asked who he was calling an old woman. With obvious anger, Gabrielle stated that they had an emergency that needed to be reported to Aldebaran. She is one of the 12 apostles. Zuriel tearfully informed her that the one she needed was not there, he was absent. She rudely told him to call him back immediately. Gabrielle sat down on the sofa and the man asked what happened, reminding her that she had examined Mori, to which the woman replied that the angel's burns were not at all simple. The woman confidently stated that his burns were undoubtedly from the fires of hell, and added that this was all the work of the shamans of the gates of hell. The man reminded her that the hellfire had been destroyed 1,000 years ago, to which she said that if the burns had been from ordinary flames, she would have cured them in an instant. But she added that she could not do this, and noted that this very flame is the only poison for angels. Gabriel added that they, the 12 apostles, must sort this out and stated that this time they must convene a council of apostles, when suddenly someone said that they know how to intrigue. The young man sat with his hands behind his head and smiling, and suggested that they entrust this matter to him and reminded them that he, too, was one of the apostles. Zariel turned to the young man and wondered when he had appeared there. The woman asked if he had heard everything. Raphael smiled and said that this was the same battle with the shamans that was a long time ago, and said that he missed it because he was slacking, and asked if they were strong. Gabriel said that if he underestimated the shamans, it would not end well. The young man stood up and asked her not to be so cruel, and added that she should not put him next to the lower ranks. He also added that although he is the youngest of the apostles, he is absolutely confident in his abilities and asked to demonstrate his strength. Spreading his wings, everything around him flew into the air. Zariel and Gabriel had to cover their faces with their hands. The guy said that he had accumulated quite a bit of strength recently, so he would let loose in public. The man was frightened by his strength, but the woman continued to look at him sullenly. Raphael is one of the 12 apostles. He smiled and said that he was looking forward to it, and added that the meeting with the shaman would be unforgettable. The main character sat down, saying that they had walked quite a lot today. Prima, who was about to drink some water, said that the flask was empty. Avashi was surprised by this, after which she asked the guy to go to the river nearby and collect water. He lowered the flask into the river collecting water. The young man thought that as soon as he dealt with that angel, he became much calmer, and said that on the way back he would need to catch snakes, remembering that Prima liked them. The main character also thought that he would cook snake soup for dinner today. From the dark bushes behind him, someone's 2 eyes were watching the guy. The main character sat next to the hand and was silent, listening to the suspicious silence. The young man immediately realized that he was being watched and thought that this look was different from what he felt in the western city, and wondered who was watching him. The guy stood up, holding a flag of water in his hands, and looked at the figure that came out of the bushes. The guy called out to the girls as he headed towards them. Prima looked and asked the girl if it seemed to her that the young man was in a hurry, to which Ashura hissed and said that he had prevented her from being alone with the princess. He stopped and picked up a small puppy with a pattern on its forehead and asked if it wasn't cute. The princess looked at the puppy in amazement and said that it was very cute. The girl asked where he came from. The puppy is watching a butterfly. Fleer said that he had just met him and offered to take him with him, to which Prima agreed, but Ashura refused. She also said that their trip is not entertainment, plus in everything, angels are hunting them. The guy said that everything is fine and added that everyone already understands that he can deal with them. The girl called him a fool and added that that angel was of low rank, the 12th, and without a doubt, there was a high probability that now angels of a higher rank would come for their souls. Prima called her mean. The young man said that the girl was just jealous of this puppy. Ashura said that in any case they cannot afford to take him with them, and said to take him back. She also added that if rumors are to be believed, this is where the lands where giant wolves live are located, and noted that they cruelly love to feed on human flesh. The girl said that who knows, maybe this cute puppy is a cub of these wolves. The puppy bared his teeth and began to growl. The puppy started barking at Ashura, scaring her. The boy noted that he was barking because she was saying nasty things about him. The girl said that she was just saying that they have no right to tame someone they can't take care of. After which she admitted that she also did it, gritting her teeth. A giant wolf jumped out of the bushes from behind, growling and already opening its huge mouth to bite. Everyone was surprised and scared. The main character told them not to panic and was about to act when he suddenly saw something passing by. Wolf's mouth. The young man was afraid for him, thinking that he would be eaten, but the puppy began to glow before his eyes and became bigger. Before their eyes, the little puppy turned into a huge fiery dog with a terrifying grin. The guy couldn't believe his eyes. The dog sank its fangs into the throat of a giant wolf. The main character could not believe what he was seeing and asked the girl if the dog was burning, to which she said that this could not be. Prima exclaimed that this was a sacred animal, the fire dog Amaterasu, and added that there were animals that could control the 8 elements of their world, and he was one of them. The fire dog, grinning, covered the defeated giant wolf lying on the ground with earth. The dog barked in a friendly manner and, transforming back into a puppy, jumped into the boy's arms. The princess said with delight that it was amazing, adding that meeting him was destiny, nothing less. The young man and Prima began to persuade a fisheroo to take him with them, saying that he would be useful in battle and promising to take good care of him. The girl agreed and looked at the puppy. She leaned over and thanked the puppy for saving her and noted that he had let them know of the danger by barking. With a smile, the girl said that she had underestimated him and added that he had already become a great friend to them and, reaching out her hand to him, asked him to continue to take care of them. But unexpectedly for everyone, the cute puppy, without thinking, bit Ashura's hand until it bled. She screamed. The dog took a dislike to the girl. Raphael hums a song to himself with a smile as he walks down the dark corridor. He knocked on the door and someone asked who had come. The guy came in and apologized, asking if he was disturbing, to which the figure on the stairs putting books on the shelves asked how she could help. The apostle said that he had one request and immediately explained that he wanted him to go and, so to speak, look after one surviving shaman. He recalled that Marcial, the 8th apostle, played a big role during the big battle with the shamans. The figure putting the books back in place turned around asking about the shamans. Marcial puts the book on the shelf, saying that he hasn't heard about shamans for a long time. Raphael stands in the doorway and smiles. The books flew apart when the guy jumped up on the ladder near the bookshelf and told them to rely on him. He did a somersault in the air and landed in front of the young man, saying that they, the angels of lower ranks, for the sake of the apostles, adding that they would go through fire and water. The books fell on the young man's hands and head in neat columns, after which Marcial said that he would carry out this order flawlessly. He is an angel of the 8th rank. Raphael smiled, saying that he was as loyal as ever, and looking at the guy spinning around, he asked him if it was tiring for him to move like that all the time. The young man replied that it wasn't. The apostle said that the shaman was now on his way to the kingdom of Blue Sapphire and added that the guy was in a hurry. Marcial began to spin around in place, saying that he was leaving immediately, lunging forward. The 8th rank angel flew out the window with complete confidence, breaking it and flying to carry out the order. Raphael was left alone, thinking that this young man had destroyed an impressive number of shamans in that very battle, so he thought that he would return with a good amount of information. The apostle adjusted his glasses, thinking that since he had not participated in the battle with the shamans, everything should be fair, and he also thought that he also needed to prepare a lot of things. The main character says that he is lucky because he got them dinner today and added that they will eat shashlik from a large snake. The girls looked ahead in shock. The guy looked at them and asked if something was wrong. On the ground lay the huge carcass of a snake-like creature. Ashura said that it was not a snake but a snake dragon, and in order to resist these magical beasts, the royal family formed a special squad. The young man looked at the puppy and said that this animal did not seem so troublesome to them. The puppy barked. Prima looked at them and said that even one fleer was enough for her protection. The dark-haired girl was indignant, saying that she and the princess had a silent promise. Evening, soup is being cooked on the fire. The guy gave the puppy a piece of meat, saying that the soup would have to wait a little longer, and thought about where the girls had gone. The puppy began to happily eat the meat that was bigger than him. The main character also noted that there was not enough firewood and specified that at this rate the preparation of the snake soup would end before it was ready. Someone is standing on a tree branch in black robes and a hood watching the guy. In their camp lay a huge skeleton of a snake dragon. The figure looks at them from afar and thinks that this is a great place from where he won't be noticed. The figure also thought that the young man was stupid because despite the fact that he was being hunted, he was cooking so calmly, not suspecting anything. She took out a tube and thought that she would finally kill him. She pointed the tube at the guy, noting that it was a silent weapon, only a few millimeters thick, plus poisoned needles inside. The target realizes his death and soon dies. Sitting high in a tree, the figure fired a poisoned needle at the unsuspecting boy, thinking that no matter how strong he was, he would not be able to defend himself from an attack from a blind spot. The needle was almost touching the guy's neck. The figure noticed that she had caught the moment perfectly when suddenly he easily caught the needle with 2 fingers. The figure was surprised. He asked if there was anyone there. The figure thought that it was impossible that these were his reflexes and also that this was not part of her plans, which meant she needed to leave quickly. The young man licked his fingers and realized that the needle was poisoned. But as soon as the figure began to run away, the main character appeared next to it and asked if this figure was an angel. The one running away was surprised. He also showed the needle and asked why they were aiming at him. He was a bodyguard and it would be more logical to aim straight at the princess. The figure bared its teeth and swung its clawed hand at him. The attempt to strike failed. He dodged and thought that this hand was like an animal's and also noticed that this figure was not even close to that angel. The figure began to run away. The protagonist decided to catch it and used one of his techniques, releasing toothed balls with chains and throwing them in the direction of the fleeing figure. To fall down screaming, the guy looked at the puppy and asked him to call the girls. The young man came out from behind the bushes, saying that playing tag with him in the forest at night was a bad idea, and added that a long time ago his teacher always suddenly attacked him from behind. The figure lies on the ground. After which he came up and said that it was time to get more information out of the figure, but before that he asked where he hid the weapon. The figure said not to touch it. The young man refused and noticed. While searching for a weapon, the protagonist accidentally squeezed the figure's chest, slightly surprised by this discovery. He asked if she was a girl, to which the figure said that it was a shame and do not forgive him. The guy said that he did not care and continued to look for where she hid the weapon. The figure began to kick its legs. Finally reaching her head, he touched her ear, which made her flinch. The guy looked at her and asked what it was and suggested that it was jewelry. He also noted that it was the first time he saw a person wearing cat ears. The girl tearfully and angrily said that she would kill him with her own hands. She had animal ears on her head and a tail behind her. The main character touched her ear again and noticed that it was her weak spot. The girl blushed slightly and let out a meow. Prima and Ashura came running with the puppy, worriedly asking what had happened. The princess hit the main character in the face with a stick, shouting that he was bad. She beat him, saying how could he attack a girl, a beast. Ashura asked what was going on here. The young man said that she wanted to kill him and asked what a girl, a beast meant. Prima explained that beastmen are a race that has some animal blood and no matter how you look at it, the girl is one of the feline subrace of beastmen. The girl growls. Hearing this, the main character immediately said that there are all kinds of people in the world. The young man looked at the tied-up girl and asked why she had targeted him instead of the princess when he was all alone. The girl turned her head away, clearly not intending to answer him. He realized that it would take more time and suggested that they eat first. Ashura agreed and asked Prima not to approach the hostage. The soup was ready. The main character holds a piece of meat on a skewer and tells her to look at it, teasing her with the smell, after which he asks if she is in the mood to talk. He also said that keeping secrets is very energy-consuming, so he thinks that the girl will soon get hungry. She is silent. The girl turned her head away. Ashura noted that she was a tough nut to crack, and even though she was an enemy, her character commanded respect. She also said that if the enemy was aiming at him, then it turns out that she and the princess had nothing to do with it. The guy asked if she was determined to leave him here and suggested tying the enemy to a tree without clothes. Ashura said that this was too much because she was a girl, to which the young man said that his teacher often tied him up like that when he was angry with him. The princess looked at the tied-up girl and said that she wanted to ask the guy for something. Prima asked to let the girl go, thereby surprising everyone around with her request. Ashura said that this cannot be done and added that she welcomes those who came for Fleer's head, but there is a possibility that this girl came for the princess. The princess said that while the young man was with them, it was obvious whose side had the advantage, and it was not surprising that the girl did not say anything without a guarantee that everything would be fine with her. She offered her meat. Prima smiled kindly, telling her not to be afraid, they would not do anything bad to her, and saying that the shashlik was delicious, she offered her to try it. The shackles disappeared. The girl asked why she was doing this, to which the princess said that she just wanted to talk to her. The girl snatched the shashlik from her hands. The beastman stepped aside, eating meat. The puppy yapped near her. The guy noticed that she started talking. Ashura said with delight that nothing less was expected from the princess. After eating the meat, the girl looked towards the forest, but the guy immediately sternly told her not to act up. She got a little nervous and said that she gave up. The young man told Prima that everything worked out. Avashi added that thanks to her kindness, the princess is able to communicate with commoners. The princess asked them to be silent. Huron introduced herself and said that she was an ace and took orders from important people of the White Pearl Kingdom. She also added that she is currently carrying out an order to eliminate the corpse of the 7th Princess Primavera. Prima got scared and said that she knew about her brothers. But now because the guy beat up that angel, her mission has changed, and now she is the one who must kill the princess. The guy asked if she had been watching since the moment they met the angel, to which she said that much earlier. Huron also said that she has been watching them since the moment they hired the guy as a bodyguard. The main character was surprised by her words. Prima was surprised and asked why she had never tried to kill her then, to which the girl said that her mission was to eliminate the corpse. There was no talk of murder. She also said that she has a principle. She does not accept additional tasks, but if she won, the one who was able to defeat the angel, then her name became known. The guy understood why she was targeting him. The girl said that for an assassin, failure of a mission is equivalent to death, and at this rate she will simply be thrown out. In the worst case, she will simply be eliminated, and even if she escapes, there will be no trust and she will be left without a job. The girl said that she herself was greedy, so nothing can be done. The guy asked what they should do. Prima decided to suggest something. The princess confidently declared that she was hiring the girl. Everyone was surprised by this proposal. Prima said that her task was to return to her previous employers and report that she had successfully eliminated her, and added that after that the girl should do whatever she wanted. The princess handed her a necklace belonging to a member of the royal family and told her to take it because if she sold it, she could get coins and could use it as proof. She also added that if she agreed to the offer, she would receive a worthy reward and would be able to maintain her status. The girl looked at the necklace with delight. After thinking about her offer for a while, she took the necklace from her hands and said that she would take the order. Prima smiled happily and said that it was wonderful. Fleer and Avashi started praising the princess again for her idea to lure away the enemy who came to kill them. The girl with dark hair started saying something again that made her blush. Prima asked them to shut up. Hearing this conversation, Kuron asked the princess if she was a bitch, to which she refused, and seeing the assassin off, Prima said that for now, the problem with the pursuers had been solved. She also said that they only had to get to the kingdom of Blue Sapphire and added that she relied on their protection. Avashi agreed. The young man thought that there was not much left to the kingdom. Watching the girls fool around chasing each other, he thought that his journey with them would end. The main character thought and went into himself. The puppy immediately noticed this and suddenly noticed that his hand began to ignite. The puppy began to growl, feeling danger. Someone's quiet laughter was heard. The young man looks at the forests ahead and talks about how the world is huge and according to the report, the target should be somewhere in this area. However, if he does not find the shaman and returns back, Raphael will yell at him. He wondered where the shaman was when suddenly he heard someone shouting loudly somewhere in the forest. Prima wishes the girl luck. Fleer is standing nearby. The huge orc swung his fist at the swordswoman, letting out a roar as his fist approached her, her sword stopping his attack. Avashi rushed forward and effortlessly cut off several of the monster's fingers. The orc grabbed his hand. The guy noticed that she was doing well. Prima said that since he himself was so strong, she did not particularly stand out, but she was the strongest in the detachment of sacred knights. The main character smiled and thought that he had not really had a chance to look at the girl's fighting style and noted that she was quite strong. He also noticed that she had a well-honed sword technique, and she waited for the moment to attack and counterattacked at the last moment. The orc raised his huge foot, preparing to step on the girl. At the last moment, she counterattacked and chopped off his leg, knocking him to the ground. Swinging her sharp sword, Avashi swung and shouted with complete confidence that this would be the final blow. Without a doubt, she dealt the final blow to the orc, and with a smile she asked if this princess had seen everything, to which she praised her. She proudly said that she hadn't even had breakfast yet, and said that she wouldn't let him win the princess's trust alone. He said that his opinion of her fighting skills had improved. They heard something from the forest. The birds that were there took off into the air as if running away from danger. Another orc came out of the forest. Primo was surprised. The main character noted that he was even bigger than the one the girl killed, and added that he seemed furious because of what she did to his kinsman. The guy told the swordswoman that they were changing, and added that she should go and rest with the princess somewhere nearby. She said that this time she would still give in to him in this. The orc with huge fangs looked at them fiercely. The young man had already started walking and igniting, intending to destroy the monster, when suddenly he heard someone scream. The guy shouted that he found him and landed with a bang in front of the main character and looked at him. Fleer didn't understand what was happening. Avasha asked what happened there. The princess asked why the man fell from the sky. The guy started spinning and said that he finally found the shaman, pointing his finger at the young man. The guy immediately asked Fleer to fight him. The main character wondered who this weirdo was and where he was hired from, that he was a shaman of the gates of hell. A huge, ferocious orc swung his fists at the guy. The girl shouted at him to get away from there or else he would be crushed. He said that their worries were unnecessary. An oval radiating light appeared on his palm. He jumped up and the monster's entire body split into many different pieces. Part of his head and arm immediately separated from his body. The guy in the jump said that he was not such a weakling. Blood began to spurt in all directions. The company was amazed that he had destroyed such a monster without doing anything. 2 pairs of wings spread out from the boy's back. He declared that he was an 8th-rank angel of the Church of Holy Angels, Martial. With a confident smile, he pointed his finger at Fleer and said that he was asking the shaman of the gates of hell once again. He asked the protagonist to fight him without hesitation. Everyone was surprised by this. Ashura covered the princess with her hand. The puppy barked loudly at the angel. Martial, an 8th-rank angel, spread all 4 wings behind his back and folded his arms into a cross on his chest and began to speak about the murderous martial art of the Church of Holy Angels. The angel rushed forward, began to rotate around its axis and, folding its wings slightly, confidently shouted that it was a spinning attack. The protagonist was surprised and asked if this was a martial art. Martial landed with a crash near the frightened girls, destroying the ground beneath him. The angel rose from the ground with a broken face and said that, as expected from a shaman, he was able to dodge his secret technique. The guy said that he simply stepped aside. Martial crossed his arms and asked how about another attack. He rushed past the guy and soared into the sky. The main character noticed that recently they were being attacked by different people who seemed to be targeting him specifically, and wondered if the angel's target wasn't the princess. While the guy was thinking, the angel declared with complete confidence that this was not all and added that now there would be a deadly attack. The guy asked him to stop and asked why he was attacking only him and whether he had come to avenge that angel, to which Martial stopped and said that this was not the case. The angel stated that he had come here on the orders of Mr. Raphael to test Flay. The guy asked about the tests, to which he said that everything was exactly like that. The main character asked that all this does not concern the kingdom of the White Pearl and asked who Raphael is. Martial was surprised, asking that he didn't know him. Covering his face with his hand, he confidently declared that in that case he would tell about the gentleman in all details. A few seconds later, academic hats appeared on the heads of the girls and the guy, and they themselves were already sitting on a bench that appeared out of nowhere. Martial adjusted his glasses and pointed to the board, asking them to pay attention to the board, and said that they would start with what kind of creature Raphael was. The girls did not understand what he wanted from them. The angel began to say that in the Church of Holy Angels there is a hierarchy. Raphael belongs to the highest rank. He is one of the 12 apostles who are a symbol of all angels. Avashi said that she heard that in the great battle of shamans and angels, most of the shamans were exterminated by the apostles. Prima said that she also heard about this. The main character immediately asked whether Mrasil himself participated in this battle, to which he happily said that he did. With tears of pride in his eyes, he said that every day of that battle was perfection itself, and added that he thought that such an exciting battle would never happen again. But then Martial pointed to the guy, saying that he, the shaman, remained alive and saying that this was fate, and he was very deeply touched by this. The angel took off his glasses, saying that he had orders from above, so work is work, and added that he was fully fulfilling his duties. The girls covered themselves with their hands from a sharp gust of wind. Extending his hand forward, an angel ring appeared in his palm, and he stated with confidence that he would test it using the shrine. The young man wondered what he was talking about. Martial began to take out a folding, flexible whip from the angel's ring and stood in a stance with it. The guy immediately noticed that a weapon had appeared and asked if this weapon was like the spears that the other angel had used. The angel chuckled and asked not to compare his weapon with the light spears of low-ranking angels, and added that this was a top-class weapon that angels of the 8th rank and above received. And he also added with fury that he should prepare for the test. The main character looked at him. Fleer rushed forward and grabbed the girls, telling them to hold on. Angel had already swung. His attack was powerful, knocking down trees around the affected area and stones flew to the sides. The guy jumped back in time. Avashi saw this and said that it was unthinkable. The main character said that it was close in the kill zone and noted that it was with this weapon that he cut that orc. The blade of the weapon returned back to the angel, becoming a stable weapon in his hands. He said that the shaman is not bad, again dodged the attack. The guy shouted at him, reminding him that his target is him, and told him not to drag uninvolved people into this. Martial realized this and said that it was his mistake and he would be more careful. Fleer let the girls go, saying that he was not so bad and even gave him a little fighting spirit. The main character also said that he thought that all angels were creatures and added that he really enjoyed the opportunity to measure his strength with him. The angel stood up. The young man began to flare up. Martial raised his hand, straightened the whip, said he would introduce himself again and said his name, adding that he was an angel who had come to test him. The main character rushed forward, ignited, and said his name, adding that he was a shaman who would destroy him. Suddenly Fleer found himself in the dark, not understanding where he was. He began to wonder what had happened and where the angel had gone. He also noticed that he could hardly feel his arms and legs. He looked at his hands in the fire. The young man noticed that this feeling was similar to what it was like inside the gates of hell. Suddenly, he heard someone's voice calling out to him. The voice asked the guy if he would continue to use this flame, and added that it would not be easy against an angel with a shrine. The unknown monster looked at him with its big eyes and began to laugh rudely and asked if Fleer wanted him to lend him his powers. The main character in the fire turned around and looked at a huge creature with terrifying fangs. A huge fire bird appeared before the main characters, saying that they had finally met, and introduced itself as Kagetsuchi. He looked at the guy with a fierce gaze, saying that he was the Lord of Demons, the first flame of hell. The bird spread its wings and said that it was quite expected that he thought that fighting against an angel with a shrine would be a real problem, and added that he would allow him to borrow his special power. His keen gaze fell on the guy and offering him to sign a contract with him, and then he would become stronger. He asked if he agreed. Without thinking twice, the main character answered his question by refusing and adding that he was fine with it. The bird did not expect this. The guy asked if this darkness was his doing. If so, he asked him to quickly let him out of here, adding that people were waiting for him. The bird began to stop him. Kagetsuchi asked furiously about his calm reaction and added that he should have been scared and was just offering him a flame boost. The guy said that he was already strong enough. The bird called Fleer a fool and added that his fire was worse than the stub of the weakest flame. The guy thought that he was already boring. The Lord of Hell also added that if the boy deepened his understanding of flame, then his fire could become stronger than it is now, and clarified that no conditions are needed for the contract. The young man looked at him and said that he was suspicious and asked what he was planning. The bird asked why he was not answering and added that if the guy died, then he would disappear too, because their destinies were connected. Kagetsuchi asked if it was great that everything was going smoothly and there would be no questions, and he could achieve this by signing a contract with him. Having said this, the ruler of hell thanked the young man for his patronage. The main character listened to him and thought that he was a very shady guy. The young man thought for a moment and said that he didn't care since it was free. The bird asked him why he, having entered the gates of hell, didn't burn to ashes, to which he replied that he didn't know. Flames began to rise around Fleer. Kagutsuchi said that when he returned, he told him to try using his flames and added that he would be surprised. He spread his fiery wings and added that he would tell him one last thing, something that was not certain, that the others would be as kind as he was. The young man looked at him. He also said that if he wanted to borrow power, he would have to go out of his way, and at that moment Fleer again saw an angel rushing towards him with a whip, getting ready to attack. The main character realized that he had come to his senses and remembered that he was on the battlefield with an angel. Martial was rushing at the guy, his whip swinging from all sides. The angel said that he switched off for a moment and added that now this is his killing technique. He caught the young man in a huge ball trap. The girls were scared for the guy. Martial declared that victory was his and added that if you get caught in this cage, then not even bones will remain of the person. The main character is trapped, thinking that it hurts and noting that if this continues, he will die. Gathering his strength, he looked ahead with fury and thought that he was not going to lose. From the cage created by the angel, tongues of flame began to spread out, tearing apart the trap. Martial was surprised and looked ahead. The whip's blades were falling apart into pieces. The girls covered themselves with their hands from the sharp gust of wind. Gloves appeared on the protagonist's hands. This was the first demonic flame artifact called Hai no Kagutsuchi. The young man looked ahead with confidence. The angel looked in horror at the angel ring in his hand and could not believe that he was destroyed, but noticed how Fleur was rushing towards him. When the guy came very close to him, a fiery outline of a bird with outstretched wings appeared around him. Fleer swung his flaming fist at the angel and thought that it was the #1 secret technique of Hellfire. The angel looked and said that he was finished. The protagonist delivered a powerful blow with a fiery fist straight into his stomach. The blow was so powerful that the 8th rank angel was sent flying into the sky a very long distance. The protagonist rejoiced at his victory with the help of his new powers. Prima happily praised the young man. Avashi looks at the sky. The princess looked at the burning glove of the main character and asked what it was. The young man happily asked if it looked great. Fleer said that there was a bird inside him that lent him its power. He also thought that if they met again, he should keep his gratitude to himself. Prima tells the girl to come up and look at his gloves. The young man looked at Avashi's face and said that he felt more sick than usual. She noticed that an angel had come for him. The young man agreed, saying that it seemed that he was the target, and added that the angel was not interested in the princess. Avashi said that in that case the princess should make a decision. She added that given the task that Prima had given the assassin, perhaps it would have been better that they had said goodbye to the young man. The princess indignantly asked why this, to which the girl said that the angel's target was the guy, which meant that they had finally managed to get rid of their pursuers, and the guy's presence made everything meaningless. She also said that it had already reached the point where there was a possibility of apostles appearing and staying together was irrational. And she also added that they should break up with the guy in the next city. Prima said that this was not possible because they were hunting him and asked if the girl wanted to suggest leaving him and going away. Avashi confirmed her guess, saying that this was true. Without thinking twice, the princess said that she did not agree, saying that he was their friend because they had been through so much and she could not part with him. The girl said that first of all, he went as a bodyguard. Prima said that in that case she wants him to fulfill his duties to the very end and stated that she refuses her offer and looked at the guy. She asked the young man about the fact that he didn't like the way the girl treated him and added that it was as if he had taken advantage of her and was going to throw her away. The young man thought about it. With a calm face, the main character said that he absolutely didn't care about the girl. Prima asked why he was saying that, to which he replied that he would like to travel with them as long as possible. But he added that, as Ashura said, the truth is that the princess will be more dangerous with him, and added that if you think about the princess's safety, then it's better to go on without him. Fleer remembered that the girl said that you need to think about the feelings of others and added that if Prima asked him to go further with her, he would agree. But the princess said that he was cruel. With tears, she asked about the fact that the journey meant nothing to him. She said that she had fun, and even though her life was being hunted, life outside the palace walls turned out to be wonderful. She also liked the way they camped outdoors and cooked over a fire, but she said it seemed like she was the only one who felt that way. The princess started to run away screaming that she didn't want to know him. Avashi told him to run after her and added that he should stay with them for now until they reached the port city and everything would be decided there. Fleer asked what he had said wrong. The girl said that he said everything correctly and thanked him for putting the princess's safety interests first. After that, they headed towards the city, dealing with monsters along the way. The boy and the girl defeated the monster, and all this time Prima was in a depressed mood and an unpleasant atmosphere accompanied them along the way. And in such a mood they reached the port city. Avashi said that they had arrived. Before their eyes stretched the sea with the beach and a little further the city. Prima and Fleer were delighted with what they saw. The guy asked what that strange smell was, to which the princess said that it smelled like sea water, so it was the smell of the sea. Prima wanted to laugh but pretended that it wasn't funny and turned away. Avashi said that the appointed meeting time was coming soon and added that it was worth waiting here for a while. The woman sat on the barrels and said that she was there and turned to them, saying that she asked if this was the princess she had written about. She stopped drinking alcohol from the bottle. Afwashi was glad to see her. Prima asked who she was. Elizabeth said that she was a vice admiral of the naval patrol, captain of a military ship, and said that they agreed to meet. Avashi asked about her being as drunk as always and thanked her for agreeing. Elizabeth put her hand on her shoulders, saying that everything was fine and to take her away safe and sound. To meet her, Prima said that it was mutual. Elizabeth approached the guy and asked the swordswoman who this young man was, to which Fleer greeted her, calling her granny. Avashi said that he was rude. The woman suddenly grabbed him. Elizabeth laughed, saying that he was very brave and added that she liked him, after which she offered him to work for her. She asked the girl if she could take him to her place. The girl said that she could do whatever she wanted. To say goodbye anyway, Fleer grabbed Elizabeth's hand and asked if she wanted to let him go. The girl apologized for being in a hurry and asked where the ship they would be sailing on was. Elizabeth said that she understood that they wanted to sail as quickly as possible, but added that there was one problem. Martial lies on the ground, burnt. Someone says that he was beaten pretty badly and added that it was the opposite of their angelic shrines, and thanks to him, he received the data. Raphael smiled creepily and looking at the angel said that it seemed like his time had come to test the shaman. People relax on the beach, play volleyball, sunbathe under the scorching sun, and some do their own business selling various snacks. The water hits the sand. Fleer looks into the distance, saying that wherever he looks, there is so much around that he sees for the first time in his life, but some things impress him the most. What impressed him most was the huge sea, and he noted that the other shore was not visible at all and said that the lake in his village was not comparable to this one. The puppy happily barked and jumped into the water. He tasted the water and was surprised that it was really salty. Fleer plopped down into the water and lay on his back, thinking that he hadn't seen so much in the world yet, and now he was happy. The guy noticed that the puppy became sadder and asked what was wrong with him and if he was hungry, and added that he was also hungry and would like to try something from the stall, but there was no money. Someone called out to him. The protagonist turned around and saw the princess and her bodyguard in bathing suits. Prima was a little embarrassed. Avashi asked where he had gone ahead of them. The guy was glad to see them and thought that they had finally arrived. A couple of hours ago, Avashi indignantly asked about the fact that they couldn't sail right now. Elizabeth reported that they, the Marines, had docked a ship in this city to replenish supplies, and according to the plan, the princess would mix with the crew and get on board, as this was an informal migration to the kingdom. She also added that the loading of supplies would be completed tomorrow morning, so the stop would last for one day, and suggested that they look at the sights and unwind after the journey. The main character picked up the puppy and said with a smile that they were going to go eat. Fleer asked the girls for money, noting that the food stalls smelled delicious. Ashura said that he was not at a resort and added that he was still a bodyguard and could not relax. The girl also asked the guy if he wanted to say something. The young man did not understand what she was talking about and asked what she was talking about. She pointed aggressively at the princess in a swimsuit and asked if he didn't feel anything seeing Prima like that, and added that the usually shy princess finally put on a swimsuit. The girl said that she herself could barely restrain herself from starting to court the princess. Prima was indignant. The guy thought that this was the last time he would see her indignation, and he felt better. Prima hit the girl on the head to calm her down and apologized to him and asked him not to force himself and added that it was okay if he didn't react. She holds a stick in her hand. She added that since this was the last time they would spend time together, she decided to wear something bolder, but she admitted that she went a bit overboard. The main character smiled and said that nothing of the sort happened, and added that it suited her very well and that she looked great. Avashi angrily insulted him and asked him about the fact that he took advantage of the situation and decided to court Prima. The guy was clearly surprised and had no intention of doing so. The main character suggested to the princess not to waste time and go have fun. The girl smiled and agreed. At the sea, the company had fun until the evening playing ball. Avashi watched them. The guy strokes the puppy while sitting on the sand and says that they played well today, and added that he was able to enjoy the fish and was able to fully enjoy the sea. He added that for some time he and the puppy would travel with him alone. Someone came up behind him and called out to him. The young man noticed Prima and asked where Avashi was, to which the girl said that she and Elizabeth were planning tomorrow morning, so she thought that she would stay with him for now, since it was dangerous to be alone. The princess smiled and asked if she could sit next to him. He agreed. She sat down on the sand next to him and said that she had fun today, and added that perhaps today was even the most fun day of their entire journey. Fleer said that it was good that the last memories would be good and the angels would no longer hunt her. She agreed and asked about his journey, whether it had ended. The guy said that it was not over and added that he could not stop such a journey, and also noted that he was going to see the whole world. He also added that he was thinking about visiting the Kingdom of Blue Sapphire one day and suggested that they have fun there together again. The girl stood up abruptly. The main character looked at the flushed girl and called out to her. Prima squeezed the hem of her dress and said that she needed to tell him something. The main character looked at her and asked what exactly she wanted to tell him. Prima blushed slightly. Under the sound of the sea, she said that she wanted to continue traveling with him as before, and asked how he would react in that case. He looks at her, she looked away, saying that for the first time she was living a full life and before that she was always in the castle, comparing herself to a bird in a cage. Prima said that she dressed every day as she was told and behaved as she was told. People praised her and cared for her, but that was because she was a princess. She looked at the moon, saying that no one had ever tried to look at her for real. The girl said that it all started with the fight for the throne and added that it gave her a chance to throw off her princess status, and she began to think that she could start living like an ordinary person. She added that having cast aside her royal title, she turned out to be a girl who knew nothing about the world, completely helpless. The girl remembered how Avashi protected her. Prima noted that she realized that she had been naive and frivolous, and it was then that someone appeared before the regretful and repentant princess. Prima said that she met him and added that he was always optimistic and carefree, sometimes under duress, but he always continued to be with her. She also noticed that he was always so straightforward and truly free and looked so happy. Watching him enjoy life with all his heart, she envied him and wished to be like him. Prima remembered how he ate snacks from the stalls with joy. The girl clasped her hands over her heart. With tears running down her cheeks and smiling, the princess said that she wanted to travel together and see the whole world with him. Prima added that when she is next to him, she feels that she can truly be herself. Crying, she said that she wants to continue sharing the joys of life with him. Prima stands in front of him and cries, asking him to let her be near him. The puppy is sleeping. Fleer agreed and asked if they would go together. The girl did not hear and began to say that he was a burden and brought only trouble and got in his way. The girl finished speaking and realized that the guy had agreed to take her with him and looked at him questioningly, clearly not expecting this. Fleer, with a smile on his face, suggested that they continue to seek adventures together and also added that he and the puppy would only be happy about it. The girl hesitantly asked if he really allowed it, to which the young man replied that he had been telling her this from the very beginning. He added that there was no need to worry about the angels because he would protect them from any danger, so she could do whatever she wanted because she was no longer a princess. An adventure with him, the girl begins to wipe away her tears. With tear-stained eyes, Prima smiled happily and said that she wanted this more than anything in the world. Fleer smiled. The girl said that now they will always be together. He said that they would first prepare a home for her to return to in the kingdom of Blue Sapphire and then set off on their journey. Prima agreed. She asked what they would say to Ashura and noted that she would definitely be against it. Fleer said that everything would be fine and added that if Prima wanted something, the girl would agree with her. But unexpectedly for the couple standing on the seashore, Ashura came up and declared that nothing like that would happen. Elizabeth stands next to the girl. Ashura stated that she will not allow this to happen and added that this journey is still ongoing. She is on her way to them. The girl added that the journey continues because the princess had to flee abroad because they wanted to kill her. She could not believe that they wanted to forget about it for the sake of adventure. Prima was surprised to see the girls. Elizabeth said that Ashura was worried, so she was left alone with the guy, and because of this, preparation for tomorrow morning became impossible. Ashura noticed that her worries were not in vain and sharply called out to the main character. She sternly told him not to fill Prima's head with nonsense and added that he could no longer remain her bodyguard. The princess stood in front of the young man and said that it was all her idea. Fleer said that the girl was not her property. He pushed Prima aside and continued by saying that he understood Ashura, that she treasured the princess to the point of insanity. However, the guy said that he didn't think it was a good idea to force her to live her life. Fleer added that life is one and you need to enjoy it to the fullest and advised her to be simpler too. She looked at him with fury. He also added that if she was afraid about the angels, then she shouldn't worry because he would defeat them, but she interrupted him. Ashura stated that there was no point in continuing the conversation. She attacked him, causing him to stagger. At the moment when she began to swing her arm again for an attack, she said that she recognized his strength. The guy was surprised. She stated that as long as there was the slightest chance that the princess would be in danger, she would not allow him to travel with Prima, but if he was going to go with her anyway. The guy was surprised. Ashura declared that he would only travel over her corpse. She kicked him in the stomach with all her might, causing him to be thrown back. The guy tripped. Prima called out to them, starting to worry. Elizabeth tries to calm her down. The princess asked them to move away from each other. Fleer dodges the girl's sword attacks and asks her to stop. Ashura said that as he said, the princess is very dear to her. The guy dodged the attack. The girl added that if for her safety she had to make her hate her, then so be it, but she wanted to fulfill Prima's dreams, but she couldn't. Forward at him, the young man was surprised by her words. She asked him to swear that he would protect Prima to the very end with all his strength and that she would never be unhappy. She put her sword to it and tearfully asked him to swear. Elizabeth looked at them and said that it seemed that the girl was prepared for such a turn of events. Ashura swung her sword at the guy again, asking him to swear. The protagonist grabbed the blade of the sword and stopped the attack. They stopped for a while. Fleer looked at her with confidence and said that he swears to protect Prima at any cost. The sword cut his hand. She looks at him. Ashura thanked him and throwing down her sword, headed towards the princess who was standing nearby. She said that even knowing about her desire, she was going to limit her since she did not have enough strength to protect her and failed as a bodyguard, and added that she no longer had the right to stay with her. Prima looked at her and asked if she remembered how they ran away together. The princess reminded her of the day when she realized faster than anyone that she was in danger and took her out of the palace. She saved her life. She also noted that Ashura even had to give up the title of Holy Knight, but she still swore allegiance to her and asked if she had no right to be with her, then who had it? The princess smiled happily and took the girl by the hand, saying that for her there was not and would not be a more reliable sword than the girl. Continuing, she said that she relied on her further. Ashura began to cry and said that she could bow to her as many times as she wanted and would always be next to her like her faithful sword, and wanted to add something. After the tears, she began to lick the princess's hands, saying that she would always be with her like her faithful dog. The princess screamed in complete horror from this. The guy noticed that the girl had ruined everything. Prima, in horror and anger, began to ask the young man to kill the girl. Elizabeth smiled and noted that it seemed that everything had been resolved. Prima hits Ashura. Elizabeth told everyone to go to bed and added that they had already finished loading supplies onto the ship and that tomorrow they would sail to the kingdom of Blue Sapphire. Elizabeth opened the box, apologizing for the wait, and said that while they were on the open sea, everything would be fine, but when they entered the port of Blue Sapphire, they would have to hide again. Ashura looked out of the box indignantly and asked if it was necessary to put them in the same box, obviously referring to the heat. Fleer got tangled in the hem of the princess's dress, asking if it was night already. Prima blushed, trying to stop the guy. Elizabeth said that since they were going to enter the kingdom illegally, they needed to minimize the risk of being discovered and suggested that they take a look at the view. Looking over the side of the ship, they saw a beautiful view of the sea surface and the ships sailing nearby. The main character and Prima fixed their gaze on the sea and exclaimed that it was amazing. The princess said that the wind was pleasant. The guy asked the girl how such a big boat did not sink, to which Elizabeth said that it stayed afloat thanks to her power of love and smiled. The young man was surprised and said that it was a good thing, clearly not understanding what was being discussed. The girl asked Ashura if maybe they would give it to her after all, to which she said that it wouldn't work. The princess said that it was calm here and added that their chaotic journey before now seemed so far away. The guy asked what she was talking about. Fleer said that their journey was just beginning and added that they would arrange her home for her return and see the sights in the Blue Sapphire. After which he said with a smile that they would go see the world, go around the world. The girl smiled and said that she would be happy to. Suddenly a strong wind blew. Isabella thought that the wind was strange today. The watcher from above called out to the captain. The observer shouted that 5 unknown flying objects were approaching them, and it looked like they had wings and wondered if they were angels. The captain was surprised. The captain announced an attack by angels. Several angels headed straight for the ships. The woman ordered to prepare for a counterattack and said that the angels' target was the princess and her companions, and ordered to show them the power of the Blue Sapphire Marine Patrol. To say without emotion that the target had been discovered and, having confirmed the information, said that the target was a princess and a shaman, after which they began to repeat the word about destruction several times. The emotionless angels had different weapons already preparing to attack to destroy their targets. Friel noted that he had seen them somewhere before. The woman reported that they were mass-produced angels, low-grade soldiers of the Church of the Holy Angels Killers. The guy noticed that they were too calm and that Ashura was very afraid of angels. The girl was indignant. Elizabeth said that they were not calm. The woman said that even though they were mass-produced, angels were angels, and apologizing, she asked to prepare for the worst. The captain's subordinates announced that the cannons were ready. Elizabeth ordered to open fire. The cannons fired. The angels easily parried the attack using the shield. The sailors shouted that it was a shield of light spears and reloaded the guns. The woman ordered not to stop and continue shooting, adding that angels are weak in a fight of attrition. One of the angels attacked the ship, destroying one of the guns. The sailors announced an attack on the accompanying ship and added that it was aiming at the artillery. They informed the captain that the target was too agile and they could not aim. The woman ordered not to panic and to follow the tactics of fighting against angels and ordered the girl to take Prima away. She saw the guy walking towards the angels and asked if he wanted to die and ordered him to leave it to the professionals. The angels began to transform into monsters, going into combat mode. The angels kept repeating the words of destruction. The woman wanted to stop him. He folded 2 fingers and pointed them to the sky. A huge fireball larger than the ship appeared at his will, aimed straight at the angels and rushed forward, wiping the angels off the face of the earth. The captain and her crew were shocked by what they saw. The main character said that he had gone too far and added that he wanted to shoot them one by one. Glove appeared on his hand again and there was flame around him. He said that thanks to Hai no Kagetsuchi, his power had increased and reminded that, as the bird had said, the power of his fire could grow and grow. Prima said that it was him. Ashura said that such a level no longer surprises them. Elizabeth was in shock. The main character stands in the flames with a fiery glove. The angels burn and slowly fall down. The captain and her crew were amazed by the fiery power they saw that destroyed the enemies in the sky. The woman said that it surprised them. He waved his hand at them, saying that it was all over. Elizabeth said that he was the shaman of the gates of hell, which were destroyed 1,000 years ago, and added that it was amazing that he remained alive even in that era. Ashura said that she did say that he could destroy everything, to which the woman was indignant, saying that no one would take that seriously, and added that she thought she was joking. She asked if it was a demonic artifact. The sailor said that it seemed she knew about angels and shamans, and asked that didn't she say that it was all some kind of fairy tale. Someone was watching him. Suddenly, someone appeared behind the guy and said that it was because there was a fallen angel in the Blue Sapphire Kingdom, and they knew much more than the people of other countries. He also added that, as expected, the mass-produced angels were useless, but he managed to see the demonic artifact again and greeted the shaman. Raphael introduced himself and said that he was one of the 12 apostles of the Church of the Holy Angels. The sailors did not understand where he came from. Ashura blocked the princess's path and told her to duck. The girl thought that she knew that stronger enemies would probably go after them, but she couldn't believe that Fleur didn't notice the enemy right under his nose. Elizabeth said that it was an honor that the apostle himself had honored them with his presence, and asked what they had done to deserve such an honor. The apostle said that it was nothing special, just killing time. He said that he didn't care about them and added that he came to the shaman and asked them not to get underfoot. The woman said that this would not happen. They pointed their weapons at him. Elizabeth declared that this was her sea and her ship, and this guy was her important guest. She and her crew pointed their guns at him. She asked to stop her further bullying. Raphael said that he was scared and added that the kingdom, behind which the fallen angels were hiding. He stood up and added that the angels who had been cast out could at least encourage them. The woman said that they were not going to stand and wait to be killed. The captain ordered the sailors to fire from all guns. Apostle smiled, looking at the flying bullets. But suddenly all the bullets slowed down. Raphael grinned and said that it was brave and touched the bullet with his finger, and added that over several hundred years, people have developed more interesting weapons. He added that however this weapon is useless against angels. The apostle looked at them terribly and, touching the bullet, said that he was returning it. The bullets flew back in an instant. The bullets flew back, hitting the sailors and the captain, who, gritting her teeth, began to cover herself with her hands. She fell to her knees and clutched her side. The young man called her granny and ran to her. The woman, through the pain, told him not to call her that. The guy looked at her. People were lying on the deck of the ship, clutching their wounds. Raphael goes to Fleur, saying that he is finished with the commoners and is ready to start on the guy. The apostle noticed the girls and asked if she was by any chance the 7th princess of the White Pearl Kingdom, and added that the request to kill her had been postponed, and said that he would deal with her in advance. Hearing this, the puppy again transformed into a huge fire dog and rushed straight to the apostle, intending to attack him. Raphael looked and noticed that this was a sacred beast, and this was interesting. He extended his hand and said that, as he had already said, the guy shouted for it to stop. The dog felt hellish pain. Raphael said it was nothing special. He parried the dog's attack and threw it back. The young man caught the dog in his hands, which had become a steaming puppy again. The apostle clapped and said that he had a good reaction, as was in the report, and added that he was glad that finally there was someone in front of him who could probably be tested. The young man looked at him. Raphael steamed his wings and called his name, calling himself the Windy One, and asked him not to give up too quickly. The protagonist was furious and told Ashura and Prima to take care of the others. Prima began to treat the injured puppy with tears in her eyes. Raphael looked at the main character and said that he had a rare chance and asked if he wanted to ask him something. The apostle spread his wings and asked if he wanted to know about his demonic artifact or about the gates of hell, to which the guy around whom the flames were said that he was not interested. Prima and Ashura helped the wounded. Fleur confidently said that as long as he has a flame with which he can set it on fire, he is satisfied with everything. He pointed 2 fingers at him. The protagonist used his technique by launching a magical fire projectile at him. The apostle clapped his hands and asked about what he didn't understand. Clapping his hands again, a protective field called the Wind Waltz appeared around the angel and said that his so-called flame was just a spark for him. The young man was surprised. Having broken through the fiery projectile, he said that from the very beginning, they angels were born to resist the hellish flames. He pointed his hand at him using his technique. The guy gritted his teeth. The main character was hit with a powerful blow and thrown back a decent distance, breaking parts of the ships. The girls were worried. Fleer was surprised by such a powerful flow of wind, feeling wild pain from the collision. The sailor approached asking if he was okay. The guy shouted at them not to come closer as it was dangerous and told them to run to the main ship. The sailors agreed. The young man looked at the glove and asked what was wrong. He noticed that his fire projectile was simply dispersed and that this was the first time this had happened and wondered if he hadn't become stronger. Raphael flew into the air and said that it seemed like it was time to start worrying about others. He smiled creepily and used his next move called Wind Blade. The wind blades cut everything in their path. Parts of the ship flew in different directions. The guy covered his face and neck with his hands, but the wind blades hit him right in the stomach. The young man gritted his teeth in pain. The apostle said that he was already aware of his amazing fighting skills, however, he was very bad at close combat. He attacked him again and asked what he could do except shoot, and added that the data about him had been collected in full, thanks to the small angels. Fleer asked if he had sent different angels to him, to which Raphael said that it was his merit and he had heard that shamans were strong, so he decided to play it safe. The apostle added that it was unnecessary and noted that he did not live up to his expectations. The guy thought that his attacks were as strong as he was. Raphael asked if he was always like this and added that it was a problem and he wouldn't be able to have fun like that, but after that he smiled creepily, remembering something. The angel said that he had come up with a funny game and squeezed his fingers on his hand. Unexpectedly for everyone, in the calm surface of the sea, one of the ships began to slowly rise out of the water. With each passing second the ship rose higher and higher. Fleer looks at this in shock. Raphael said that the rules are simple, he will test him to the end. Several more rose into the air. The apostle said that for each attack of the guy he would sink one ship. There were 3 in total, and he added that so be it, the ship with the princess would be the last. The main character was furious at what he heard and flared up, asking with rage in his voice what he was doing. Raphael smiled and told him not to make such a scary face and added that there is nothing more fun than playing with human lives. The apostle spread his angelic wings, spread his arms to the sides and announced the beginning of the games. 3 ships hung in the air behind him. Fleur in flames looks at him. The angel with black wings mocked the guy and said that if he hit him even once, he would win and they would never meet again. But if the angel himself hits the guy one of 3 times, it will end badly. There are only 3 ships, and to protect the main ship, the young man can take no more than 2 hits otherwise. There would be casualties. Knowing he couldn't afford it, he decided he would get rid of the angel without taking a single blow. With that in mind, he charged into battle. The young man mentally asked his comrades to hold on. A battle in the air would clearly not be in his favor, and therefore, first, it was necessary to throw the angel down. But the angel only laughed, asking whether he should expect a stream of flame. He threw wind needles and swallows at the boy. The young man thought that since it was just wind, he couldn't burn it, so all he could do was dodge. The guy thought that the angel controls the wind with his hands, then even if the opponent is difficult, if you figure out his tricks, there is a chance to win. However, the winged man himself understood these thoughts. Thanks to such assumptions, he was able to catch the guy and hit him right in the stomach, honestly admitting that he was waving his arms just for show, without any meaning. He controlled the wind without any effort or tricks, so it would be impossible to see with the eyes. The angel noted that he had hit the target. He confirmed his words that it was not in vain that he spoke about punishment and blew up the first ship angrily, killing the frightened guy with a reaction. The ship sank sharply and the young man could only watch in horror, imagining how his loved ones were disappearing. The angel continued to laugh loudly and then noted that there were only 2 ships left, and if the shaman didn't try, his friends would become food for the local fish, and therefore the guy should become more serious. He was furious, not understanding what this angel wanted from him and how he had managed to annoy him. The man stopped laughing. He became very serious in an instant and said that the reason was that this guy had come down with the demon lord and was trampling the world with the power of Hellfire. He said that he couldn't let him walk free like this. It was his sacred duty as an angel to deal with him. And then he burst into loud laughter again at his own joke, noting how successful it had been, while the young man looked at him in surprise. After that, the angel honestly admitted that he had no special reasons. He just came to have fun, because there are fewer and fewer situations where he can use his power to the fullest, and therefore he thought that he could while away the time with this guy. And while the shaman was thinking about everything that had been said, the angel was already behind him and, putting his hand on him, asked if it was really possible to just leave his back open. The guy jumped up in surprise. He didn't understand when the angel managed to get behind him, and why, when the man suddenly flew in his direction, he realized that he had been caught again. It was a whisper of the wind. The angel continued to mock the boy because he had let his guard down and jumped into the air himself, which was extremely stupid. The next moment, wind needles were flying at him. Hundreds of needles pierced the guy's body, and even the armor did not save him. The man smiled. In this situation, there was no need to even count. The game was already over. Having said this, he aimed at the main ship. Realizing this, the young man shouted, asking him not to do this because that was where his friends were. The angel, pleased with himself, was already saying goodbye, slowly destroying the ship. He shouted both denial and the names of his friends, and in the shaman's head, Prima immediately appeared, to whom he promised that he would go on a journey with her, while the angel was enjoying what was happening. However, to the ringing and disgusting laughter of the angel, the entire ship quickly sank to the bottom, and the shaman could only watch silently. The young man regretted that he could do nothing at all for his loved ones, that he could not even protect them from Raphael and such a fate. He was terribly upset because he couldn't get to the angel and prevent all this, for which he mentally apologized to the entire crew. His flames proved powerless against this angel. The ship was sinking and the shaman himself was sinking. He had come back to life with such difficulty, but apparently this was the end. The guy remembered how he had promised that no matter what, he would protect the princess. He mentally apologized to Prima for not being able to keep his promise to her. However, someone thought his thoughts were charming and did not hesitate to say so out loud. The shaman looked around in surprise, looking for who said it. But the girl continued anyway. In her opinion, a young heart grieving for a young maiden is beautiful and worthy of respect. She added that love is such love. The lady sitting not far from the shaman joyfully spread her arms. She confessed that she was deeply touched by the feelings of the young man when he remembered this girl, and then asked if this could be considered the beginning of love. The guy froze in surprise. This woman seemed very pushy to him. Not wanting to offend her, he asked with interest who she was, but such an address clearly angered her. She told him that she was the demon queen, the second flame of hell, and if he decided to address her, he should speak appropriately. After all, she was the Ice Queen Aurora Cositas, who was going to lend this guy her power. When the shaman asked if she was friends with the roast rooster, her face twisted. She admitted that if she could, she would break all ties with him. She noted that everyone in their company except her was just uncouth boorish. Since the shaman seemed nice to her, she promised to help and not be stingy for him. However, the guy thanked her and said that her intentions were enough for him, which surprised the woman. He admitted that he fought Raphael from afar and the flames couldn't reach him. No matter how much stronger the fire became, if you couldn't hit the enemy, it simply didn't make sense. Aurora just said that the shaman was stupid. After all, her flame is the best, and if he understands it and can master it, he will never lose to someone like that bird. The boy was surrounded by flames. The Ice Queen explained that the glow of his pure love would satisfy her as a thank you for such generosity, and so she would grant him her second flame of hell. Pointing her finger, she said that the boy is still alive, so she hopes that he will be able to do something else. She will give him another chance through the power of love. The shaman himself was filled with determination and cast aside his doubts. Shipwrecks were floating on the surface of the water. Raphael was sitting on one of the wrecks. He was clearly upset because he had high hopes for the shaman of the gates of hell, but it turned out that this was all. He was surprised how they could be cornered by such a company. Having collected his thoughts, the angel stood up and was planning to go back. He needed to report to Aldebaran, but he noticed something interesting. His body was shaking and his teeth were almost chattering from the cold, but he could not understand at all what was happening. He noticed that something had happened, but suddenly the water behind him caught fire. When he turned around and noticed this, his eyes widened in shock. The entire sea began to freeze for no apparent reason, and the ice blocks looked more like tongues of frozen flame. Steam was coming out of the angel's mouth, and it was clear that the air temperature had dropped significantly. Raphael froze, not understanding what was happening. It was simply impossible. He quietly asked if this was a joke, to which he received a negative answer. The shaman, approaching the angel from behind, explained that this was the second flame of hell, the Ice Age. He intended to avenge all his comrades and therefore assured that the last round had begun. A first-class third-tier combat shaman, Valflir promised that he would never lose this time and would punish the angel for everything he had done. Raphael, standing in place, only hesitantly asked the shaman what it was, since he had never heard of such a thing. "Why is this flame blue? Shouldn't hellfire burn everything around it? That's just impossible." Covered in icy flames, Valflir admitted that he himself had no idea. After all, the blue granny had lent it to him, but this did not particularly worry the young man. Full of determination, he declared that it did not matter at all how he won this fight. The angel, who had not expected this, still stood there in complete shock. However, he quickly realized that standing still was not the way to go and took off into the sky. He confidently stated that the point was that the blue fire simply froze everything, nothing more and nothing less. But the angel was not ready to continue the fight, and so he said that he had enough entertainment for today and it was time for him to go back. Raphael reassured himself that nothing had changed, and even if the shaman tried to fire a stream of flame at him, it would still miss. He decided to return when he had collected more data about his new fire. However, something went wrong. A path appeared in front of the angel, heading straight towards the sky, along which Valflir was already confidently running upward. The angel was clearly surprised by how it was possible to create an ice path right in the air, but he did not receive an answer. The thing was that this flame could freeze absolutely everything because it was the flame of absolute zero, and including moisture in the air, and therefore angels having superiority in the sky will not be a problem. Rising closer to Raphael, the shaman grabbed him by the wing so that the angel could not stay in place. Raphael tried to cover himself with a wind shield, but it didn't help him at all. The shaman remembered Aurora's words. She said that if the guy could cope with the attacks in the sky, then the angel would become just a punching bag. The guy dealt a powerful blow to Raphael's face, causing blood to immediately gush out. The angel's glasses shattered into pieces and the fragments scattered around. The angel himself flew down from such a powerful blow. The shaman took aim to strike again. Raphael consoled himself with the thought that the guy was just lucky. He was about to take a pose for flight, but he couldn't. His wing wouldn't obey. Raphael realized with horror that the wing the shaman had rolled down earlier had frozen and was beginning to crumble. But he didn't have much time to think, and Valflir had already struck the next blow. The angel flew down at a rapid speed, and at great speed he flew into the frozen water, causing it to immediately crack and scatter around the area. The shaman asked if Raphael understood that he was faster, even if the angel was flying. As long as there was somewhere to die, the young man would not lose, and therefore suggested surrender. The angel opened his eyes, his face twisted with anger. A column of wind appeared around him, and the angel himself declared that the jokes were over, since the shaman had to hear something from Martial. Namely, that angels above the 8th rank have their own shrine. A shaman should consider it an honor to be able to see it. The maddened angel promised to show his true power. 3 spears hovered above his head. It was the storm of the gospel. Breathing heavily and with a wolfish grin, the angel said that he would bring down punishment on the boy in the name of the 12 apostles of the Church of the Holy Angels. The shaman only threw down a challenge. He is ready to respond to this with the recently acquired power of the second flame of hell. The shaman focused his energy and directed the knife-sharp ice spikes towards the angel, using a powerful and rapid flow. To which Raphael responded with his wind shield. The two elements clashed in a fierce duel, creating a whirlwind and shards of ice flying around, each side trying to gain the upper hand. The angel smiled and noted that it had been quite a while since he had actually tried to defend himself with all his might, and he found the sensation incredibly exciting and fun. He laughed like he was going crazy. Fortunately, the shaman had a constant idea in his head of how exactly to use the various techniques. However, it is worth noting that despite this inner understanding and readiness for action, Raphael's spears still inspired fear. It was clear from the start that the power of an angel who could manipulate wind greatly increased their accuracy. Even if he had to attack his opponents with ice, he would be able to destroy that attack without much effort. Under these circumstances, it is very likely that the shaman risks being left with a trump card which could seriously undermine his position. That is why he urgently needs a plan to avoid being left in a vulnerable position. Raphael said that his true strength should not be underestimated. The divine wind of the gospel materializes the wind it creates into spears, and therefore the power of one spear is the true power of the wind itself, which is so powerful that it is capable of destroying entire cities and destroying everything in its path. The shaman, full of amazement, simply stood there, unable to believe what was happening, since he had never imagined that this phenomenon could be something related to materialization. And in the meantime, the angel had already directed a couple of windy spears in his direction. The shaman decided to fight off the spears with the help of the second flame of hell, and it seems he even figured out how. He created an ice killer whale. At first glance, this step looked quite ambitious and perhaps even desperate. However, Raphael, having met such a manifestation of magic, only laughed loudly at the fact that the young man decided to protect himself from his sacred thing with something like this. The spears, confidently and with complete determination cutting through the ice animal, quickly headed towards the shaman, without slowing down at all. They pierced the guy, penetrating through him. The angel laughed. The guy now reminded him of a shashlik, and when he was already sure of his victory, unexpectedly, the young man grinned in response. He held the spears in his hands and haughtily noted that his teacher's strikes were much faster. Raphael was surprised by this, but the young man explained that since these spears were materialized wind, it could be caught. And if you can touch it, then freezing it is not a problem. After these words, the angel tried to stop the guy, but he still did what he had planned. He froze the spears, after which they scattered around the area as pieces of ice. The guy was pleased with the work done, but Raphael could not contain his anger because this was done to his shrine. The angel, realizing that he still had one spear left, was going to pierce him from afar so that the young man could not touch him, but suddenly he felt something strange. These were massive ice chains that tightly wrapped around the angel's figure like steel shackles, preventing his movement. The shaman, demonstrating all his strength and abilities, pulled Raphael towards himself with incredible effort. The guy who used the demonic artifact repeated his words about being faster than an angel, and at the same time he continued to drag on. Unquenchable chain in Scandinavian mythology, the throne of the god Odin. With its help, the shaman attracted Raphael to himself, who could no longer resist. The chains that tightly and rigidly wrapped around the guy's body were squeezed with force, causing his every movement to turn into an excruciating ordeal, causing unbearable pain and discomfort. When he was already at a sufficient distance, the youth used the secret technique of the second flame of hell. The desperate angel finally realized what a shaman of the gates of hell meant. The guy sent a boundless impulse at the angel and he frozen with horror on his face. The last thing he managed to think was that he clearly shouldn't have messed with this guy. The shaman, feeling a surge of pride and satisfaction, was pleased to realize that he had managed to achieve his goal and take revenge on the offender who had taken his friends. It turned out that someone was closely watching what was happening, and this observation caused him a clear feeling of disappointment. Aurora, watching everything from the side, admired the guy. He had just received her flame and already handles it so deftly, it seems she is falling in love. The burnt rooster, as the shaman calls him, said that if she at her age is looking at young guys, then it is simply a shame. But Aurora quickly found something to answer and said that now it has been proven in practice that her flame is stronger. But the interlocutor objected to her. In his opinion, the guy simply did not fully master his fire. But what will the shaman do, now that the shaman found himself alone among the icy expanses and scattered shipwrecks? He had many questions and thoughts. The young man sat on an ice floe. The sea had already begun to melt, and he himself remembered his comrades. He was terribly sad that he was again left alone for no apparent reason. He even thought that he had just said goodbye to his second life. The boy noticed that he was tired. However, suddenly he noticed a light. A small red light seemed to be descending towards the water. From him, like a miraculous creature, the entire sea melted and thick steam rose above its surface, creating an atmosphere of mystery and magic. The water suddenly began to catch fire and quickly became simply unbearably hot. As a result of this rapid process, all the ice that had previously been around instantly melted, and now only a small piece of ice remained. He immediately realized that this fire was not his. Unexpectedly, a girl with snow-white wings appeared not far from the guy. Turning to the shaman of the hellish gates, she declared that he had charmed her with his flame. He turned around and saw a beautiful lady floating in the air, and the fire seemed to be a part of her, causing no harm at all. The shaman was surprised by the appearance of the stranger. It seemed she was another angel. The girl grabbed Raphael and lifted him up. The man addressed her as Michael and noted that she saved him. The girl, disappointed, replied that everything that happened was a terrible shame. Using the powers given to her by all the apostles, Michael demoted Raphael to the 7th rank of angels. The guy was only indignant, but he was quickly shut up. She assured that when they returned, Raphael would be publicly punished by Aldebaran. Meanwhile, the shaman was thinking about what to do. He couldn't just talk to this girl. She introduced herself as one of the 12 apostles of the Church of the Holy Angels, the fiery Michael. Noticing that the guy was about to attack, she asked if he was interested in whose flame was stronger. She extended her hand and stopped the guy, assuring him that there was no need to hurry. She asked the young man's name, and then he introduced himself as Floor. The girl promised that she would remember this name, but now she had to go because she still had to deliver the barely alive Raphael back. She added that they would have time to talk again, and this time there would be a truce since, fortunately, everything did not end in the worst possible way for both sides. This statement surprised the shaman. Wasn't it in the worst possible way, of course? Michael assured that the next time they met, she would burn his flame to ashes. Fleer called the girl to ask what she meant, but apart from a rude remark that she shouldn't be called that, nothing came in response. She shouted a dies and disappeared into the sky, and the shaman froze in place anxiously. He thought that Mika simply did not know that Raphael had gotten rid of everyone. That was why he was saying that. However, suddenly something huge burst out of the sea, knocking the shaman off his feet and breaking the ice floe he was standing on. Flying through the air, he screamed in surprise and the fact that he was already tired of being surprised today. Something floated out of the very depths of this sea. The shaman thought that it did not look like something alive and, not knowing what to do, decided to try to simply set it on fire. However, the door on the deck opened and a girl ran out of it. It turned out to be Princess Prima, who, unable to hold back her tears of joy, jumped straight into the water, into Fleer's arms. She hugged the guy tightly, not calculating her strength. Like a dropped bomb, she created a huge wave and a violent reaction from the sea. Everyone looked around happily. Some asked the princess not to behave so recklessly, and some were surprised at how great the power of love was that it allowed one of the apostles to be defeated. The shaman held the princess, but he still couldn't come to his senses. He was happy and at the same time confused about what had happened and why the guys were alive. Eliza said that in front of him was a special technology that only the Blue Sapphire Kingdom had, a submarine. It was always nearby in case something happened to the ships. Thanks to the guy distracting the enemy, everyone managed to evacuate. The princess, in the arms of the shaman, admitted that she was very scared, and not even of the angel, but of the fact that something could happen to Fleer right before her eyes. And after these words, she began to cry even harder. She asked him not to break the promise he made to her on the beach about traveling together. The young man assured that he would keep his word, of course. He was very glad that everyone remained safe. A little later, when the journey continued, the shaman was asked what had happened during the battle. Eliza said that when they wanted to return to the surface, the sea was covered with ice. As far as she knew, an angel was not capable of such a thing. The shaman admitted that it happened because of him. He admitted that he used the second flame of hell for the first time and therefore overdid it with freezing. The girls looked at each other in surprise. Is this really a new trick? You can't freeze with fire. Prima asked if she understood correctly that the shaman of the word made his flame stronger, and upon hearing a positive answer, she smiled happily and said that he was simply inimitable. The young man decided to check on the wounds of Eliza and the others, but the girl assured him that everything was fine. Eliza assured that Prima's miraculous healing power had done its job. The girl could not even imagine that she would experience such rare magic. The princess reminded that she did not want anyone to know about her power. Fleer wondered why the girl was hiding such strength, but decided that since she wasn't talking, there was no point in asking. The door opened. It was one of the guys on the ship. He ran to the guys and said that there was land ahead, which meant they were at the kingdom of Blue Sapphire. While they were looking for a port, the shaman, unable to contain his joy, shouted loudly. Everyone grabbed their heads and covered their ears at such a sharp sound. After all, the sound resonates inside the submarine. The guy awkwardly apologized for what he did by accident. The inspired young man was already inviting everyone to see the sights in the port and try the local seafood. However, his joy was interrupted by Eliza, who reminded him that their arrival here was illegal, which meant they could not do such things. Initially, they were going to leave the boys in the port, hidden among the cargo, but under current conditions they will have to enter by a roundabout route and disembark them. There they will be met in top secret by the 7th Prince of the Blue Sapphire Kingdom, Jishu. Eliza warned that this was a big risk, because if the prince changed his mind, it would not be limited to him simply reporting to the king. Ashura assured that she was sure that everything would go smoothly. When the shaman asked why she thought so, the girl replied that she had met him while she was protecting the princess. Not only is he the 7th prince of this kingdom, but he is also Princess Primavera's fiancé. Primavera and her companions were greeted warmly after their long journey. They were told that only a few people in the kingdom knew about this port, as it was on the other side of the island, so the heroes could rest easy. The hooded man bowed respectfully and introduced himself as the messenger of Jisha and said that he would accompany them. Ashura warned that she would be leaving for a short time. She approached Elizabeth and thanked her for her help. The girl, turning to Prima, said that if she needed any help, she could safely contact her. And finally, Eliza turned to the shaman. She threw him a strange scroll as a sign of gratitude for saving her and the crew. The young man wanted to refuse because he had done nothing of the sort, but when he saw that it was interrupted. It was a weapon used on the ship. The boy asked if he could really take it, to which he received an affirmative answer and an explanation that it was a sign of their gratitude and respect. And Eliza added that the man who took this gun in his hands must tie himself to her, and therefore he must marry her. But since no one understood such humor, the girl immediately explained that she was just joking. Prima's company said goodbye to Eliza and her crew, and then set off on the journey that their assistant led them along, Jishi. The shaman bragged about what a cool thing he had been given. Prima was happy for the guy, but Ashura was skeptical because she thought that the young man didn't need him. But he admitted that he had already thought that he really would have to get married. But then he remembered that Prima had distinguished herself too, because he had not even suspected of her engagement. The girl decided to explain herself despite her embarrassment and awkwardness. This engagement was a decision of the allied kingdoms, so now that the princess is here as a refugee, it is unlikely to be valid. Therefore, the girl was unsure whether Geisha would help her with immigration. Ashura explained that it was she who suggested going to the Blue Sapphire Kingdom. She thought that Prince Geisha would help the princess despite her current status. Although she had only seen him once, she had clearly understood something from just one glance. He was crazy about the princess, and the girl understood her completely. Only for the sake of the princess, she restrained herself from vile thoughts. Well, for a start, it was not bad that they were allowed to meet him personally, Prima thought. The shaman realized that they would have to negotiate. Ashura did not retreat. She was absolutely confident in Gish. After all, they were called to meet him. However, the man who was leading them suddenly stopped in the middle of a small area and said they had come to the right place. The company thought that this place, which looked more like an abandoned village, would be ideal. This whole matter was of the highest importance. They couldn't allow anyone to see them. Ashura noted that this place was indeed well suited for a secret meeting. The shaman remained silent, as if sensing a catch, and the princess asked where Jishia was. The escort, without turning to the company, explained that his master was not there, which clearly surprised Fleer. Half turning, the unknown man admitted that the decision on this issue was completely entrusted to him. Suddenly, a huge spear burst out from under his cloak and flew straight at Fleer. The girls were worried about their friend, but the man in the lash was determined. The shaman stepped back. It became clear that he had managed to react by making himself some kind of ice armor. However, he admitted that it was close, but he did not understand at all where one could hide such a long spear. The man in the cloak continued to spin his weapon, and in the meantime, Ashura began to get angry and ask what he was going to do. The man with the spear ignored the girl's words and turned to the shaman, speaking about the rumors that his skills had forced the apostle to retreat. The young man asked if they were going to get rid of them right here, and then clarified that it turned out that from the very beginning it was from Jisha, and he had not intended to talk to Princess Prima. The stranger turned out to be a girl who stated that negotiations had already begun. Everyone froze in amazement. However, apparently someone was watching everything that was happening from the slope, calmly sipping something sweet. It was the seventh prince of the Blue Sapphire Kingdom himself. He watched, waiting to see what they could do. He took a sip without looking away from the spectacle. And then he turned his gaze to the princess. He admitted that he missed Prima. The shaman asked the girl to finish already because if this continues, he can seriously hurt her. But the guy's actions angered her. He does not use Hellfire as if he is trying to humiliate her. But in fact, he simply believed that it is dangerous to use it against people. The girl shouted because she didn't like being underestimated like that. Prima awkwardly said that it was quite expected. Fleer defeated the enemy with a long spear with his bare hands, although the enemy's fighting skills were nothing more than strange. The girl in the cloak furiously declared that this was far from all. The inspection simply could not end there. Footsteps were heard behind the girl, and then an order to stop. It was Jisha who came down from his hiding place and assured them that they had passed the test first, and then smiled. He spread his arms and greeted Primavera, admitting that he missed her. The offended princess asked why the guy was doing this. He promised that he would accept them. He asked sternly, and if this was all his revenge for breaking off the engagement, what then? Ashura explained that it was a matter of circumstances, but the shaman interrupted her. He asked the guy to stop meaningless talk because he himself invited Prima to his kingdom. Fleer was furious if this was all really true and the prince had done this just to get revenge. Then it was simply disgusting. The prince exhaled heavily. He realized that the shaman was very kind, which meant that Jisha didn't have a chance. Jisha bowed and bowed to the Primavera company, apologizing for the harsh greeting, surprising everyone. He asked to forgive him for this rudeness. Prima awkwardly asked him to raise his head because everything was fine and she was not angry. Without raising his head, the young man assured her that the princess should believe him because all this was done only for her sake. Standing up, he explained that in order to be in this country, proof of residence permit was required. The king had recently issued this decree. Primavera very well as she fled from her kingdom and their engagement was annulled. And in this, his father sees a disregard for the legitimate relations with his kingdom. And therefore, the princess will not be able to live in the kingdom of Blue Sapphire. All the guys were upset, not believing that the prince could not influence in any way. And to everyone's surprise, Jisha said that he actually had a plan. They can do a favor for the king and negotiate with him on that basis. And having explained how they can do this, the young man assured them that the trump card is already here. The prince, turning to the shaman, said that he wanted to entrust this to him. If Fleer carried out the task and everything went smoothly, Prima would finally gain her freedom. The shaman was skeptical of this request. He considered this prince suspicious. However, Jisha again turned to the princess with apologies for having treated her so cruelly. He knelt down and kissed Primavera's hand, assuring her that it was all just a trifle and that even now he loved her. He doesn't care at all that his feelings are one-sided, which is why he swears his love with all his heart and asks for permission to help her in any way he can in the future. The girl awkwardly thanked the guy and the shaman was convinced that Jisha was a good guy, but Ashura did not share his views. The prince stood up and said that it was time to show them his trump card. The girl, who had previously held a huge spear, carefully led a small boy out to the guys. The shaman asked who this child was, to which Jisha said that it was his younger brother and asked Fleer to accompany Nia to the king of the Red Ruby. The girls were surprised. Why would they send a child to such a place? The kingdom of the Red Ruby is also called the country of the Red Desert. The shaman was upset. He had just arrived in the kingdom of the Blue Sapphire. The girl in the cloak suggested to refuse the assignment if the young man was so scared. Since it was Jisha's idea, the girl did not even doubt, but she did not know the shaman. Having said this, she confidently threw off her hood and looked angrily at the shaman. The prince finally introduced this girl. She is a bodyguard, the holy knight Rachel, and added that she will help him. The shaman even seemed interested in the possibility of going on a new journey with new people. The shaman stretched tiredly, driving away the remnants of sleep. The boys were already standing at the port, ready to set off on a journey. Jishia apologized for sending the boys so early because it was necessary to avoid prying eyes. The shaman confidently assured him that he was used to it, because when he lived with the teacher, he got up every day before dawn. The prince thanked Fleer for agreeing to carry out his assignment, but the young man again said not to worry because he had long ago decided that he would travel around the world. Just yesterday, Primavera asked how this could have happened since the youngest of the princes was Jisha, but he explained that this was only official, but since the matter was absolutely secret, he could not tell more. The guy asked to trust him because if the matter ends well, then they will all be free, and therefore he relies on Fleer, knowing that everything will be fine with Nia as long as the shaman is with him. The prince admitted that he would now be in debt to the shaman, but the young man reassured him because he was ready to do this for Prima, and besides, with the addition to the company, it would only become more fun. But Jisha stopped the guy's reasoning, considering that Ashura and Prima were in danger. They had no need to go anywhere, and therefore they remained here, in the kingdom of Blue Sapphire. Fleer was already confidently walking to the ship with a bag of things. The prince promised him that he would hide Primavera and take responsibility for her so that the shaman would not worry. But the guy was interrupted by a scream. Someone was calling him by name. It was Prima and Ashura who came running to see the guy off. They were clearly in a hurry to make it on time. The young man said that they could have not seen him off, but Prima did not agree because he was going on a journey for her sake. Ashura added that the guy should not forget that the princess's future now depends only on him. He is strong but too straightforward. It is important that no one can take advantage of this. The girl extended her hand to the boy and assured him that he could not worry and focus on his mission, and then added that it would not hurt him to become stronger. Prima called the guy and said that she should take all the responsibility, and therefore she felt awkward that he was putting everything on his shoulders. The girl was about to say that she had to go with him, but the guy interrupted her by putting his hand on her head. He promised that he would finish the task and return immediately, and then they would go on adventures together again. And so he asked only to wait for him, and the princess, smiling brightly, promised that she would do it. She assured that instead of SS Ashuroi will be waiting for his return. Jishia wished him luck at the end. And then the shaman finally climbed on board ready to go, and it seems someone was already tired of waiting. The bodyguard sat on a box and looked at the guy with displeasure, while Nia sat next to her reading his book. Rachel asked the guy to concentrate already, because this trip is not just entertainment. The shaman extended his hand, inspired by the fact that this time his companions would be these two, and introduced himself as Valfleer, but the girl only sternly turned her head away, making it clear that she did not approve of this. Traveling with him was only part of her mission, so she wasn't going to play friends with the shaman. The guy froze in place at such rudeness, looking at the girl in surprise. He asked her if she was mad that he had beaten her yesterday, and then gave up trying to get along with her and decided to get along with Nier. He extended his hand to the boy and smiled, which scared him greatly. When he asked what Nia was reading, the boy threw the book away and rushed to his bodyguard, who immediately threw her spear sharply at the shaman. She angrily asked what the young man had done with her master, and when he said that he had just wanted to get to know her, the girl assured him that they did not need that. Hugging the boy tightly, she said that the boy only needed to protect the master until the arrival of the Red Ruby in the kingdom, and therefore he should just try to bother him as little as possible. Nia had some redness on her forehead, which made the girl immediately order an antiseptic to be brought to her. Fleer was surprised at how much she reminded him of Ashura. However, this situation reminded him of the time when he was just setting out on his journey with Primavera. He asked the princess to wait for him. Even though the adventure was different from what the shaman had imagined, his heart fluttered as he looked into the distance, in the direction of the ship. He was excited about what was to come, and his first target would be the Red Ruby Kingdom. Little Nier didn't understand why he had to go through all this. He didn't want to leave the house or go anywhere. Everyone except Rachel seemed so scary to him, even Fleur, who became his bodyguard. Nia was shaking with fear, and even though Rachel was holding him, he wanted to go home terribly. Meanwhile, the sailors were fighting the monster. It was a huge serpent, the master of these waters, Leviathan. Rachel did not expect that they would swim into his territory. What was the navigator thinking about? The boy fell to his knees in fear. He burst into tears of fear, of course, because that was why he did not want to leave the house and go out into this world. Suddenly, a shaman came out to them who admired the appearance of this snake despite the boy's tears. With one movement of his hand, Fleer turned the huge monster into a block of ice. While everyone was amazed, he noted that if Prima were here, she would definitely offer to eat this huge snake. The young man took out the weapon given to him by Eliza and fired straight at the Leviathan, causing it to immediately shatter into small pieces. The shaman noted that now he would have something to tell about the adventures and asked to call in case something happened again. He walked up to Rachel and Nia and asked them if they were okay, because there were so many different creatures in the world and it was very interesting. But Nia was too scared and couldn't stand it. His pants were hung on the line to dry, and the boy himself shamefully apologized to Rachel. The shaman said it was shameful because he thought Nia was just surprised. Rachel asked him not to say that because the gentleman was only 6 years old and during that time he had never left the Jishi villa. The shaman said that when he was 6 years old, he was told to survive in the jungle on his own for 7 days. Rachel asked not to compare Nia to herself. And she also noted that it would be worthwhile to show more respect to the gentleman. Suddenly Nia turned to the shaman, drawing attention to himself. The boy awkwardly asked what he needed to do to become as brave. He admitted that he really wanted to become as strong as the shaman. Rachel rushed to the boy and asked what he was saying. She could not allow him to fall under the influence of this man. Her words received indignation from both the boy and the culprit of such words. Hugging the child tightly, Rachel stated that Fleer's mere existence was already spoiling her master, because he should continue to be as sweet as he is. She is sure that he does not need to become stronger at all, because she will protect Nia from any dangers. The shaman noted, but did not dare to say out loud, that the girl is clearly overprotective. But the boy pushed the bodyguard away and ran to the shaman. He asked to listen to him because he did not want to be so weak and whiny anymore. Fleer thought that he was a completely normal, frail boy, but seeing the determination in Nier's eyes, he realized that he had made a mistake in his conclusions. Jisha didn't really tell him anything about this guy, but there were probably reasons for that. The shaman remembered himself and how he, as a little boy, asked his teacher for the same thing. Fleer admitted that he was not good enough to teach combat techniques, but if Nia wanted to talk, the shaman would always be happy. Meanwhile, Rachel lay on the floor, upset, believing that her master now hated her. Fleer immediately put forward the first condition, stating that now he can't be afraid and if the boy continues to do this, he will never become strong. The shaman explained that first the boy needs to learn to trust him, because trust is one of the aspects of strength. The boy promised that he would obey his teacher, although the shaman did not agree with the title of teacher, as did Rachel. As Fleer began to tell a story from his experience, they were suddenly interrupted by a sailor who had found them with difficulty and wanted to tell them something important. He said that they had almost arrived at the Red Ruby Kingdom. Fleer shouted joyfully. He was excited about the adventure and was already full of impatience. His enthusiasm was supported by Nier, clenching his fists. At the same time, on the other side of the sea, the princess, looking at the magnificent view from the window, wondered how Fleer was doing. Prima thought about when she would finally be able to get rid of her pursuers, then nothing would limit her anymore. The princess really wanted to go on a trip as soon as possible. She was worried and hoped that the guy would return soon. When Prima turned around, she saw Ashura in a bathing suit, which made her immediately ask what she was wearing. Ashura had come to invite the princess to the beach. She explained that if Prima continued to dwell on her melancholy, she would simply fall into depression. The princess had escaped from the kingdom of the White Pearl and, albeit with some restrictions, had gained independence. In preparation for the next adventure, the assistant advised to rest despite the boredom. Ashura assured them that they shouldn't worry Prince Jishu anymore since he had done so much to help them gain their freedom. And since they were already talking about it, Ashura had something to say. She tugged at the princess's dress, assuring her that she would make her go out and have some fun, and therefore asked her to put on a swimsuit, but this clearly embarrassed the princess. Ashura said that she really wanted to see the princess in a swimsuit, to which Prima assured that this was clearly the girl's original goal. From the excess of emotions and Ashura's pressure, Prima could not stand it and hit her. There was a knock at the door. It was Jisha, asking if he would disturb the princess, to which she merely apologized for the noise. Seeing the small basket, the girl asked what was in it. It turned out that Jisha had made the sandwiches himself. He invited Prima to take a walk with him along the beach because she had looked so sad the last few days, so he decided to cheer her up. He wanted to be her support because he couldn't look at her upset face. The girl thought that she had acted selfishly. Even though she was only an ex-fiancé, Jishia never stopped caring about her. With these thoughts, the girl smiled and agreed to go. The prince called her to go right away but asked what was wrong with Ashura, and then Prima simply replied that she needed to be given some rest. And for some time, a stranger watched all this, sitting on the window. When Ashura woke up, she immediately jumped up in search of the princess. The girl sitting opposite explained that she had gone for a walk. The girl, having comfortably settled on the sofa, greeted Ashura and then apologized. Ashura quickly recognized her. It was the assassin Kuron. But the girl herself was not worried and only noted that it was worth making iced tea. It is interesting how she refused here because there is a guard outside, but among the assassins she is the best and therefore security of this level is nothing to her. In addition, she said that she can distinguish classes by smell, and if she knows where they ran off to, she can easily find them. Ashura suddenly rushed to look for the princess, who is probably with Jisha now, but the girl stopped her, pointing out that she should get dressed first. She was about to break free and run, but Kuron also had an important matter for her. She came about the task that was entrusted to her. She asked to report to her family that Prima had left this world. The assistant sternly asked what had happened. Kuron told how something unexpected happened a few days ago while she was watching from the street. Her boss and part-time customer Funi was being taken away by guards. This girl was the first princess and therefore loudly asked if the guards knew who she was. The girl was caught for sending a petition to the angels to get rid of her own younger sister, because all the evidence pointed straight to her. The third prince, Winda, assured that if such news reached their father, it would clearly sadden him. Even within the family, such an attitude towards the royal person was a sin. Funi justified herself by saying that Prima was dangerous and that all this was done only for them, all the brothers and sisters. The prince mercilessly ordered the girl to be taken away and summed it up quite happily, minus one more contender for the throne. He tore up the paper he showed as evidence, pleased with himself. His stupid sister had fallen for the fake evidence and confessed to everything herself. The guard asked if Vinda would send the petition to the church, but that was not part of the prince's plans. He sternly assured that the hunt for the Prima continued thanks to Funi, and he allegedly knew nothing about the affairs of the elder sister. Thus, the guy was going to get rid of two birds with one stone. This is exactly what Kuron said after overhearing the conversation. Ashura was furious. The girl called herself the best of the best, but did not change the situation. Kuron advised not to leave the kingdom of Blue Sapphire for some time. However, Ashura was thinking about something else. As soon as the princess gained freedom, this happened. We'll have to start all over again. Kuron assured that everything will be fine because in this kingdom there is a fallen angel, around whom even the Church of Holy Angels tiptoes. Ashura jumped up again and took her clothes and ran. She intended to ask the prince to introduce them to the fallen angel, because while Fleer was not with them, one unforeseen situation would clearly not be enough. Assassin froze in surprise and then asked again if Ashura meant that same Prince Jishu. The girl answered that everything was exactly so because at the moment he was covering for them. Her face seemed thoughtful since this prince is the closest to the king. There are many rumors about him in Kuron's circle, especially bad ones, and therefore the assassin advised to be careful with him and keep your ears open. Although it may be true that this is just a rumor, because now the princess was simply calmly enjoying lunch on the beach. The boys walked under the scorching sun, but it only amused Fleer. He did not think that the desert really was only sand. Rachel asked if Fleer was worried that he would get sunburned. The shaman replied that it didn't bother him much since he was a fire mage, but Rachel noted that in his case it wasn't the only reason. The shaman moved the cloth aside and asked how Nia was feeling, but it seemed that the boy was really sick from the heat. He was lying there, dripping with sweat. Stood up bravely and said that he was perfectly fine. But the shaman asked the boy not to strain himself so much. Fleer took the towel and used his second ice flame on it. When he returned the towel to the prince's head, he beamed with joy. He was so happy about this continuation. The shaman meanwhile asked Rachel if they would soon arrive at their destination, to which he received a negative answer. For some reason, they couldn't just take the normal route on this mission. They would cross the desert, stopping at several towns along the way, and it would take about 30 days. The shaman was clearly unhappy with this. Of course, after 30 days the desert would obviously get boring, but Rachel asked not to relax because the desert was filled with terrible monsters. She also added that due to the influence of the harsh environment, the monsters here are cruel and very strong. They are clearly not lower than A rank. The surprised shaman then asked what that meant. The girl then explained that the classification of magical beasts by strength was established by the Adventurers Guild, but the shaman had never heard of it before. Fleer summed it up and said that there would be no time to get bored, which caused the girl's displeasure. She said that the guy seemed to not care about what was happening. Fleer handed the girl a glass of cold water, which he himself had cooled, and offered to drink and cool down. The girl hesitantly took the water, but suddenly Rakuta screamed loudly. Rachel tried to understand why he was angry, and then Nia, sticking his head out of the cart, suggested that he also wanted cold water. Rakuta drank the water greedily, but there was nothing surprising about it. He was tormented by thirst like all the travelers. The shaman praised the boy for his guess. Nia noted that it was just his imagination, so he assumed that. Then the girl said that Rakuta is a magical beast. It is resistant to heat and will not let you down when crossing the desert. The girl added that his species is classified as E rank. Therefore, they are often hunted by other magical beasts, and therefore travelers also become the target of predators. Suddenly, they noticed something tearing up the sand, rushing straight towards them. As they got closer, a sand pig jumped out from the sand at them, which is Birang's magical beast, and it was definitely targeting Rakuta. Rachel told the boy to be careful because this beast is as dangerous as the snake that lives in the western lands. However, the shaman's trace had already gone cold. The boy used sand and the first flame of fire to kick a sand-fire tornado. When the beast was fried, Fleer declared that it was time for a snack. Nia happily admired the shaman's strength, but to his great regret, he overcooked it so much that not even the bones remained. But a group of people noticed a suspicious explosion. The boy was holding the fang in his hands, upset, wondering if it was edible, but it was obvious it wasn't. Suddenly, the group that had recently approached started yelling at the travelers. The group complained that the boys stole their extermination work, which was obviously humiliating. The team asked what rank the boys were in the Adventurers Guild. Rachel was clearly not happy that they had the misfortune of running into troublesome boys. One of the men pulled out a card and proudly held it out, declaring that they were rank 4 adventurers, and this quest was their ticket to promotion to rank 3. They furiously demanded compensation for the damage, although they did not understand how this happened. The shaman was surprised, not understanding at all whether he had done something wrong, but Rachel told him to just ignore it. There was no point in getting involved with these people, which meant they could go. The company of seekers was indignant because only ashes remained from the monster. However, one of the guys noticed a whole and almost undamaged fang in the guy's hands. They demanded that since there was nothing left, he give them this fang. The guys happily talked about how they had the 3rd rank in their pocket. The man in armor said that they got off easy because if they were adventurers, they would definitely have been taught a lesson. They angrily told the shaman not to show his face. Then Nia ran out and asked if everything was all right with his companions. The girl rushed to hug the boy and apologized for the fact that the gentleman had to see such horror. The shaman noted that these adventurers were not the most pleasant people. The Adventurers Guild is an organization with strongholds all over the world, but in essence it is filled with bandits and other outlaws. Their main principle is that if you have the strength to become an adventurer, you will be accepted. And adventurers do not actually obey the laws of states. And although this was annoying, but still, it does not matter how hard you try, everything depends only on your luck. Nia overheard Rachel's speech and repeated her curse word, to which the girl immediately assured him that he did not need to repeat it. After that, the group moved on. They continued moving through the desert without any problems. And when they finally arrived at the first transit city planned for their journey, to the guy's surprise it turned out to be completely empty, although it did not look abandoned. The group wanted to ask someone where they could stay, but they noticed a huge building and decided to go there with the question. But the guys froze, realizing that this was the office of the Adventurers Guild. Loud conversations and laughter could be heard from the building. Rachel explained that this was a place where requests from people were accepted and given out as quests. It seemed that this guild was also a place where horrible people gathered. Rachel decided that there was no point in even stopping here and that they could safely move on. But the shaman resolutely went inside the building, which is what Nia told the girl. The young man boldly opened the door and greeted everyone present. Fleer immediately asked if anyone could suggest a tavern where he could stay, which attracted the attention of the stern men. Rachel yelled at the guy for not listening to her at all, but the shaman replied that they had no choice at all because there was nowhere else to go. However, someone noticed the newcomers. Fleer recognized those same unpleasant individuals, and they were clearly angry at such a meeting. How dare they just show up here? Because of them, these adventurers never received a promotion because that fang was not considered proof of getting rid of the pig. Fleer's company for this and therefore demanded retribution. The shaman himself did not understand what was being discussed since they had not done the task, so now they could try again without cheating. The man grabbed the shaman by his clothes and promised that if he continued to underestimate him, he would quickly be shown where his place was. The guild members laughed merrily at the attempts to show off their strength from the 4th rank. Fleer exhaled. It didn't seem like this could be resolved peacefully, so he apologized, but the adventurers weren't ready to let him go that easily. Unexpectedly, Prince Nia boldly grabbed the man's leg and asked him to let the shaman go. The boy was ready to apologize instead of Fleer in order to be released, which made the shaman and Rachel worry. But this only made the man more angry, and he looked at the child with contempt. He abruptly stepped on him, telling him not to come any closer. Everyone laughed even more because Nia fell from such a light blow and Jigoku was only pleased with his actions. Fleer could not leave this unpunished and therefore made a lunge towards Jigoku. He hit the man with less than his full strength, sending him flying back several meters. He said Rachel was right, adventurers were just disgusting. The guild members were shocked that the shaman would get into a fight with them, and they angrily promised that they would not let him off easy because he was an ordinary person. Fleer asked his companions how they were, to which Rachel screamed that her master had a split lip and she would never forgive it. However, a huge figure was coming forward. It turned out that the head of the guild, Chief Muscle, came down to them and asked what was going on. As soon as he appeared, one of the guild members immediately started shouting, complaining about the shaman and his sudden attack on Jigoku. Jigoku decided that now the guild leader would personally punish Fleer because he was one of the strongest adventurers of the highest class. However, the leader cautiously approached the guy. And then he grabbed his subordinate by the head, squeezing it tightly, justifying this by the fact that Jigoku first appropriated someone else's success on a mission, and then also got into a fight with an honest man. He decided that the guild didn't need people like him and threw him out the window, driving him away from this place, while Jigoku's comrades looked on in surprise. Chief Musculus called the shaman and his companions with a smile, saying that he had something to talk to them about. He was incredibly calm and combed his hair, neatly laying it on his head. When they were already in the office, he told them that the members of the guild were hot-tempered guys, all of them, as if selected. Because of this, the boss allows them to let off some steam sometimes, but attacking honest and simple people is, for him, absolutely unacceptable behavior. However, the chief does not consider the shaman, Nia, and Rachel to be ordinary guys. The travelers are slightly tense, and having decided to ask anyway, the shaman inquired what the man wants from them. He said that they just wanted to know where they could find an inn or something like that. The guild leader admits that he thinks that Fleer is very strong, probably even stronger than him. So he offers him a job. However, Rachel doesn't trust Muscle very much. She asks why the guild, which always accepts quest requests, suddenly asks someone from outside for help, but the man said anything can happen. Chief Muscle decided to get straight to the point. He asked to punish the special adventurer, and added that if the shaman agreed, the chief would give them a place to stay and food, as well as everything they would need for the adventure and a map of the desert. The shaman, not understanding this formulation, remembered Prima and her magic, perhaps even talking about her herself. Rachel said that for them these are favorable terms of the deal, but still does not understand why the boss is ready to go so far to punish his comrade. Muscle explained that this adventurer is a very problematic child and does whatever she wants. At this rate, she could become a very big problem for the guild since she undermines their trust. The shaman decided to ask why the boss didn't deal with this girl himself, to which the Muscle replied that he was unlikely to get away with it. Fleer is surprised because at first glance it is clear that the boss is really strong, but the Muscle tells her that ordinary people cannot stop her. He said that the problem with the adventurer is not only her strength, but also her character. She is still in the guild for one reason only: to meet strong people. This girl will attack her comrades and abandon quests in the middle of things. She simply loves to fight and will not miss any opportunity. And her name is Kaguya. She is the 7th successor of the Divine Wind School, but usually she is simply called the Silver Wolf. The head admitted that, speaking about hand-to-hand combat, there is no one in the world stronger than her. The shaman was very inspired by this story. He replied that he would like to fight the strongest hand-to-hand combat master in the world. Fleer was dragging what the guild leader had given them. After everything that had been given to them, the boys didn't have to worry about supplies until next year. The shaman thanked the leader for everything, and he only said that he was giving it all as an apology for the behavior of some members of their guild. The young man noted that the guild had paid attention to the residents of this city as well, and Mr. Muscle promised to add this to the guild rules and then reached into his pocket, confidently looking for something. He handed the shaman a card. It turned out to be an adventurer's license, but since Fleer is a beginner, he will have to start from rank 5. Now the guy can use it in any office. By increasing the rank, you can challenge many different dungeons. The shaman thought that he had already found adventures for himself without this, but decided to accept the gift, thanking the guild leader. But the man also added that he was counting on the guy. The bodyguard apologized in case they didn't work out. But the leader was calm. He was sure that strong people are attracted, especially if they are looking for battles. Who knows, maybe meeting Kaguya is destined for them by fate itself. Their carriage set off on its journey, and the guys themselves discussed the fact that no matter who Fleer's opponent would be, he would definitely defeat everyone, because he was able to cope even with one of the apostles. But the girl was still interested in what this special one was. However, not only she was lost in her thoughts, but also the shaman, who did not listen to her reasoning at all. He surprised the bodyguard because this guy had never been so lost in his thoughts. He apologized and asked what exactly was meant by special. The girl explained that, as the word itself suggests, these are people who have special abilities from birth, and each has their own. But there was no more information. However, Nia intervened in their conversations, who assured that if it was scary, then it was possible not to do it, and he himself was ready to listen to Fleer. The shaman thanked the boy and Shiranui for their support. And while the girl was indignant and asked to worry about her, the young man said that they would spend the night somewhere here, and when it was already dark, the company lit a fire. The shaman sat again, immersed in thought. He came to the conclusion that this would be his first time. Although he had encountered various opponents since he began traveling in the outside world, he had never engaged in hand-to-hand combat with an opponent. From the very beginning, the only real hand-to-hand combat he had had was with his teacher. Remembering the words of the guild leader that there was no one stronger than this girl in hand-to-hand combat, the young man smiled, looking at the starry sky. He definitely wanted to compare strength with her. However, the boy heard the sounds of water. He jumped up and quickly realized that it was not here, but somewhere a little ahead. The shaman thought there was no one and nothing suspicious nearby. Besides, Rachel was lying with Nia. He ran towards the sound. According to his calculations, the water was about a kilometer away, which meant he could run there in 5 minutes. Having reached the place, he saw a lake, and it seemed there was a girl in it. The guy was surprised that in the middle of the desert, there was a lake surrounded by various vegetation. He remembered that they called it an oasis. As he came closer, he noticed that someone was swimming there. It was a girl whose silver hair shimmered in the moonlight. She stood all alone in the middle of the pond, clearly enjoying the solitude and the pleasant water that surrounded her. The shaman could not take his eyes off such a beautiful girl and slowly approached. When he was already standing quite close, the girl noticed him. In a panic, she immediately dove into the water in embarrassment. The guy didn't even think that he could scare her. Fleer realized that he had embarrassed her because girls do not like to be seen like this, because Ashura and Prima did not like it either. The young man squeezed out the words that he did not want to scare her and did not plan to peek. However, she was more interested in something else. Why he was walking around here as if nothing had happened, since there are many strong animals in these places. The girl asked if this guy was strong, and the young man understood that something strange was happening here. While he was wondering why she was all alone here, the girl tensed up as if preparing to jump, from which her legs broke the ground. She jumped up abruptly, declaring that she was definitely right, and aimed straight at the guy. The shaman was surprised by such behavior, but the girl did not retreat and then offered the guy to fight her. He immediately realized that she was a very unusual girl. The girl, flying rapidly towards Fleer, asked him not to give up right away, while the shaman tried to stop her and understand why she suddenly turned on the berserker mode. The girl, already close, swung her arm furiously, which fortunately the guy managed to notice. She kicks Fleer without retreating, and after dodging he realizes that she is serious about fighting him despite all the circumstances. Having landed on the ground, she began confidently kicking stones towards the shaman. While she tried with all her might to defeat him, he only dodged and noted in surprise her incredible speed. When the girl finally managed to hit him, he winced from the unpleasant sensations and already assumed that her legs were her weapon, and the girl was already going to use the divine wind style. The stranger used the snake grip technique, clinging tightly to the young man with her leg. Holding onto her torso with her right leg, the girl swung her left leg to strike the open stomach. The shaman quickly understands this and is already preparing to use fire. However, sensing danger, the stranger sharply increased the distance between them by jumping to the side. The battle is interrupted and the unknown asks Fleer not to stare at her, covering himself with his palms. After all, she gets scared when she is looked at like that. After all, she is a girl. She said that the shaman was the only one who had stood up to her in battle for so long, which meant he knew something. She smiled and pointed her finger at the surprised guy and said that they should start over, because she wanted to fight him under ideal conditions. The girl asked the guy to wait and ran to get dressed in a hurry, and Fleer noted that she was a fidget and also had problems with her head. But she really seemed strong to him, so he also decided to fight to the fullest. The girl runs to the shaman already dressed and is ready to start the battle again, but then the guy abruptly interrupts her. He completely forgot that he had no time, and so he sadly waved his hand to her and said goodbye. The guy runs away in a hurry, explaining that if he is distracted from protecting Nia even for a long time, it will come back to haunt him, and suggests that they fight another time. However, the girl is outraged and shouts that she does not really understand Fleer's circumstances. While he was running, she was shouting loudly after him, why postpone the battle and what should she do now with her desire to fight with someone. But she still would not have enough speed to catch up with the shaman. Returning back, the shaman thought about the strength of this girl. She was really very strong, not a single gap in defense, lightning-fast attacks, and honed movements. Despite his promise to never use Hellfire against humans, she managed to corner Fleer, leaving him no choice. Who knows what would have happened if he hadn't possessed Hellfire? The shaman turned around, thinking that he would like to try to defeat the girl in a fair fight without using his powers. He felt something like this for the first time. In the morning, Rachel noticed that Fleer had not slept well. Then the guy told her that he had met a girl and had been replaying the moments of the battle with her in his head all night, and because of this he had not been able to sleep at all. The girl was afraid that it was a robber, and then the shaman described in more detail this stranger and her powerful foot fighting technique. Nia felt like this was the adventurer they were told to deal with. When he showed Fleer this photo, he immediately asked where they got her photo from. Then Rachel began to scold him for the fact that the shaman did not even look at the photo of the one he was assigned to teach a lesson, but Nia stopped her and asked her not to scold the shaman. And the guy thought, so it turns out that she is the strongest master of hand-to-hand combat. Fleer decided to ask if they could return to the oasis again because he hopes that the girl is still there. But Rachel refuses, explaining that they do not have free time for this and asks not to be stubborn. But then Rakuta stops in horror and the girl, in amazement, tries to find out what happened and what he noticed ahead. There was someone standing in their path, smiling creepily. Kaguya shouted that she had finally found Fleer on the way between the cities and that he shouldn't even think about running away from her this time. The girl suggests continuing the battle so that he takes responsibility for yesterday's misdeed. She admitted that she would be overjoyed if Fleer shared her feelings. The guy with glowing eyes smiled at her, the target of Muscle's order and also the strongest master of hand-to-hand combat. The girl found the company in the middle of the desert with a smirk and asked with interest if she was Kaguya. Her eyes sparkled with challenge and her demeanor was defiant and confident. There were two girls in the carriage, and Fleer noticed that for a man who had defeated angels, this task seemed trivial and easy. The girl tried to persuade the man to use his flame against her, but suddenly her outerwear flew into the air and hit him in the face, demonstrating her insolence. The man began to warm up and calmly stated that there would be no flames, indicating that he was going to fight differently without using fire. He decided to fight using only his body and fighting skills, abandoning his magical abilities. The man asked permission to leave for a short time, and those present around him warned him to be careful, understanding the danger of the upcoming battle. The hero turned to face his opponent, thinking to himself that he had probably been looking for her from the very beginning. The man confirmed that the Adventurers Guild had given him the task of stopping the girl at any cost. However, now the hero no longer cared about the demands of the guild, deciding to act on his own free will and not obey orders. The girl prepared to begin the fight, her eyes burning with determination and fighting spirit. The hero was also ready for battle, accepting the challenge with complete seriousness. He took a fighting stance, moving his leg back and swinging it, preparing for the first attack. Both stood in a tense fighting stance, while a scarab beetle rolled a ball of dung nearby, creating a contrast between the struggle and nature. The hero dropped his hands, remembering that he had forgotten to introduce himself, but did not have time to say a word. The girl attacked with her foot, declaring that the performances could be postponed, and a fight began. A bright light appeared upon impact, and Nia and Fleer closed their eyes to avoid being blinded by the radiance. A silhouette of a woman appeared in the light, and with a clear desire to destroy the hero, she rushed into the attack. The hero barely held back the kick, feeling the power and speed of his opponent. The girl, turning in flight, immediately attacked with her second leg, demonstrating a variety of techniques. The hero was surprised at how quickly she switched between different combat techniques. A series of rapid attacks began to weaken the hero, and his opponent rejoiced in her disorientation. The girl's furious smile grew even wider as she aimed to attack her opponent's 3 vital points. But the hero used the hardening technique, reflecting powerful blows and maintaining control over the situation. He activated the ultimate shaman technique, Iron Man, then launched an attack with a lunge he called Bull Breakthrough. The girl dodged with such speed that the hero could not even notice her movement. She was already behind him, and the hero concluded that with even the slightest support, she could do anything. The girl complimented the hero, noting his strength and stating that she enjoyed having fun with him in battle. He responded with mutual praise, but the girl expressed dissatisfaction with him for not fighting at full strength. She compared their fight to what happened at the Oasis, adding that he was holding back and not reaching his full potential. The girl admitted that she did not want to end the fight so quickly, but she had to show everything she was capable of. Her furious smile became even more expressive and demonstrative. She was ready for the second round, and the hero was somewhat stunned by the earthquake that had occurred. Everyone nearby was confused by what was happening, and Rachel called on everyone to run away immediately. The fight awakened a magical beast, a desert dragon, whose power and wrath hung over everyone who was nearby. A desert dragon rose from the ground. Its majestic and menacing appearance immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. The heroes immediately noted that this dragon was incredibly strong and dangerous, capable of terrifying any enemy. It was described as a real natural disaster, as many cities were destroyed due to such dragons bringing destruction and chaos. The protagonist no longer thought about the second round of the battle. He decided to use the flames so as not to endanger those around him. The girl in the cart was afraid, and the helmsman was preparing to move away from danger. However, the girl was full of rage and had no intention of leaving, irritated by the interference in her fight. She categorically rejected the idea of forgiving those who stole the joy of fighting from her, whoever they were. With determination, the girl jumped and rushed straight towards the dragon, ready to fight him. Fleer thought that she would hardly be able to oppose such a powerful being. The girl began to use the divine wind style, filling herself with strength and speed. The transformation began, and everyone around was completely confused, not understanding what was happening. She used a powerful technique, the Iron Hammer of Destruction, which surprised even the dragon. The blow dealt serious damage to the dragon, causing it to let out a loud roar of pain. The girl blames the dragon for interfering in her fight. Her leg grows to enormous size, which showed her special strength. Despite this, she continued to attack, acknowledging that the dragon was indeed a tough opponent. She then used the reverse side of the divine wind style, changing tactics. The attack hit the dragon's chin, and the strike was named Thousand Wriggling Snakes for its fast and wriggling technique. The main character was amazed and stunned by what he saw. Kaguya had the same furious smile she had during her fight with the protagonist. She even asked not to end the fight too early, wanting to continue the duel. Once she was above the dragon, she once again used the reverse side of the divine wind style. This time it was a secret technique that made a big impression on the protagonist. The technique was called the Iron Heart of the Void and possessed enormous destructive power. The dragon fell to the ground, raising a column of sand, and the heroes stood in amazement, watching the girl's victory over the magical beast. They even began to consider her some kind of monster because of her extraordinary strength. The girl confirmed that she is indeed strong. With a sly smile, she turned back, as if anticipating the next events. The girl humbly apologizes for the delay with the dragon. She looks at the protagonist with sincere respect and declares that she is ready to enter the second round of the fight. Her eyes sparkle with fighting passion. The girl proudly confirms that her legs are truly special. They can do anything and even more. In their circle, they are called holy legs because they seem to have a will of their own. The girl continues her story and shares a unique feature of her legs. If they are suddenly cut off in battle, they will instantly grow back. This gives her incredible freedom of action and allows her to use combat techniques. Moreover, her abilities are not limited to just rapid regeneration. With their help, she discovered the other side of the most powerful technique, which allows her to maneuver and deliver powerful blows. The protagonist listens attentively to her story and comes to the conclusion that with such opportunities, the girl has no chance of defeat. He understands that if he wants to defeat her, he will have to show all his skill and ingenuity. Suddenly, the main character is hit by a powerful blow from an iron hammer coming from the girl. This blow sounds like a clap of thunder. Fleur tries to block the attack but successfully dodges at the last moment, almost getting seriously injured. He is amazed by the power and speed of her attacks, which greatly exceed his expectations. The hero's mind begins to think that as long as they remain in the area of her attacks, not only they but everyone around them will suffer. He understands that with each new blow, the risk to allies and bystanders increases. The protagonist is ready to use magical power flame, which can stop the opponent's rapid attack and cause damage to her. He is going to use fire abilities. But then an important thought comes to mind. The flame should be used very carefully because his companions are nearby, whose lives may be at risk. Such attacks require incredible precision and strength. Therefore, the hero decides to fight without using flame magic. He decides to rely only on his physical skills, cunning, and techniques so as not to endanger his friends. To do this, he plans to use ancient shaman techniques called flow form. This technique allows him to minimize damage from attacks and increase the speed of movement, giving him an advantage in close combat. The girl watches the hero's actions closely and asks with interest if he is really going to fight her with only his bare hands, without any magic or special abilities. Using the flow form, the hero deftly dodges the powerful blow that the girl delivered with incredible force. This maneuver makes her surprised. She did not expect that she would not be able to pass the hero's defense so easily. Taking advantage of the opening, Fleur abruptly throws the girl aside. His attack was precise and unexpected, momentarily changing the course of the fight. The girl is thrown back with such force that she tumbles on the ground for several meters, not hiding her surprise and admiration for the hero's abilities. But she quickly recovers and counterattacks with the Thousand Writhing Snakes technique, a series of fast, writhing strikes that snake through the air. The hero carefully watches every movement and change in the direction of the attack, trying not to miss a single blow and prepare for defense. He quickly blocks all the blows one after another, demonstrating his fighting skill and high concentration. Despite his successful defense, his arms have already been damaged by the constant blows. The girl notices that he is only defending himself and not counterattacking, which gives her an advantage in the fight. With a furious smile, the girl prepares to launch another series of attacks, her confidence and energy growing with each passing second. She decides to show off her cherished technique, the one she resorts to in the most critical moments of battle. This technique relies on stretching and increasing the force of the strikes, making her attacks incredibly powerful but requiring a lot of concentration. Fleur's companions begin to worry as they see him tense and taking hits, worrying about his condition. At this point, the girl again uses a series of strikes called 1,000 Snakes, attacking with amazing speed and accuracy. She laughs, confident of a quick victory, but suddenly feels a sharp pain in her body, causing her attacks to slow down. The equipment begins to fade away and the hero stands still, using the moment to gather strength and prepare for the next move. The girl, while in the air, was sweating profusely and was shocked by the sharp pain that weakened her. The companions are confused and unable to understand what happened to their opponent, watching the unexpected turn of events. Even the opponent herself is unable to assess the extent of her injuries and feel the consequences of pain. At this time, the protagonist smiles, realizing that this moment could be decisive in the battle. The girl cries in pain and realizes that her powers are seriously depleted, which could lead to defeat in the near future. The girl is holding her stomach. The girl holds her stomach tightly, her face is distorted with pain, and her breathing has become intermittent from strong, unpleasant sensations. She tries to restrain herself, but the pain does not give her peace. Fleer casts spells on her that deteriorate her health and weaken her body. These spells act gradually, preventing the opponent from recovering quickly. He uses them as part of his tactics. He explains that he did not use these spells on purpose, but because he was defending himself and combining magic with hand-to-hand combat techniques. In this way, he tried to minimize harm but still remain effective in combat. The girl can't believe her ears and eyes for her. Such a combination of magic and combat seems like an unfair trick. She is surprised that the enemy could use such tricks in the fight. The hero sincerely apologizes for the pain he caused, but Kaguya remains steadfast in her decision. She is not going to admit defeat despite her suffering. Her fighting spirit remains unwavering. The protagonist explains his tactics and the reasons for his actions as his female companions quickly run up to him to support and assess the situation. His words sound confident and honest. The girl says that she does not want to count this fight as a loss and demands a rematch, as she believes that the result is unfair. She is ready to fight further and prove her superiority. Fleer is satisfied with the fight. He tested himself and realized that he met a worthy opponent. And the girl, despite her strength, cannot hold back her tears and sobs, expressing her emotional stress and disappointment. Rachel and Nia have already approached the hero to find out more and support him after the intense battle. Their faces express concern and worry for Kaguya's fate. The hero says that he stopped the enemy and is glad that everyone remained safe. He puts his hand on the girl's shoulder, trying to console and show his support. His voice sounds soft and encouraging. But suddenly the girl hits him sharply on the hand, showing displeasure and misunderstanding of his actions. This gesture shows that she has her own feelings and views on what is happening. The hero justifies his behavior by explaining that he used ancient shamanic techniques that allow him to combine protection and magic without harming others. He tries to convince her of his sincerity. A little girl who was watching the events believes that the enemy was treated too harshly and expresses her dissatisfaction with this development. Her voice is full of sympathy and concern. Kaguya asks for the pain in her stomach to go away quickly, but his companions remain dissatisfied with his tactics and express doubts about the correctness of his actions. Tension and discord are felt in the air. Meanwhile, in the Church of the Holy Angels, Zuriel, the apostle, is busy with his business and paperwork. He works hard, trying to keep up with his duties. Apostle Zuriel works overtime, filing papers and reports, trying to get everything in order and complete all the assignments. His face reflects fatigue, but he continues to work. Because of the heavy workload, he begins to dream of simple joys: to eat, sleep, and attend a meeting to get away from the routine. He feels tired and needs rest. Taking the pile of papers in his hands, Zuriel calls it the most depressing report he has ever seen, his voice filled with fatigue and frustration at the volume of work. This is the report of Mr. Raphael's defeat, an important and unpleasant topic that adds heaviness to his mood. The document seems to symbolize failures and difficulties. The apostle hopes that this problem will not be more serious than he expects, hoping that everything can still be corrected and resolved without catastrophe. He wants to drink hot coffee to perk up and restore his strength for further work. Coffee seems to him to be a salvation in this stressful day. Zuriel didn't expect to see anyone at this time, but suddenly Raphael appeared from the shadows, which surprised him. Raphael was already sitting on the couch, calmly sipping his coffee despite the recent events and the demotion. His demeanor seemed relaxed and confident. After all the failures and defeats, Raphael was demoted, which caused mixed feelings among his colleagues and subordinates. He hands Zuriel his coffee and says that he came to apologize, hoping for forgiveness and understanding. Raphael admits that he did not listen to warnings and did not pay attention to advice, which led to unpleasant consequences. He sincerely regrets his mistake and asks for forgiveness for the mess in the office and for his actions. Zuriel remembers that he warned Raphael beforehand and reminds him of this, pointing out his irresponsibility. However, Raphael pretends not to have heard anything and does not attach any importance to the words, which irritates Zuriel. Nevertheless, he accepts the coffee, trying to remain calm and professional in the conversation. Suddenly, the hot coffee begins to levitate in the air above Zuriel, causing him confusion and slight excitement. Coffee suddenly spills on his face, burning his skin and causing sharp pain and fear. The hero falls back, shocked by the unexpected incident and the burning pain. He thinks it's Raphael's doing, but behind their backs, two silhouettes are laughing, watching what's happening in secret. He claims that it was not Raphael who staged this prank in an attempt to get rid of the accusations. Those silhouettes look like Megagren and Sandalpin, two twin angels who often pull such pranks. They admit to their participation and explain that they are simply spending time in church to escape boredom and monotony. Megagren and Sandalpin tell the hero that they want to hunt a shaman for a little while, to have fun and test their strength. However, he asks them to wait, explaining that now is not the right time for such games and that they need to act carefully. The angel girls assure that they will not act like Raphael and that they will never lose to this man, showing their determination. Twin angels speak of their incredible power, which they can develop if they unite in battle and work together. They say that during the certification fight they were even able to injure the Apostle Michael, which proves their strength and preparation. Raphael stepped aside, realizing that talking to angels was useless and that they were in their own world. After everything that had happened, he laughed, accepting what was happening with irony and ease. The angels do not understand the reason for his laughter and continue to look at him with surprise and irritation. Raphael says he was extremely short-sighted in not understanding the gravity of the situation and the strength of his opponents. He laughs until he cries, which clearly shows his emotional state and attitude to what is happening. He understands that the angel girls are not able to defeat the shaman, no matter how strong he is. The angel girls are not ready to accept these words and angrily attack Raphael. They become embittered with him, believing that he does not understand the seriousness of what is happening and underestimates the enemy. The angels continue to provoke Mr. Raphael as he wipes the blood from his face after the attack. They are confident that they know their enemy better than he knows himself, and that their knowledge and experience will help them win. The girls say that they will not lose to the shaman because their power increases when they are together and act in concert. They emphasize that together they are incredibly strong and invincible, which makes them dangerous for any enemy. Raphael listens to this with displeasure, realizing that a serious struggle is still ahead and that the angels are determined. In the end, everyone understands that only joint efforts and mutual assistance will help them overcome the difficult challenges ahead. Kaguya gently touches the puppy's cheeks. The little creature looks at her trustingly, feeling protected. She takes the puppy as her ward, deciding to accompany the heroes on their journey, although the protagonist is surprised and does not understand why Kaguya followed them with him. This decision seems unexpected but filled with meaning. Kaguya explains that Nier specifically allowed her to accompany the group and look after the puppy, giving her actions official status and support. Once an opponent does not want to leave the company because the protagonist promised her a rematch, another chance to prove her strength and surpass him. Her determination and will are visible in her every move. Everyone agrees to let them travel together since the young master has given his permission, and this becomes the basis for a new alliance. This decision expands the circle of trusted companions. The others do not object, believing that the new bodyguard will be useful and will strengthen their protection during dangerous journeys. Their opinion unites the group into a friendly team. Something quickly rushes across the hot desert sand, leaving a deep trace that instantly attracts the attention of the heroes. The desert air is filled with tension. A group of sand piglets, dangerous and ferocious creatures known for their aggressive behavior and speed, approaches them. Their presence is a threat. Kaguya is ready to enter the battle, her eyes full of determination, but the hero stops her, realizing that she needs to think through her tactics carefully. The heroes are under attack from these ferocious creatures, and the tension is rising sharply. The enemy does not leave them a second to breathe. The hero prepares his fire attack with concentration, wanting to destroy his opponents quickly and efficiently. His movements are full of power and precision. He decides to deal with the piglets right away without giving them a chance to ambush or cause damage. The safety of the entire group is the priority. During dinner, Kaguya talks with Fleer about the recent battle, analyzing mistakes and successes, and Rachel carefully feeds the young master, creating an atmosphere of comfort and care. The protagonist reveals that he decided not to use the deadly, powerful Hellfire against people, maintaining his moral position and compassion. The new companion previously considered stories about Hellfire to be just fairy tales and legends, not believing in their reality. However, the girl is in no hurry to believe the hero's words. Her skepticism remains strong, while the young gentleman is already rubbing his eyes from fatigue and tension. It's late, and the hero announces that it's time to go to bed to gain strength for new adventures, causing understanding among everyone. Fleer and Kaguya go on patrol at night to ensure the camp's safety and prevent any surprise attacks from enemies. But Kaguya admits that she is also tired and would like to rest a little to save her strength for the fight. The protagonist does not let her go to bed right away, insisting that her help is still needed, while the rest of the companions are already sleeping peacefully. She thinks about the unfairness of the situation. She doesn't understand why Rachel sleeps peacefully, while she herself must stay awake and guard the peace. The girl has a little free time, but she doesn't know what to do and feels slightly confused in the absence of specific things to do. So Kaguya decides to ask the hero to tell her about himself, trying to get to know him better and understand him. This conversation may help her understand who they are traveling with and what his motives are. She tries to start a dialogue, politely apologizing for her curiosity and making a small compliment to get Fleer to talk. Her words sound sincere and reserved. In fact, this dialogue is an opportunity for Kaguya to find the hero's weak point, to understand his weaknesses and strengths. She chooses her words carefully, watching the interlocutor's reaction. Fleer decides to reveal a little about himself, opening up and sharing a bit of his history to gain Kaguya's trust. His story brings new details about his past and goals. Surprised by the hero's words, Kaguya asks many more questions, greedily absorbing every word. He tells her about the monasteries, the gates of hell, and the time he spent there, revealing difficult moments of his life. Kaguya even feels a little sympathy for Fleer, imagining the trials he had to go through. Her emotions deepen, and an invisible connection is formed between them. She tells him a childhood rule: do not touch angels lest they follow you, adding a mystical tone to the conversation. This folk wisdom sounds like a warning and a caution at the same time. It is also suggested that Kaguya herself would like to fight an angel someday to test her strength and courage, which becomes her hidden motivation. She admits that she had never thought about fighting angels before and had no idea how difficult such battles could be. However, angels usually do not get into a fight just like that. There is a deep meaning and necessity behind each of their actions. After the conversation, Kaguya comes up with a new goal for herself: to stay close to the hero in order to have a chance to fight the demon and prove her strength. Now she understands that with Fleer by her side, she will have the opportunity to realize her dreams and test herself in a real fight. It turned out that her desire to become stronger was connected with the thirst for revenge for the deceased mentor, who meant a lot to her. As it turns out, the girl's mentor died under mysterious circumstances, leaving Kaguya an orphan and even more determined. Kaguya explains that she was an orphan until she was taken under the wing of a mentor, a kind and caring man who taught her not only martial arts but also life. The hero understands the connection with his own history and draws parallels between their destinies, which strengthens their mutual understanding. He also admits that he trained very hard and his mentor spared no effort to make him a strong warrior. The heroine says that her mentor gave her the name. It is the same as the name of the queen of the moon country from the fairy tale, which gives it special meaning and symbolism. Now, Kaguya's hair and name have become a source of pride and personal strength, a symbol of her inner resilience and heritage. The second thing she is proud of is her appearance, which reflects her character and strength of spirit. Kaguya assures Fleer that she will definitely stay with them now, with no intention of retreating or leaving the group. She hopes to be accepted and welcomed as a full member of the team because she is ready to fight and support her comrades. Fleer, however, is not sure whether they were lucky with the appearance of a new companion or not. Everything is just beginning, and there are many trials ahead. But the girl still has questions she wants to ask to better understand their mission and each other. She wonders why they are traveling at all and receives an answer about a ruby, a mysterious artifact of great importance. This answer does not satisfy her, and she wants to hear more to understand the true goals and motives. Fleer begins to explain, revealing details of the plan and the dangers that await them, but at the same time he notices some oddities in his own words. These oddities make him think about how confusing and complicated everything is, and how unsure he himself is of everything. However, he does not receive any more facts from Jish. Some information remains hidden or unsaid. However, this question intrigued the hero, and he intends to dig deeper to understand what is really going on. The princess's large house is shrouded in evening darkness. The princess slowly prepares herself a sandwich, deftly folding the ingredients as if it were not just food, but a ritual that helps her to distract herself and focus. While she cooks, she quietly hums a melody, a simple and gentle song that seems to connect her with her childhood or some bright memory. The sound fills the room with warmth and peace. Suddenly, Ashura enters the room and the princess greets her with a smile. She quickly learns that he is going to visit the prince. The princess carefully prepares a sandwich for two, for herself and the prince, because that's what he always did, caring for his loved ones. The dark girl warns the princess to refrain from meeting the prince, her voice filled with anxiety and warning. She knows something important and does not want the princess to get hurt. She suggests that there are bad rumors going around that could affect the princess's safety and reputation, making her wary. Ashura reveals that she asked the assassin Kuron to find out the details of the prince's journey and his hidden motives, as the situation seems suspicious and requires clarification. Meanwhile, the hero reveals that the real prince is the youngest prince of the Blue Sapphire Kingdom, named Jisha, and that the figure of Prince Nia never existed in reality. It turns out that Jishia lied, and they themselves found themselves drawn into a complex and dangerous intrigue that could have serious consequences. He asks the princess to behave as before, not to do rash things, and to remain prudent in order to avoid additional problems. Now the princess is trying to understand why Gitch needs all this and what goal he is really pursuing, trying to unravel the tangle of intrigues. She cannot understand why he continues to help her even though she has already lost her title and position, which causes her doubts and anxiety. Suddenly, the hero disappears out the window, as if dissolving into the night, leaving behind a slight sense of mystery and tension. Guests are arriving in the Blue Sapphire Kingdom. The atmosphere is becoming tense. Their appearance promises important events and changes. The prince enters the old and majestic building, his gaze serious and focused. However, he does not want to stay here for long. His mission requires speed and precision. He needs important information that could change the balance of power and the course of events in the kingdom. A certain man approaches him and begins to report the latest news and information of great importance. The prince is interested in news about the Red Kingdom. He is informed that it is on its last legs and is experiencing serious internal conflicts. The kingdom is currently in the midst of a battle for the throne, which could escalate into a bloody civil war with large-scale destruction. This war promises to be especially brutal, as the Red Kingdom is famous for its uncompromising and bloodthirsty conflicts. The speaker reports that there are two contenders for the throne, the commander of the royal army and the head of the Adventurers Guild, each of whom has their own support. The percentage of support fluctuates, and both candidates are trying to attract influential aristocrats and influential people to their side. However, both will be surprised when the prince's plan is carried out, which will supposedly radically change the situation. The prince intends to bring in a third contender to the throne, who could turn the tide of the struggle and become a key player. He strictly orders that this fact not be disclosed to anyone. No one should know about the appearance of a new contender. A letter is presented to him which attracts his attention and contains important information. Showing the letter to those present, he says that it is important for those who love to fight and strive for power. The letter contains a huge secret about Nia that could affect the fate of the kingdom and all participants in the conflict. The entire might of the kingdom will be turned against the young man and his companions, which puts them in an extremely dangerous position. The man in the hood understands that he will push the problem of one country onto another, using political intrigue and manipulation. The only question that remains unclear is about bodyguards, who could play a decisive role in future events. For the prince, this moment turns out to be the most important. He understands perfectly how the strength of the bodyguards affects the outcome of the fight. He looks at a photograph of the princess, which he sees as a symbol of his plans and personal motivation. The man leaves with the letter, saying only that everything will be done and his plans are in the implementation stage. He asks to convince him that he was not mistaken in choosing a candidate and that his strategy will work. The prince speaks of his superiority in skill and intelligence, imagining how he ascends the throne and takes his place. According to the prince, nothing is impossible for him. His confidence is boundless and backed by intelligence. Suddenly, the prince begins to cry, experiencing deep emotions and an internal struggle. He shouts the princess's name loudly, expressing both love and pain over her role in his plans. His plans are that Prima should be with him, and Fleer should die so as not to become an obstacle. He admits that Fleer is strong, but he has no chance against the entire country. Looking at the photo again, the prince says that there will be no obstacles to the love between him and Prima. However, he had no idea that he was being followed and that his secrets might soon be revealed. The girl asks at this time. Rachel and Kaguya quickly run away without looking back, trying to leave the danger zone as quickly as possible. Their breathing quickens and their hearts beat wildly, filling their bodies with adrenaline. Huge insects rush after them, making buzzing and threatening sounds, approaching with frightening speed. The girls beg the horse to run even faster, hoping to escape this impending danger. They head into the dense, dark jungle, hoping to find some shelter from their pursuers. There are many dangers lurking in the shadows of the tall foliage, but it is still the best route in their situation. Suddenly, one of the insects flies up to the heroines, its huge eyes shining in the light and its mandibles ready to deliver a fatal blow. The girls sense the enemy approaching and prepare to repel the attack. But at the most crucial moment, Fleer suddenly attacks from above, instantly destroying the insect with his swift attack. His movements are precise and lightning fast, as if he foresaw the course of the battle. After the strike, the insect's body ruptures and the sticky liquid covers Fleer generously, causing an unpleasant sensation on his skin. He tries to shake it off, but it only irritates and distracts him. Fleer calls on Kaguya to clear the way for them so that they can move forward without obstacles or threats. He understands that every moment counts and they cannot be hindered by their enemies. Kaguya uses a powerful kick to knock out obstacles, pushing aside branches and rocks, widening the path for the group. Her movements are strong and confident, demonstrating fighting spirit and strength. Each of her actions opens the way for them to escape. Meanwhile, the hero is on the roof of the carriage, balancing on the moving vehicle and fending off insect attacks. His gaze is focused and his body is tense, ready for the next move. Although he wants to use the power of fire to quickly deal with his enemies, the hero realizes the need for caution. The carriage is filled with companions, and accidental fire can cause irreparable damage. Suddenly, one of the insects lands on the hero and bites him, causing a sharp, burning pain and a short-term weakening. He throws the enemy off himself with force, but the unpleasant sensations do not leave him for some time. Another insect lunges at the cart and begins to tear at its hull, threatening to rip them off the road and stop their escape. The sounds of torn wood and creaking wheels create an oppressive atmosphere of imminent danger. When one of the insects approaches the young master, the dog immediately rises to the defense, growling and showing its teeth. Its loyalty and courage help to scare off the threat and instill confidence in the hearts of its companions. The dog uses its fire abilities, releasing flames to destroy the insect on the spot. A bright fiery explosion burns the enemy, causing other insects to freeze in fear for a moment. Both bodyguards, Kaguya and the dog, work together to repel attacks and protect the carriage from constant attacks. Their teamwork and determination inspire hope and force the enemies to retreat. The young gentleman is strongly asked not to leave the carriage so as not to expose himself to unnecessary risks. His safety is the group's priority and everyone tries to protect him from danger. Despite his fear, he remains inside. The young man is afraid and cries, not understanding the seriousness of what is happening, and is confused. His childish vulnerability contrasts with the tense situation around him. The hero does not like to deal with enemies one by one. He prefers to solve the problem quickly and decisively, so as not to waste energy on trifles. His experience suggests that the tactic of dividing the enemy is not the best option. Suddenly, the insects turned their gaze forward as if noticing something important and flew away, leaving the heroes in silence. Their sudden retreat leaves the group with mixed feelings of relief and disbelief. The heroes cannot explain what exactly made the enemies leave and try to understand what happened. This mysterious event makes them wary and ready for new troubles. Rachel is also confused and asks if they are really safe from persecution and danger. Her voice is full of anxiety and hope for the best. She looks ahead and sees a new threat awaiting them, instantly forgetting her temporary relief. Shock and fear are reflected on her face. Suddenly, the cart begins to fall, and the heroes realize that their situation has become even more critical. The severity of the fall and the uncontrollability of the transport increase the tension of the moment. The carriage breaks down, making a creaking and creaking noise, and the companions cannot understand what exactly happened and why they lost control. Kaguya notices that she kicked the rock that likely caused the glitch and was thrown back. Something slowly begins to rise from the sand near them, causing alarm. A huge monster appears from the ground and instantly grabs one of the insects, showing its strength and frightening everyone. He turns out to be much larger and more terrible than the heroes, with a body covered in thick scales and threatening claws. The monster happily anticipates the feast, licking its lips and preparing to attack the heroes. Its predatory gaze is full of malice and bloodlust. With 3 arms, he launches a swift and powerful attack, charging towards Kaguya and the others with a frenzied fury. Kaguya is excited at the prospect of another fight, her eyes sparkling with the fire of battle and the desire to show her strength. The girl is worried and asks how things are with Raduka, whose condition remains unknown and causes concern. Rachel jumps back in fear and runs away from the monster, trying to protect herself from danger. Fleer stops Rachel and asks her to stay by Kaguya's side for support while he goes off in pursuit of the carriage. Kaguya intends to quickly deal with the monster and then go after the others to help and save them. Rachel begs for the young master to be saved, expressing deep concern and care for him. Nia, frightened and defenseless, lies in the cart, unable to understand what is happening and silently watching the danger. There was a heated debate in the kingdom about what to do with Nia. People considered him dangerous and cursed, demanding a severe punishment. The boy listened to these words with growing pain in his heart. All the accusations of the curse seemed unfair to him, and he slowly lost hope for understanding and support. His soul was filled with fear and despair. The boy held an old book tightly in his hands, his only link to the past and hope for the future. It was more than just an object to him, a symbol of knowledge and power. His fingers clutched it. At that moment, Fleer's loud cry suddenly rang out, and the boy suddenly opened his eyes, interrupting his tears. It was like waking up from a heavy sleep in which he had been stuck for too long. His gaze was filled with confusion. Fleer finally caught up with the boy after a long chase. He looked tired but determined. He was not going to let him go anymore. There was something fateful in their meeting that promised change. The boy was in the carriage, overcome with fear and uncertainty. Fleer jumped in without further ado, trying to give him a sense of security and support in this dangerous world. The hero told the boy to hold on tightly to him so as not to fall, and extended his hand to him. The boy took it with hope and trust, feeling the warmth and strength in his touch. Suddenly the book fell out of the boy's hands and he screamed in horror, trying to catch it. His heart began to beat faster because it was an important artifact, and losing it could mean disaster. He jumped out of the carriage without thinking, trying to grab the book, but Fleur didn't manage to grab the boy in time. The situation became truly dangerous. The boy's life was now at stake. The young man meekly fell from the cliff, and Fleer screamed with all his might. Panic and fear mixed in his voice as he rushed to help to prevent disaster. They both fell into the abyss, surrounded by flying branches, and it seemed that death was already inevitable. However, fate was kind to them, and the fall was not as terrible as it might have seemed. The branches stopped their fall and they found themselves on a relatively soft surface which cushioned the impact. This helped them survive and save their strength for further trials. The boy closed his eyes, trying to cope with the fear and pain. They fell very low, and everything around him seemed devoid of hope and light, but he knew that he had to survive. Meanwhile, Fleer managed to catch the book, holding it tightly in his hands. This small victory brought him the necessary relief and confidence. The boy rejoiced along with the hero when he opened his eyes and realized that the book was intact. His heart was filled with new strength and determination not to give up. He wasn't particularly surprised to see his mentor nearby. This was the one he trusted completely and had grown attached to throughout all his trials. The boy began to apologize for putting everyone in danger with his actions. He felt guilty and responsible for every misfortune that happened. At that moment, Fleer handed the boy a book, showing that he trusted him and was ready to support him in difficult times. The boy did not expect such a gesture and was touched. Clutching the book in his hands, the boy thanked the hero through tears. For him, it was a symbol of hope and strength, allowing him to continue the fight. The character remembered that Nia always carried this book around with him and wondered what was so important and interesting about it. Perhaps it was the key to solving many mysteries. The heroes looked up and realized that the most important thing now was to find Rachel and Kaguya so that everyone could unite and deal with the impending danger. At this time, the heroine fought to the death, showing incredible tenacity and fighting spirit. Her determination was stronger than any difficulties. Before her stood a huge Cyclops with one eye, his powerful arms threatening to crush any obstacle in his path. He seemed an almost invincible enemy. She was already tired of the endless battle because the monster's arms were constantly growing back after the blows he dealt. It seemed that victory was further and further away. At the most critical moment, Rachel came to Kaguya's aid, rushing into battle with fury and determination, supporting her ally. The girls stood side by side, facing the danger together, and their shared strength and unity gave them confidence in the upcoming battle. They felt that together they could overcome any obstacles and protect each other. Rachel was determined that she needed to reunite with the Master as soon as possible to support him and try to change the course of events in their favor. She knew that time was against them. She thought about her master in her mind, imagining how he might blame himself for what had happened, and this gave her even more strength to fight. Her heart filled with concern and determination to help him overcome his difficulties. Meanwhile, Nia and Fleer were moving along the difficult and grueling road, and the boy was finding it increasingly difficult to breathe. The tests were more serious than they had expected. Every step was an effort. The hero offered to carry the boy to make his journey easier, but the boy confidently said that he could handle it himself. However, the boy looked sickly and weak, and soon began to fall from fatigue and exhaustion. The character immediately rushed to help, preventing the boy from falling and getting injured. Later, the hero found some water and began to fill the flask, realizing that even a small amount of liquid could save the boy. There was very little water, but for them it was a precious resource, better than nothing. He gave the boy a flask and asked him to rest a little, showing care and attention. The boy sat sadly. He began to quietly ask for forgiveness for his mistakes, feeling the weight of guilt for bringing trouble to everyone around him. His voice trembled and his eyes filled with tears of remorse and regret. Fleer felt awkward from the words he heard. He tried to console and support the boy, but he insistently stated that he was of no use. He was cursed, and it would have been better if he had never been born. The hero was very surprised and touched by these confessions, making him think about the torment the boy had to go through. His heart was filled with compassion and a desire to help, despite his dark thoughts. The boy remembered Rachel and Kaguya and said that, as usual, he brought trouble to everyone, not finding peace and hope in himself. Crying, the young man remembered Gitch. This information surprised the protagonist. Nia clutched the book in his hands and cried. He said that the book was a gift from his mother. It meant much more to him than just pages and words. The hero turned around and looked at the boy with a question in his eyes. The hero admitted that they had never had money. This simple truth sounded painful in his voice. They started talking, and Fleer asked if Nia's mother thought she was a princess. His surprise was a mixture of confusion and a desire to know more. Suddenly it dawned on the hero, and he seemed to hear the whole hidden truth. His face reflected a mixture of understanding and anxiety. At that moment, the boy was crying and looking down, clutching the book tightly in his hands. His soul was filled with bitterness and hopelessness. The boy said that he and his mother lived together on the outskirts of the Blue Sapphire Kingdom. Their house was modest. His mother worked as a dancer to support him and her son. It was a hard job that she had to do for their living. While dancing on a pole in front of a crowd of drinking men, she noticed her son standing behind her. His presence made her anxious and concerned. She approached him and sternly reminded him that he couldn't just leave the house. The boy quietly apologized, realizing his mistake. Then she covered her mouth with her hand, trying to hide her excitement. The boy screamed in fear, not understanding the reason for her behavior. She stroked his cheek and asked him not to worry and to go home. Despite her illness, she continued to smile and did not show weakness. The boy understood that his mother worked, overcoming suffering for his sake. She did it for her son, even though he felt he couldn't repay her. This realization filled his heart with sadness. The boy sat near his mother's grave and cried inconsolably. He cried so hard that tears were streaming down his face, calling loudly for his mother. His cry was full of pain and despair. Suddenly, a man in a crown approached him, as if from another world. His appearance was unexpected and mysterious. The man told the boy to follow him and told him that he would be living with Jisha today. This meant the beginning of a new life for the boy. At this time, voices were heard condemning the man for his decision. They said that the boy could become a stain on the honor of the royal family. The character declared that he intended to get rid of this filth as soon as possible. His words sounded decisive and menacing. The boy listened to these conversations while the adults discussed his mother, feeling helpless and alone among their words. His little heart was filled with a heavy burden of misunderstanding and fear. People assured each other that the situation was under control, although the boy himself sat sad and thoughtful. His soul was full of doubts and worries that did not leave him for a moment. He was looking for support in this world. Continuing to tell his thoughts, he confessed that if he had not been born, there would have been no problems. This confession was filled with pain and guilt, as if he was the cause of all the troubles. His words sounded like a quiet cry of the soul. He delved into the memories of the past, returning to moments that left scars on his heart. These thoughts swirled around in his head, filling it with darkness and sadness. The boy thought that if he had never been born, everything would have been fine. His mother would not have to work so much and suffer because of him. This thought was heavy, like a stone on his chest. He cried, believing that all this was because of him, and he believed that it would have been better never to have been born. His tears reflected the depth of his inner struggle and hopelessness. At that moment, Fleer suddenly hit him on the head and said that the story was too long and gloomy. It was unexpected, but in the hero's voice one could hear concern and a desire to distract the boy from sadness. The boy was surprised and asked why he had been hit, to which the hero explained that he did not want him to become pessimistic and lose hope. His words sounded like an attempt to bring the light back into the boy's heart. He also said that Rachel and Kaguya did not consider the boy a bad person, and these words helped the boy calm down a little. A spark of faith in himself and in the fact that he was accepted lit up in him. Although Nia couldn't believe it at first, he began to listen carefully and his heart was filled with new hope. For the first time in a long time, he felt heard and understood. With a smile, the hero said that he was trying to live his second life without regrets. This was his new aspiration and hope. He spoke about how important it is to appreciate every moment and move forward. He reflected on the fact that there are people who act out of fear and danger, and there are those who stubbornly follow their desires and dreams. This thought inspired courageous actions. The boy listened attentively with small tears in his eyes, completely focused on what he heard. His soul opened up to change, and faith in the best appeared in his heart. Fleer noted that it was very good that the young man was born and that no one knew when he would die. This made one live in the present. He added that their journey began by chance, but now he is glad about it. Life is full of unexpected turns. The character noticed that opinions and perceptions are constantly changing. Nothing is final and unchangeable. The boy buried his face in his sleeve and cried, and the character said that such is life. He tried to console his friend in a difficult moment. The boy turned to Fleer with tears in his eyes, showing his pain and fear. Suddenly someone screamed and the hero turned around, hearing the screams. Something was happening nearby, demanding attention. At that moment, Shounen and Rakuda ran up to them, delighting and comforting them with their appearance. Shounen rushed at the master and they embraced, happy to meet. Their friendship was sincere and warm. The dog began to bark cheerfully and the boy hugged her and thanked her. This brought him relief and joy. Han took the leash. The guys decided to look for the girls together, planning to get out of the jungle. The boy thought about his own weakness of spirit compared to Fleer. He felt respect and a desire to become stronger. Looking at Flair's back, Nier decided to become a strong and confident person like him. His dream became stronger. He thought resolutely that he wanted to go through life with pride and strength. A new determination grew in his heart. While they were driving, someone suddenly stepped behind them with their foot. They were masked men, and there were many of them with spears. Their appearance filled the air with menace and danger. Meanwhile, the heroine was engaged in a fierce battle with the monster. She tirelessly repelled his attacks and tried not to give him a chance. Determination and fury burned in her eyes. She ran and dodged her opponent's blows in anger. Every movement was precise and fast, like a dance on the edge of life and death. After performing one of her techniques, she suddenly felt dizzy. Weakness and dizziness momentarily undermined her strength. At that moment, Rachel screamed loudly at the heroine, asking if she wanted to finish her off. Kagura replied that she had warned Rachel about her move in advance. Rachel remarked that Kaguya and Fleur were like two sides of the same coin, very similar to each other. This remark sounded with a hint of annoyance. Rachel looked sadly at her ally and thought about the current situation. Her heart was full of anxiety and doubt. The heroine suggested checking out what was going on around her to understand the whole picture. It was a decision dictated by necessity. Rachel admitted to feeling panicky and like she was going crazy. Her words betrayed her inner struggle and despair. Wiping away her tears, she thought of Fleur and the boy, trying to find support and hope in them. These thoughts helped her stay on her feet. Kaguya confidently declared that the hero would be able to protect the boy. She was full of faith in his strength and abilities. As already mentioned, Rachel understood that the girl trusted Fleur and hoped for him. This gave her some peace of mind. Meanwhile, the young people were busily gathering a lot of mushrooms, planning to roast them on a fire later. Their worries reminded them of the simple joy of life. Fleur held the mushrooms he had collected in his hands and now wanted to find a source of water. It seemed to him that this would be the next important step. Suddenly, a young man approached him, holding out mushrooms that looked dubious. The hero looked at them in surprise, noticing their suspicious appearance. He explained to the boy that these mushrooms were poisonous, and the young man immediately threw them away. This decision was correct and timely. The hero said that enthusiasm is great, but the boy does not have to do everything himself. He needs to take care of himself and act wisely. The boy screamed that he really wanted to be useful, but at that moment, a huge snake with an open mouth appeared behind him. The danger had crept up unexpectedly. The boy turned around sharply when he saw that Fleur was already flying to his aid to fight the snake. Rescue was so close that the boy's heart began to beat faster. He felt hope hanging over him. The gentleman held the snake tightly in his hands and asked if the boy was okay. He replied that he was safe and sound. The words calmed both the hero and his companion. Fleur looked at the snake in surprise and wondered where such dangerous creatures came from in these wild jungles. Unpredictable and wild nature reigned all around. The boy sat there, scared, breathing deeply, trying to recover from the imminent danger. His heart was still pounding with excitement and fear. The character invited the young man to come closer, to which he looked at him with bewilderment and caution. There was a sense of mutual trust in their communication. The hero gave the boy a large pistol, which the young man took in his hands with surprise and caution. The pistol seemed heavy and even alien to him. The boy realized that this was the same pistol that had once been used on the ship. Memories of previous events came flooding back to him. Fleur warned that the gun was for self-defense only and that it was important to listen to all his advice. He wanted the boy to understand the seriousness of the situation. The hero added that the boy might not yet know how to handle a weapon, but it was still better to keep it with him just in case. This was wise advice. The boy looked at the gentleman in silence, and he thought that Rachel would hardly be happy to learn about the gun. Doubts and worries swarmed in the hero's soul. The boy looked at the weapon in his hands with determination and gripped it tightly. At that moment, he felt a new responsibility and the need to be strong. The young man assured that he would try and promised that he would definitely be useful to Fleur in the future. His voice was full of determination and hope. At this time, the dog was watching what was happening attentively, as if sharing their emotions. Her small eyes sparkled with curiosity. Suddenly, Shiranu started barking loudly and ran forward as if to attract attention. This movement made everyone wary. The hero did not understand at first what had happened to the dog, but everyone else turned their gaze towards the animal. The The situation became tense. They followed the dog and it led them to a source of water which brought joy and relief. Everyone felt that they had taken an important step forward. Everyone was very happy to finally see clean water after a long search. It was a real find and salvation. He confirmed that the water was clean and safe to drink, although he didn't seem too happy about it. He playfully tossed the dog up in the air, trying to lighten the mood a little. At that moment, someone suddenly started aiming a bow at them. A danger had arrived that threatened to destroy their peace. It was the same masked men who had been watching them from the shadows, their arrows aimed at the boys at the water source. The masked men expressed their dissatisfaction with the fact that someone was polluting their source and were determined and aggressive. They said that such people deserved the death sentence and shot arrows at the boys. The situation became critical. Feeling the danger, the hero deftly intercepted the flying arrows right into his hand. This act demonstrated his skill and bravery. The masked men were astonished by such unexpected protection from the young man. Their plans were disrupted. Fleer warned the boy not to stay near Shiranui while holding the arrows. The boy was puzzled and did not understand why this was necessary. Fleer looked at the arrows carefully and realized that even in such a wild jungle there was a civilization. This realization added tension to the situation. Soon a group of masked men with spears appeared in front of him. Fleer immediately felt that they were not friendly. Their gazes were cold and dangerous. The masked men looked at Fleer menacingly, not hiding their hostility. Their silence and gestures evoked a sense of danger. At that moment, the dog behind began to growl, warning of an approaching threat. Its behavior was vicious and wary. One of the forest dwellers knelt before the Sand People and addressed them with respect. His words were full of seriousness and importance. They began to explain that on this land there was a sacred spring which was of great importance to their tribe. This place was protected and holy. The masked man declared that those who desecrated the land could not expect forgiveness. His words were stern and decisive. Suddenly, the whole group of people pounced on the boys, wanting to kill the uninvited guests. A fierce and fast fight began. Shiranui growled loudly and the protagonist ordered the dog to fight with them. The dog responded shrilly to the call and entered the battle. People were screaming and running, wishing death to the invaders. At that moment, Fleer rushed towards them, ready to protect his friends. He destroyed several opponents with one blow, showing incredible strength. His actions were fast and decisive. The masked men didn't understand what was happening, surprised by Fleer's power. Their confusion was obvious. The order was given to surround the heroes, and people began to gradually approach the dog. The situation became increasingly tense. The dog began to get angry and growl, giving a signal of resistance. The dog repelled many attackers with his loud bark and sharp movements. His defense seemed invincible. People were amazed that the dog suddenly lit up with light. It was a real shock and an unpredictable moment for them. The commander heard from his fellow tribesmen that their opponents were too strong and their chances of victory were slim. This news caused anxiety and doubt. At this time, Nia and Rakuta sat on the sidelines, watching the events unfold, their hearts filled with fear and helplessness. They were surrounded by men with shields and spears, and the boy had to take out that very pistol. Tears were streaming down his face, but he was ready to fight. Suddenly, something unknown appeared behind them. This event introduced an additional element of surprise and danger. The boy and his ally were trapped in an icy prison, trapped in a cage that no one could reach. Everyone present was overcome with fear. The Indians did not understand what this ice was, and again they were thrown back by a mysterious force. Their bewilderment grew. Suddenly, Fleer appeared out of nowhere and quickly pounced on the main attacker. His actions were lightning fast and decisive. He hit him in the face with astonishing speed, not giving his enemy a chance to respond. It was a powerful and unexpected blow. All the Indians were tied up and bowed their heads in defeat. Their resistance was broken. The young man explained that they simply wanted to fill the flasks with water without any aggression or desecration. His words were full of sincerity. The chieftain said that a sacred beast named Lord Alrisha lived in the lake. It was a sacred creature, important to the tribe. The hero was told that for these people the master was like a god and intruders could not desecrate his abode. This rule was sacredly respected. Fleer thought he had heard something like this before when suddenly a huge bubble of water appeared behind him. The sight caught his attention. The bubble began to take on a concrete form, which greatly surprised the character. He did not expect to see something like this in reality. The bubble began to have the features of eyes, and the hero realized with amazement that Mr. Alrisha stood before him. It was an impressive and mystical creature. All the tribesmen burst into tears, asking for forgiveness from their master. Their hearts were filled with repentance and humility. The Lord assumed his true, enormous form. His majesty and power were overwhelming. Fleer thought that it really looked divine, but this creature did not look like an ordinary magical beast. He wondered who Mr. Alrisha really was. The gentleman towered over the boys. His enormous size inspired awe and respect. His presence filled the space with power and grandeur. He looked at those present with his large eyes, and people began to bow their heads before him in worship. The heroes remained confused, not understanding what was happening. Fleer noted that if the beast wanted to fight, there was nothing he could do about it, and ordered the dog to remain on the ground until further orders. The determination in his voice left no doubt. The young man assured that he would quickly sort everything out, and the dog sat calmly and watched what was happening, preparing for any turn of events. Suddenly, the dog jumped on the majestic beast, and Fleer did not even have time to react to this unexpected action. The situation escalated sharply. The hero called the dog's name loudly, but the dog only stood there, staring intently at the great beast, as if trying to understand his intentions. Then he howled sharply, which caused confusion among the boys, who could not understand the meaning of his action. The tribal people condemned the dog, considering it stupid for doing such a thing in front of a sacred beast. They did not understand why it behaved like that. Despite the condemnation, the dog continued to bark, and Alrisha's eyes sparkled in response, expressing interest. Suddenly, the deity started making purring sounds, showing that he liked the dog's barking. The tribal people were shocked by this behavior of the beast. The dog extended its paws toward the great beast, and it responded, also making purring sounds as if making contact. Everyone present was at a loss, not understanding the meaning of what was happening or the significance of these sounds. The tribe leader's eyes widened in surprise. He realized that the gentleman was enjoying communicating with the dog. Fleer asked Shiranui if he was his friend, and the dog responded with a loud bark, confirming the connection. The chief of the tribe expressed doubt, considering it impossible for the sacred beast to allow anyone other than its own kind to approach. They came to the conclusion that Shiranui was also a sacred beast, which caused them great shock and confusion. One of the tribe began to argue loudly and try to understand who this fire dog really was. The young man introduced himself and explained that the dog was his pet, which he was holding in his arms. The tribal people's eyes widened when they heard the word pet, showing their surprise and confusion. They realized that Valfleer was the conqueror of a godlike being, which seemed completely impossible to them. The tribesmen knelt before the boys, realizing their complete defeat and respecting their strength. They hung their heads and admitted their terrible mistake, begging for forgiveness. Fleer ordered them to raise their heads, demonstrating his superiority, and at that moment he admired his mentor from behind. Mr. Alrisha began to make sounds that seemed to be words or orders. The chief Indian declared that he understood everything, although the young man could not yet explain anything. It turned out that the beast ordered the boys to be treated as official guests, which unexpectedly changed the situation. The Indians promised to escort the guests to the city for their safety and support. They said they had food and water and were ready to help the travelers. Fleer decided to remove the chains from the prisoners to free them. This was the beginning of a new stage in their adventure. He reflected that everything had turned out much better than he had expected, despite his fears. Fleer hoped that his companions were not experiencing any problems, although they were now deep in the forest in some cave. Among the stone walls and skulls stood two heroines, very aggressively disposed. Their determination and fury were palpable. Their feet hit the damp ground with firmness and confidence, leaving no doubt as to their intentions. They were met by a huge man who declared that they had disturbed the peace of the sacred forest, which was unacceptable. He looked furious, had a loud voice, and had a large backpack on his back, adding to his impressive appearance. The man in glasses asked if the girls were looking for that very color, and his tone was stern and wary. The girls were surprised by this man, and Kaguya realized that she did not feel any power or presence from him. She warned him that if he took a step towards them, she would kick him to death. Rachel and Kaguya walked through the dark cave, looking around carefully for water. Their footsteps echoed loudly. They went deeper into the cave and suddenly stopped, noticing something unusual ahead. The place around them became more and more ominous and mysterious, making them freeze with premonition. Before them opened up a space reminiscent of an abandoned mine, with half-destroyed walls and the remains of wooden beams. The girls immediately noticed that the place had not been visited by people for a long time. Kaguya noted that the decor looked very old and neglected, while Rachel agreed. Suddenly, their gaze was drawn to a human skull lying nearby. This discovery came as a complete surprise to them and caused alarm. The girls wondered where so many human bones could be found, suggesting that a bloody battle or tragedy could have taken place here at some point. This only added to the sense of danger. The question of what actually happened in these places remained unresolved for them, forcing their brains to work tensely and attentively. Suddenly, a man with a large backpack appeared behind them and told them that there had once been a battle for territory between the Sand People and the people of Jalahandra. His calm voice gave weight to his words. He immediately asked who the girls were, which immediately put Rachel and Kaguya on guard. They turned sharply to the stranger, preparing for a possible threat. The heroine did not hide her distrust and even threatened the man, showing that she was ready to fight if the situation required it. The man looked at them attentively without blinking or showing any signs of fear. This made the girl assume that he was an experienced fighter, perhaps a martial artist. They looked at each other intently. The girl exclaimed that she could easily smear it. But the man just looked at her calmly, clearly not understanding her aggression and remaining unperturbed. He explained that he had not wanted to frighten anyone and that he himself had been frightened by the situation that had arisen. His sincerity somewhat eased the tension between them. The girls stopped listening to the man and analyzing every word that appeared, trying to understand his intentions. The man introduced himself as Kakuma, an archaeologist immersed in studying these abandoned mines and their history. At first, the girls did not understand what exactly he said and looked at him with suspicion, not trusting the stranger. Kokuma apologized and offered them some bottled water, wanting to show goodwill and help. The girls looked at the offered water with doubt and did not immediately agree to accept it from the man. He said that if the local tribes found out that he was a Sandman, they would destroy him without mercy. In this way, he explained the riskiness of his mission. The girls sat down on the stones, listening attentively to the archaeologist's story, which was filled with important and mysterious details. He spoke about the emergence of a new country that required the study of its culture and the need to understand its characteristics. There was a passion in his voice for his work, and he spoke with enthusiasm about the excavations and discoveries. Kokuma admitted that he enjoys uncovering the secrets of the past and learning about people's history, which inspires his research. The heroines noted that despite his enthusiasm, he did not seem entirely convincing, and not all of his words seemed true to them. Kaguya began to wonder if perhaps this scientist was not as simple as he seemed, and that his stories did not always match reality. She asked him directly who he really was, demanding that he tell the truth, and the man faltered, unable to find the words. He eventually repeated that he was an ordinary archaeologist, but the girls continued to look at him with suspicion. Kaguya ordered him to be silent, reminding them that someone was approaching them. Soon a tall, majestic girl appeared, accompanied by a group of knights, causing a mixture of surprise and alarm in the girls. The knights said that there were no natives here anymore, but there were enough resources for everyone. The heroine replied that the knights should work to please Lord Kagarabai. Everyone started digging and three watched the process from above, demonstrating their power and superiority over the others. The archaeologists suggested that this was the royal army of the Red Ruby, who had arrived to develop the deposits and extract wealth. He said there was a power struggle going on in the kingdom between two heirs, which explains the tension and the presence of the army. The girls asked if he could provide them with protection if he really was an archaeologist, but he advised them to flee rather than hope for help. The hero warned that Kagarabai's right hand was a cold and ruthless girl, devoted to her master to the end. She was known to go to any lengths to accomplish her missions and should be handled with extreme caution. Kaguya suggested that if she was truly strong, then perhaps it would be worth testing yourself against her. The archaeologist countered that no one had yet come close to unlocking Marchela's power, and that Kaguya was unlikely to be able to match her. At that moment, Kaguya turned around abruptly, her eyes blazing with rage, and she asked what he said. She clenched her fists and declared with determination that she would finish off this girl, being very serious and uncompromising. Kaguya rushed towards the knights, slamming her fist into the ground with such force that the ground seemed to shake beneath her feet. Her determination and rage were obvious, and she had no intention of backing down. These sudden actions frightened one of the knights, while Marcella remained surprisingly calm, as if confident of her victory in advance. Her face showed no emotion. The knights began to shout, warning each other of the coming attack and trying to organize themselves in response to the heroine's throw. Their voices were filled with fear and excitement. The girl smiled brightly and boldly. Her sincere smile radiated confidence and challenge. She looked straight at her opponents, not afraid at all. Directing her gaze towards the girl named Marcella, Kaguya addressed her very boldly, not hiding her contempt and desire to fight. She said that if the heroine really considered herself strong, she would offer her a decisive fight. She looked at her with indifference and coldness, not hiding her indifference. At this time, the guys hiding nearby began to discuss the character's antics, expressing different opinions about her behavior. The archaeologist warned that now was the best time to flee and avoid conflict, as the situation was extremely dangerous. Rachel admitted that even though Kaguya was acting wrong, she was still her comrade and she did not want to leave her in trouble. Meanwhile, Marcella approached the girl and mockingly said that she looked like a fragile doll, as if she was not capable of serious resistance. She twirled the hoop in her hands, commenting on the girl's beauty, her hair, her eyes, her figure, while smiling with a slight smirk. These words and manner only made the heroine gather herself even more, causing her to become even more determined and wanting to prove the opposite. She stood motionless, looking at her opponent with a grin, ready at any moment to go on the attack and show all her strength. Suddenly, she rushed into the attack, trying to catch Marcella off guard and break her defense. However, she parried her blow with ease and confidence, showing how well she controlled her abilities. During the battle, the attack injured Kaguya, leaving a bloody wound on her face, but the girl was not going to give up. The girl thanked her calmly and with restraint, saying this with a clear subtext. Slightly injured, Kaguya wiped the blood from her cheek, trying not to show her pain and weakness. The archaeologist and Rachel watched the battle, and Rachel noticed that her allies' movements became noticeably stiff, which alerted them. It was obvious that Kaguya was exhausted and knew that the fight had not been easy for her from the very beginning. She realized that something was wrong and that her fighting style, which relied on foot techniques, was no longer as effective. At that moment, the girl turned to the defeated one, showing cunning and confidence, realizing that the girl possessed amazing strength and a special gift. Her gaze was full of cunning. She understood that she was afraid of losing strength and falling unconscious. She was at her limit, she was sweating, blood was slowly running down her body, but she continued to fight. Weak, she asked what Marcella had done to her, but she only mocked and continued to attack. The heroine struck again, and the girl flew back but did not retreat. Despite her weakness, Kaguya continued to diligently repel the attacks, refusing to give up. The archaeologist and Rachel were rooting for her, genuinely worried about her fate on the battlefield. At one point, the heroine screamed that she had no idea what her rival had done to her body, because she felt something was wrong. At that moment, Marcella launched a new attack and Kaguya froze, feeling that something was wrong in her body. The girl suddenly realized that she could not understand what had happened to her, and her body no longer obeyed her. The archaeologist and Rachel were shocked to hear her scream towards them and immediately realized that the situation was critical. At this moment, the knights found them and intended to arrest them. The winner mocked the defeated, happy that she had finally managed to inflict serious damage on her and break her will. She extended her hand to Kaguya to help her stand up. Taking the girl by the chin, the girl declared that she would take care of her, but she was too weak to do anything in response. It was a starry night. The inhabitants of the settlement gathered around fires and burned something. They shouted loudly in their own language, expressing emotions and perhaps calling upon spirits or gods. The sounds of their speeches merged with the crackling of the fire, creating an eerie yet mesmerizing picture. Fleer stood in the middle of the crowd, his gaze attentive and focused. Suddenly, a huge masked man pounced on him and everything changed in an instant. A fight began, with each trying to get the upper hand over the other. They began to fight in hand-to-hand combat. Powerful blows and confident movements showed that both fighters were experienced warriors, ready to show all their strength and skill. Despite the enormous size of his opponent, the young man seemed small next to him, but this did not prevent him from maintaining confidence and strategy in battle. However, the hero was then able to somersault the enemy over himself, taking advantage of the moment and his agility. The opponent flew across the ground, letting out a cry of surprise and pain. Fleur was declared the winner, and the crowd erupted in cheers and applause, celebrating his impressive victory. Everyone was happy for him, and he walked among the crowd with a wide smile, feeling proud that he had managed to defeat a great warrior and earn respect. While getting dressed after the battle, the hero noticed that Jalahandra was a funny and unusual place full of surprises. At that moment, Nia called out to him, and he turned towards him. Nia sat surrounded by many women who stroked him affectionately. An elderly village elder, a granny, approached Fleur and respectfully and warmly assessed his skill in battle. She noted his incredible strength and courage, which became the subject of general admiration. The elder said with a smile that if she were younger, she would also gladly fight him. Fleur asked if she had ever been as strong, to which Granny replied that her forte was not so much fist fighting as the nocturnal arts she had mastered over the years. At this point, one of the settlers reported that the guards were already looking for their missing friends, and the boys shouldn't worry, they would be found. Shikanui, meanwhile, ate the meat that was brought to him with gusto, enjoying the taste and resting after a hard day. Fleur remembered his main goal and asked the elder if they could tell him the way to the capital of Red Ruby, where he and his friends needed to go. The elder advised against approaching the kingdom right now. She explained that a rebellion could soon begin there, which greatly surprised Fleur. She explained that two princes are fighting for succession to the throne, and a possible war could lead to chaos and instability. Fleur thought about this, remembering that a similar situation had already happened in the country of Prima, which made him wary. Their conversation was interrupted by the return of a squad of wounded guards, who looked exhausted and badly hurt. The wounded lay on the ground, and the elder asked them what had happened recently and what was the news from the front. She was informed that the Sand People soldiers had once again invaded the abandoned mine and defeated the settlement's defenders. Everyone was amazed. Such an event seemed incredible, because similar attacks had been successfully repelled before. Fleur remembered that Marchella, the very warrior who had already caused fear in everyone, was behind all this. He looked at the others questioningly, waiting for confirmation or dispel of his suspicions. The beaten knights said that the enemies had come for the minerals that were in the mine, and it seemed that they had taken two girls with them. Neo began shouting loudly, claiming that Rachel and Kaguya had been kidnapped, causing a wave of unrest among those present. Neo and her dog were ready to rush to save their friends. Their determination was obvious. Fleur turned to the boy and said his name, trying to stop him from acting hastily. At this point, the settler warned that it was better not to approach the kingdom now, due to the dangerous situation. The elder silently watched the conversation with a displeased expression on her face, realizing that serious trials lay ahead of them. She said that everything that was happening was fate, and they would have to accept the challenge and find the strength to resist the enemies. The settler was determined and ready to fight, not intending to surrender in the face of danger. Fleur leaned over to the settler and asked if he was sure of his words, adding that if the boy was afraid, he should not be forced to go forward. The settler confidently replied that he believed in Fleur and was ready to go with him to the end, despite all the difficulties. Fleur recalled that it was important to first gain the boy's trust, since faith in each other is one of the main components of strength. Everyone understood that together they could overcome any trials and enemies, and the settler agreed to accompany them on their journey. The guys were full of determination, serious and ready for any challenges along the way. They set off towards the Red Ruby Kingdom, feeling the responsibility and importance of their mission. How I would wake up and see a vase in front of me and frost enveloping the room like the first cold breath of winter. Everything around seemed unreal and mysterious. She opened her eyes and didn't immediately realize where she was. The luxurious bed and spacious room didn't match her memories of recent events. Remembering everything that had happened to her, the heroine felt anxiety and bewilderment rising in her soul about what was happening. Suddenly, she jumped up from the bed, her eyes wide with surprise and confusion. The reality was too unexpected. Only then did she realize that she was completely naked, which added even more embarrassment and fear. At that moment, Rachel entered the room. She said that Marchella had done a great job and that this was another game she was playing with the captives. She was dressed in a chic dress, but her face expressed discontent and irritation, as if the clothes themselves were a prison for her. The heroine explained that the dress had been on her since she woke up, and it had been haunting her. Kaguya couldn't help but laugh and started to laugh loudly at her unfortunate friend, which eased the tense situation a little. How I would smirk teasing Rachel and her ridiculous outfit, trying to pull her out of her despondency. I then asked where Kokuma was and if he had finally been caught, hoping for good news. The girl replied with annoyance that he had disappeared, as if he had dissolved into thin air, and that his whereabouts were currently unknown. She remembered how he disappeared without a trace, leaving everyone in confusion and anxiety. The heroine clutched the sheet in her hands, noting to herself that this man was too shady to inspire confidence. The girls decided to run away from here as quickly as possible, trying not to fall into another trap. On the way, they met Marcella, who admitted that she had gone a little overboard with her influence on the captives. The heroine was very angry with her captor for her recklessness and unpredictability. She challenged Marcella to another duel, hoping to prove her strength and accept the challenge. But then Rachel suddenly shouted for Kaguya to stop, warning that they were already trapped and further fighting could lead to trouble. The girl realized that her body had stopped obeying her again, and she could not move. The heroine explained that the same dose of the drug was affecting her as the other captive, but Kaguya still had the ability to move at least a little. She added that with this remedy everyone becomes obedient, like cute little animals deprived of will and freedom. Marcella said with a smile that she adored cute girls, and the girls responded by calling her bad, expressing their contempt. She said many more words to Kaguya and declared that the fun would have to be postponed. First, they had to meet with the king. Rachel was very surprised to hear about the king's existence, because it opened up new dimensions to their situation. Marcella explained that her master was the only suitable king for this country, although for now he was only an heir and not a full-fledged ruler. At that moment, the curtains in the room opened and a bright light blinded the girls, filling their eyes with radiance and hope. They found themselves in the capital of Red Ruby, a majestic and vibrant city where important events took place. Meanwhile, their allies rushed to help. Time was on the side of the saviors. Nia and Fleer were crossing Cactus Valley, their ride fast and confident. They were very close and determined to save their friends. Three girls walk along a carpeted path towards a throne. An indistinguishable figure sits on the throne, praising his subordinate Marcella for bringing home a good catch from the sacred forest. Marcella addresses the Lord as His Majesty. She leads two other girls on long leashes who are unable to resist or break free as they are subdued by her ability. From the throne comes word that this organization have managed to secure capital for themselves, and now they can begin a war against their brother. The leader asks who they brought to him. Finally, the one sitting on the throne reveals his face. It is the second prince of the Red Ruby Kingdom, Kagurabai. He takes a drag on his cigar and asks the young ladies brought to him to introduce themselves. Marcella tugs at the straps, ordering her captives to introduce themselves. One begins by telling the prince that her name is Rachel. She came from the kingdom of Blue Sapphire and was brought here by mistake. She was given a mission to deliver the gentleman from the Blue Sapphire Kingdom to the homeland of his maternal grandmother. That's all she can somehow squeeze out of herself in this situation. She states that the kingdom has agreed to accept Nia, so they shouldn't have any problems. Kagurabai muses out loud about what he heard about this. However, to him, it's just an annoyance, nothing more. Here he reveals a terrible secret. The fact is that Prince Jishia, who agreed to accept Nia, asked Kagurabai in a secret instruction to get rid of Nia and his companions. Rachel is shocked and can only ask questions aimlessly. The second prince mockingly suggests that Rachel did not know this, and indeed she did. He begins to explain what is going on. Nia's mother was not actually a commoner, as the boys believed, but on the contrary, a royal-blooded girl named Fiza, who turns out to be Kagurabai's younger sister. Due to this, Nia, like the second prince and his brother, all of them have a legitimate claim to the Red Ruby throne, and they must participate in the struggle for the throne from now on. Thus, the boys' existence was simply a nuisance to both princes, and Prince Geisha did not say a word about it in order to lure the travelers into a trap. For Kagurabai, it goes without saying that Nia alone is not a threat, but the problem is his rank at court, and the prince's older brother thinks exactly the same. Due to the rivalry between the brothers, the second prince believes that he must get Nia first and finish him off. The leader's army is already looking for the boy, and sooner or later the girls will see his body. Also turns out that the second Prince Kagurabai, among other things, is blessed by the heavens themselves for what he does. At least that's what he believes and claims, and he has reasons to say so. Upon hearing this, both girls are amazed beyond measure. Two winged characters appear and order Kagurabai to work hard and bring the shaman quickly. He apologizes and assures that it will be done soon. These guys who look like children are actually none other than the gentlemen apostles. Their names are Mr. Metatron and Mrs. Sandalpin. The angels look at the newcomers with arrogance and without much interest. The girls can't believe their eyes that they are seeing angels. One of them says that they are some skinned chickens, but Marchella immediately corrects her. It turns out that the angels are looking for someone here whom they call a shaman. However, according to them, the country in which the shaman is hiding is so huge that they became too lazy to look for him themselves and began to look for ways to make this process easier. It was obvious to them to use authority. Kagurabai came into play, offering his help to the apostles in their search, and he does everything the angels ask, and they don't perceive him as anything other than a servant. However, they are powerful patrons. The second prince is inspired by the fact that the power of angels will ensure his victory in the war against his elder brother, and having dealt with him, he will finally become king and will have the full power that he so desires. Rachel is disheartened because now she and Nia have an entire country's army and the apostles against them. She doesn't understand how this could have happened, but she knows that there is no way to cope with such a force. After all, even the apostles themselves are a threat that appears once every 100 years, and they have administrative resources and other opportunities on their side, and altogether they hunt for the girl's young master. She never thought that Prince Jisha had evil intentions and brought the young master here herself. She mentally apologizes to Nia, but she also feels guilty. And then the second girl enters the conversation, who suddenly loudly declares that Kagurabai is just an idiot. She is absolutely sure of this and is ready to explain her words and carefully argue them. Everyone present is extremely surprised by this and doesn't know how to react, which gives the girl, Kagura, some time to make her point to an appreciative audience. The girl says that they are all idiots who rely on others or the heavens, a bunch of naive people. No matter how many of them gather together, they will not be able to defeat a strong opponent. She asks if people know who is with Nia. Marchella comes to her senses, tugging at the belt and demanding that the captive lie down. However, she does not move a millimeter, which surprises the woman. She says that she has advice from the strongest martial artist, her. If they underestimate Fleer, the consequences will be dire for all ill-wishers. Besides, she is absolutely sure that no one can defeat him because she knows the guy and has seen him in action. She knows what the young man is capable of and how much power he already has. Finally, she demands that Rachel hold on, even though the situation is truly not promising. They are in this situation now, and there is nothing else they can do since they can't do anything themselves. However, they both have to believe in Fleer as a bodyguard, which means that the girls have hope. She turns to Kaguya in tears to tell her something, as she is very upset about her situation. As for the hero, he and Nia, despite the many obstacles they encountered along the way, finally reached their destination. The boy is riding a riding bird with the boy behind him. Now he looks at the city, the capital of the Red Sapphire Kingdom, from a short distance, preparing to enter the gates. The city rises nearby, along with a huge castle on top of the mountain. The boy shouts encouragingly that they should hurry up and save Rachel and Kagura. The dog confirms his words, and the hero also agrees. They do not yet know where the girls might be, but they suspect that they are in the castle. Suddenly, a ball of dark energy condenses nearby, which twists into a spiral with many arms, which is quite unusual, but they can immediately conclude that it is someone's evil magic. Two glowing eyes immediately appear in the middle of the formation with a loud sound. Someone is inside this darkness and looks at them with his eyes. With them, he expresses some destructive intentions. Finally, a giant centipede jumps out at both of them, hissing loudly, and immediately attacks the boys, rushing forward, snapping its jaws and intending to seriously damage their integrity. They are absolutely shocked because this is a sudden attack that they did not expect, especially that there would be a real centipede inside the black hole, and such a huge one at that. They barely manage to avoid a collision because the hero blocks the monster's attack with his hand. This stops the huge insect head. The guy says that he has never met animals like this. He jokingly apologizes to the monster for the fact that they are in a hurry and do not have time to fight, while at the same time preparing his hand with the blazing first flame of hell for a strike. A fiery blow is heard which immediately hits the very heart of the centipede. It burns completely, and the guy thinks that this will destroy the monster right now. However, this is not enough to stop her. The monster falls like a stone, hitting the heroes with its head. They barely manage to dodge. Fleer picks them up along with the bird and tells them to get away from here. He has reasons to worry. The Hellfire had no effect on the monster. This is very unusual and cannot be a good sign, according to the hero, who has seen his flames defeat any opponent before. Fleer watches as the centipede transforms and takes on a more human-like appearance. A very human torso emerges from the insect's mouth with long arms and thin fingers. Its head is covered with something that looks like brains. It sighs heavily. Here, many eyes open on his head. He sticks out his long tongue and lets out a loud cry. The guy only thinks about something coming out of the monster's mouth, and he swears loudly. The monster rushes at him with a scream. He thinks that this time he will definitely get the monster with his blow, so he hits it with his fire cannon, created from the first flame of hell. But to his surprise, the monster breaks through this obstacle and attacks him. Fleer dodges the blow, keeping an eye on the monster. It is different from the other magical beasts he has encountered so far. It has an incredible killing intent. The hero wants to go to the rescue of Rachel and Kagura as soon as possible, but until he deals with this abomination, he will not be able to go anywhere. Fleer ponders what he should do, since he won't be able to defeat the enemy with just his abilities this time. From afar, someone else watches their fight, hanging high above the ground, thinking out loud that the hero is having a hard time against just a black bug. That's what he calls the monster. He states that if he continues in this manner, he may accidentally kill the hero, even though this is not his goal. He asks the hero to try harder, calling him the shaman of the gates of hell. The guy punches the monster, summoning a second flame of hell. He really wants the enemy to freeze, but he can't get him to do it. He creates a frost whirlwind that should hold the opponent back. The opponent is indeed frozen in ice and is frozen in an awkward position, unable to attack the hero for now. So Fleer has a little respite. He immediately drops heavily to the ground next to the giant to decide what to do next, as this promises to be a difficult task that cannot be solved immediately. However, the pause turns out to be false, and the beast suddenly attacks again, breaking the icy shackles with its sheer power, and the ice powerlessly splits under its movements, unable to detain the enemy. The hero dodges the attack again, jumping to the side and wondering why this move didn't work either, even though he thought it should have, since he put a lot of his power into it and was going to win right there. He understands that the red ruby has incredibly dry air, which is why there is almost no water vapor. Therefore, his second Hellfire has almost no effect. At his current level, the hero has no way to stop the monster. Then he uses the technique he considers the most powerful under the circumstances. He summons the first flames of hell, igniting them to their full power. Nia, watching from the side, sees a giant flame flaring up, spreading tongues in all directions. He only manages to whisper the name of his protector. Fleer rushes towards the centipede at high speed and hits it with a super powerful red-hot devil fist. That's the name of the technique he uses to defeat the monster. However, something goes wrong. The enemy does not react to the blow, but grabs the hero from the side with his huge hand and presses him to the ground. Fleer's flame does not affect the creature even at full power. Now the hero is convinced of this too. Then he hears someone speaking to him, as if confirming something. This is a rooster. He says that the hero's light is only slightly lukewarm. Fleer turns to the roasted rooster, asking what all this means, since the contract was for the hero to become stronger. But the bird corrects him, saying that Fleer can only use strength, but it requires skill. After all, he is now losing to some puppet of angels. The hero is surprised that his opponent has such a nature, but the bird is sure of it, and she is right. He even reports that his opponents are at the level of apostles, which means that he, at his current level, will definitely not be able to cope with them. And the hero remembers that, indeed, his first hellish flame did not cause serious damage to Raphael. The second Hellfire is strong, but it is unreliable and depends on the surrounding conditions. It definitely needs to strengthen its flame somehow, but now it does not understand how. The bird says one word: insight. The hero doesn't get it. The rooster begins to prompt him. He says that Fleer does not understand the essence of the flame at all. He did not even notice some important details. The bird ends by saying that it would be better to rely on itself than on a guy like the hero. At this point, he disappears for a moment. Fleer then finds himself in a circle of fire, alone with the bird. The hero asks what this yellow flame is around, but the bird does not explain anything, saying that it only gave him more problems. But this is Gaia, the third flame of hell, the ruler of the demons of the earth. The hero exclaims in delight that this is the third flame. The bird continues that this flame controls the land and consumes the earth. Judging by its size, it will be the strongest among them. And Gaia has business with Fleer. He wondered what this mighty demon might look like. And then with a huge sound, something moves around the hero. It's him, the master. Fleer hears a strange cry as if someone was being crushed. They shout at him to pay attention down to his feet. The mole-like creature that the guy stepped on with his heel complains that it hurts and that he's going to get trampled here. Gaia, a small beast, emerges from the ground. He says that the demon has an interest, so he came to the rescue. He expresses hope that the two will get along. Fleer can only add that his new partner is unusually nice. Gaia talks about himself and how he has been watching the boy ever since he fought the demonic beasts in Jalandhara. He saw how the hero tried not to harm people and nature, and therefore Fleer is very kind. All this time, while the demon is telling the story, the guy is stroking Gaia. When the creature gets to the point, offering the boy its flame, he comically squeezes its furry face. He gets angry and asks not to touch it anymore. The boy apologizes. It then ignites, and Gaia explains that the true nature of the flame depends on the capacity of the vessel and its willingness to kill. The spirit then wishes the boy luck in the fight, and he comes to in the middle of the fight. He is still pinned to the ground by the centipede's hand, and the monster is hanging over him, opening its mouth and making unpleasant sounds. The monster raises its clawed paw to strike him, while the boy thinks that he is in the middle of a dangerous situation. Now the monster screams again and strikes, but before its claws can touch the boy, he shifts and his hand bursts into flames again. The centipede only has time to sense that something is wrong. However, this is enough for the monster to interrupt its attack and jump away. The boy mocks his opponent, realizing that he retreated instinctively. He is not surprised because the flame is indeed extremely dangerous for people like his enemy. Now the hero's left hand turns into a flaming clawed paw. This is the so-called third flame of hell, the call of the earth. The hero declares that he is using the flame for the first time and is going to practice on the monster anyway. Just like before, images appear in the guy's mind. He punches the ground with a red-hot fist. Streams of energy run towards the insect. It squeaks excitedly, but the young man dispassionately declares that the so-called call of the earth has come into play. The hero's magic creates a whirlpool of earth in which the monster drowns, floundering. It screams pitifully, trying to get out, but it is sucked into the very heart of the funnel. The hero explains that the third flame of hell has the power to manipulate the earth anywhere the flames spread. But there is a drawback. The user must keep his hand on the ground at all times. He attacks with a third flame, loudly bidding farewell to the monster. The streams of flame tear a huge cube out of the ground and press it down properly. Then it all falls on the monster chained in the funnel. The technique is called earth pressure. The guy crushes the monster with a victorious cry with his earth cube. The flame on his hand goes out and he says that he is finally done with all his business. He is surprised at what kind of opponent he has encountered, and Nia is already jumping on a chicken towards him. Fleer is okay. He thanks him for his concern, but he is okay. The boys should not relax because their friends are being held captive. So it took them quite a while, but they should help Rachel and Kagura as soon as possible. Everyone agrees on that. The action moves to the capital of the kingdom, to the palace. Steps are heard behind the massive door. Both girls, exhausted, lie on the floor. They ask what they are going to do with them. Marcella laughs evilly. She says she's going to have fun like she said before. That's why she brought the girls here. They're terrified. Marcella declares that she can't stand it any longer, and now she will make them feel Marcella's beauty. Replaying the duel in their memories, the Flame Lords admire the young man in every way. Gaia confirms the general opinion that the boy is exceptionally talented. Rooster says that he never doubted him. However, the young man still has a lot to learn to become truly strong. But the pace at which he is going is not enough. Therefore, the spirits will have to use more drastic methods to awaken his power. Gaia objects believe me it's dangerous and the guy could burn. The cock's flame is especially dangerous here. However, the bird cannot afford to be patient. It believes that the mole also understands what is being said. He understands that the guy really does have serious opponents like that angel. As long as Fleur contains the Demon King, he will be in danger. However, Gaia wants to say that now is not the right time anyway. He asks the bird to trust the boy. So the angel hangs in the air, watching the hero's riding chicken as it moves away towards the capital. He notes that the boy's firepower is good, but he can barely deal with just one dark insect. And besides, he had only just awakened the third flame, to the angel's great regret. He notes that Sandalpen and Metatron are at a disadvantage because he did something unnecessary. The hero heads to the capital where he will inevitably meet the apostles. With these words, the angel himself disappears, declaring that now it will be interesting to watch Fleer, and he calls him the last of the shamans. Meanwhile, the guys rush to help their friends. Meanwhile, in Marchela's room in the capital, desperate cries are heard from behind the door demanding that it stop. The girl scolds Marchela as much as she can because she can't resist her. The latter admires the spectacle because she is busy dressing the girls in different outfits. The second one can hardly contain her laughter. Rachel, who is currently being dressed, stands there, dressed like a Playboy model. She screams that it is humiliating. Marchela is already choosing another outfit. Kagura laughs. Rachel asks her partner to do something, but in her opinion, Marchela is not torturing the girl too much. But she is not amused at all. The owner of the room says that Rachel has a beautiful face. Then Kagura appears and asks if her face is really ugly. Marchela starts to laugh at these words. She pesters Kagura and says that she is beautiful exactly as she is now, and she can't save the boy anyway, so it's better for her to give up. She takes advantage of the fact that Kagura can't do anything in response and throws her onto the couch. Zate states that it's useless to get out of here anyway, so there's no point in running. And besides, the power on Kagura's side is so great that the girl's friends will simply be killed, and that will be the end of it. The prince has already cordoned off the city. The sorceress mysteriously says that her boss has another side besides being a prince. In general, this man, in addition to the royal blood that allows him to claim the throne of the Red Ruby Kingdom, is the leader of the kingdom's Adventurers Guild and a great authority in his field. He had already given the order, causing 5,000 of the kingdom's marginalized people to gather into gangs and set off in groups on the mission given to them by this guild leader in order to complete his plan. They now have, according to the second prince, a mission to capture Nia alive, which seems to Kagurabai to be an obviously feasible task for such a huge number of performers. Capture and bring the head of his escort, that is, in the case of the guys, Fleur, to Kagurabai too, which also seems like a feasible task to the leader, and he sees no obstacles to this happening. So the action takes place in the city. This is the capital of the Kingdom of Red Ruby, a settlement under the castle in the south. It is surrounded by a wall and is all done in Oriental style. Here, a girl in a cloak croaks pitifully as she is slapped in the face by a gloved hand. It is some adventurer who is treating her roughly, as he is actually looking for Nia on orders from his leader. Two men in combat gear are assessing her, holding a piece of paper with an announcement in their hands. They are trying to figure out whether she is wanted or not. The old woman hugs the girl and tries to object, but she is rudely shut up. Indeed, the adventurers are acting on orders from the legitimate ruler, Prince Kagurabai. Anyone who sees the guys from the ad should inform the adventurers about it. It is known that the enemies are hiding somewhere in the capital, so there is a reward of 50 platinum coins for those who catch the guys. The adventurers loudly read this to passers-by. Two people are walking down a deserted street when suddenly they feel something strange. Suddenly the ground behind them starts to rise and swell, but then returns to its normal position. Already on another deserted street, voices are heard from underground. They say that there is no one around. Here the earth swells and rises up into a giant hummock as if there is something inside it. From the earthen mound immediately appear the traveling boys together with the riding chicken, immediately frightening the cat passing by, although otherwise the street is empty and no one notices them. Nier states that the third flame is incredible and he didn't know a hero could do that. Flair says he's surprised at how awkward it is to move around underground. He hopes he won't have to use that ability again. He immediately notices the posters pasted on the walls and, based on their content, understands that everyone is looking for them. Nia immediately wonders how it happened that adventurers started looking for them. Someone huge approaches from behind while they are talking, and his steps show great power and sound threatening. A tall, hairy man asks what happened and if the boys are lost. They turn around in surprise, not expecting someone to approach them and ask about it for real. They are worried. The man notices that they are not from the Red Ruby Kingdom. Nia himself also starts to say something, but the man reaches out to him and interrupts him. He just puts his hand on his shoulder and says that the villains are looking for people like him, so it's dangerous to be here. They would be better off in a city to the north, and they should look there if they were looking for a place to stay. The boy thanks the stranger, and he smiles at him. He turns and leaves, shouting at the boys to be careful. Nia breathes a sigh of relief. He says that the stranger looks scary, but he is a good man. He turns to the silent Fleer. But he doesn't answer, looking at the back of the walker. Meanwhile, he comes out of the alley and the soldiers bow down at the sight of him. There are 15 soldiers here, and all are paying respects to the hairy stranger. They say that they were looking for him and that he shouldn't go out on the street anymore, just in case. This man is Prince Daltsalin. He says he heard that the adventurers were searching very carefully for something, so he went out to see how his men were doing. It turns out that the soldiers have already dealt with several of the outcasts. Daltsalin scolds his brother. The soldier asks if they should stop and look for the people on the posters, but he replies that the whole scandal is the fault of the angels who asked Kagurabai to do all this. The soldier objects that they can use the situation to their advantage, find the boys, and thus lure the apostles to their side, making them allies in the fight for the throne. The prince calls him an idiot and says that this argument is not a game. The officer is surprised by such words and asks again incredulously, maintaining a surprised face. But the thing is, angels have always had a capricious nature, and there is no guarantee that they will keep their promise. Besides, it is a bad idea to deal with this guy. He is inspiring, exclaims that he will focus on the war for the throne and will not allow outsiders to get involved in this matter. The battle with Kagurabai for the throne of the Red Ruby Kingdom. Soldiers hear that everything depends on each of them. Angels should not interfere and decide the future of the country in general. And they, the people, will decide. This is how the prince ends his speech. In that case, Prince Daltsalin only hopes that he can count on all of them, the soldiers. They answer that they are ready. The action moves to a northern city, a hotel. Someone lies back on a bed, putting his hands under his head. This is Fleer. He leans back against the pillows and verbally raves about what a nice hotel they found. It even has a bathroom. The dog is jumping on the guy. Nia looks out the window and he is now wary. Fleer asks what is wrong, but he gives up his wariness. He felt like someone was watching them, but it really was. The boys hear some sound and ask what's going on. Fleer yells for Nia to fall to the ground as the wall explodes at the same moment, sending arrows flying through the breach. They ask each other what the hell is going on. The whole room is destroyed and there is a huge hole in the wall. A man jumps in, screaming that he doesn't believe that some fucking bastard is the target, and he's going to get a reward for it. For him, it's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. 3 warriors stand in the gap, ready to fight. The man in the middle says he misses the damn bastard, which is how he addresses Fleer. The hero doesn't know who his opponent is and why he suddenly attacks, but this man is Gil, a 4th-class adventurer of the Red Guild. Nia whispers in the guy's ear that this is one of those adventurers they met along the way. He is surprised by this. At this time, Gil is beside himself with such inattention to himself. Suddenly, someone attacks the boys from behind. It's a giant man with a hammer who hits Fleer from behind. He dodges. Gil shouts from under his visor that the guys need to be caught. Nia needs to be taken alive, and Fleer doesn't matter how. The main thing is to catch him. The hero swears that it happened exactly when he was resting after a bath. He promises himself that the adventurers will pay for this. Nia, whom the boy is dragging along, asks Fleer to look down. They take off in a cloud of smoke, only to find the streets filled with adventurers thirsting for their blood. They shout that they saw a hero and a boy for whom a reward has been announced. The bandits also complain that Gil's squad tried to steal their reward, those 50 platinum coins. The guy stands on the roof looking at the crowd. Gil immediately lands next to him, saying that they have nowhere to go. And indeed, adventurers from all over the kingdom have gathered here. There are at least 5,000 of them. There are adventurers of all kinds here, including the very experienced. Gil asks rhetorically if the heroes realize the situation they are in. Nia is surprised that this cannot be, such attention is paid to their persons. Fleer says he wants to rest today, but he can't do anything, he has no choice but to fight. Nia asks the hero to turn around because several enemies are already flying towards them to hit harder. The bandits look down at the barely visible battle on the roof and doubt whether there is still a chance to participate in the capture or whether everything is already over and they will have to disperse. But suddenly the attackers fall from the heights to the ground, terribly beaten. Everyone is in shock. At this time, Fleer finishes off Gil, whose armor is flying apart from the blows. The hero says that the break is over. He throws Gil off the roof straight into a crowd of bandits. They ask if it is really Gil. He is also beaten and sick. The hero thought to get information, that is why he was hesitating with the final decision but gave up and decided not to bother. Everyone is surprised. The young man declares that everyone is in his way and that he himself needs to get to the royal palace and that he should not be disturbed. He suggests that the bandits prepare to suffer. It turns out that in the Red Ruby Kingdom there are 4 strongest people. They are known as the top-class travelers who act as guild bosses, are known as living legends among travelers. Their names are Millets, Gorgons, and Kagachi. At this moment, the hero is punching someone. He strikes, and many people are thrown across the street by the force of the blow. The legendary travelers just mentioned are lying before him. The hero, unharmed, calls the next enemy as he has defeated the previous one. Everyone is shouting that the hero has just defeated 3 of the 4 strongest people in the kingdom, and also knocked out more than 3 dozen people. They ask if the guy they thought was a brat is actually a monster, since they are already convinced of his strength. The adventurers, beaten, clutch at their damaged body parts and moan about the injuries they have received and how bad they now feel. They shout that they must be careful, as Fleer is using unusual techniques. At this time, the boy hanging on the hero's back is completely fine and safe. The hero apologizes to him for the inconvenience and asks him to be patient a little longer. He, in turn, reflects while they are attacked by a bunch of bandits. The boy thinks that even when they are attacked by a huge number of scary people, he is not afraid at all, nevertheless. Thus, while Fleer throws dozens of attacking marginals, Nia comes to the conclusion that the hero's back is the safest place in the world. Finally, Fleer makes the final blow, and immediately a great many adventurers around fly off in different directions. All the survivors are defeated. They look at Fleer rising and think he is too strong for them. They are already sure that this is a bad job and no one will cope with it even for 50 platinum coins. Fleer says that the bandits' defeat is predetermined and they should put an end to all this. Now the guys just want to get to the royal palace, and the hero promises that he will not touch the adventurers if they get out of the way and do not interfere. Suddenly, someone hits him with a special technique from afar. A stream of energy rushes towards the hero, and the bandits jump out of its way. He dodges the blow, but with some difficulty, surprised that someone here has such power to operate such things. He sees that even the earth has split in the path of this blow. Someone walks past the fallen adventurers towards the hero, saying that he, a stranger, never thought that he would have to fight a hero. He says he thinks they are destined to be drawn to each other. Fleer is surprised. Both the hero and the boy recognize this man. It turns out that he is the real boss of the Red Guild and the 4th strongest living legend. Mr. Muscle, Aka the Desert Sting, an unusually strong man with a bull tattoo and who uses a rapier in combat. He says that he hopes the hero won't give in to his power, but Fleer isn't going to. He asks Nier to step back a bit. Desert Sting loudly announces that he is starting a duel against the hero and that no one should interfere with the process. He points his blade at the boy, challenging him to a duel. He says that if any of the bandits try to do something to Nia, who is already being targeted, Desert Sting will personally kill everyone present. Fleer says that he is sorry that his friend has to do all this. He replies that he should not worry. Jalo is very grateful to Fleer for everything he has done. The hero replies that the request was successful and he and Kaguya are now traveling together. The adventurers are surprised at how calmly Fleer speaks to the living legend. The hero tries to persuade the muscle. However, he refuses, saying that he cannot let the hero and the boy pass since he is also an adventurer. He gets into a fighting stance and swings his blade. So Sting must do his job properly. The hero sighs and also stands at the ready. Now he, too, wants to fight Mr. Muscle. The two warriors stand opposite each other, contemplating the upcoming fight. Muscles thinks about how great it feels to challenge someone as strong as Flare. Finally, he strikes with his rapier, using the sand harpoon technique. Flare dodges it with ease. However, this blow carries on and destroys an entire building, then makes a hole in the tower and is carried away into the distant distances. The adventurers are shocked by the character's strength, especially his muscles. Smoke rises from the traveler's blade. Flare mutters that he now understands the enemy's strength. He lunges at Mr. Muscle with his fists to close the distance. The bandits are surprised because according to their calculations, the guy should have run away after the first blow. But he is doing a stupid thing if he thinks that he can avoid the attack by going straight for the forehead, because this will make the blow stronger. Mr. Muscle unleashes a hail of blows, creating a so-called sand rain of jabs aimed at the young man from all sides. He hesitates. The points fly towards him and he can no longer change the trajectory. The bandits rejoice that Muscle has shown true strength and will now defeat the young man. The injections are getting closer and are almost touching the boy's head. Suddenly, the adventurer's sword blade breaks and flies off to the side. Everyone is shocked. How did it happen that the guy broke the rapier? It turns out that he used a type of cursed armor steel coating. Muscle says this is his chance. He hasn't exhausted his tricks yet. The thing is, his art includes not only the sword, but even his body itself is capable of splitting iron balls and large axes. But the hero hits him in the liver and so hard that it breaks through the muscular armor. It turns out that even Mr. Muscle is too fragile for Flare's fists. So Sand Sting falls face down in the sand, right at the feet of the young man. He says that Muscle was good and has an extraordinary sword speed. However, he thinks that the adventurer is too weak to compete with him and that he should train more. He mutters that he is no match for the youth in any case. So this is the complete defeat of the Red Guild leader, and since the adventurers saw how defeated he was, there is nothing more for them to do. The boy Nia runs to Flare with his jacket. It seems to them that all the opponents have finally lost the will to fight, and all that remains for the guys is to go to the royal palace and do what was required of them to save their friends. But then the boy's jacket falls out of his hands and an unknown force pulls him up, lifting him high into the air. Someone else attacks, someone who has their own reasons for wanting to fight. Nia is surprised by this turn of events and everyone else is surprised too. The hero manages to shout where they are dragging Nia. Everyone looks up, but so far they can't see anything in the sky. Now the observers can discern the wings of the creatures hanging in the air. One of them says that the target has been found and they have secured it from encroachment. These are the angels who stole Nia, and now their target is the shaman. The leader of the angels orders his minions to kill Flare, whom he calls a shaman, just like those apostles before. Flare exclaims that they are angels. He wonders what they are doing here and where they took Nia. So the angels are hovering in the air above the young man, and he stands and shouts out their name, because he cannot help but let out such a surprised cry, because he never expected to see anything like this here. One of the angels covers Nia's mouth with his sleeve, and then Flare himself ignites and mentally curses the angels for being involved in all this. He promises to destroy the enemies. Suddenly, an angel screams at the people that they are beasts. All this happens while the stunned crowd cannot believe their eyes and watches in amazement as the angels hang in the air. He asks how the humans can stand idle when they should be attacking Flare and covering the angels retreat to the palace with their spoils. And then people lose their minds and start moving like zombies. They all rush at the flyer, burying him under their bodies. He puts out his flame and can't get out of it. He wonders why this happened to all the people all of a sudden since this is happening. He himself can't use Hellfire in a crowd of people, but if he doesn't hurry, something bad will definitely happen to Nier. The hero thinks about whether he can get rid of the enemies with the help of cursed combat techniques, but there are too many of them. Flare thinks that he should deal with them all with just one blow. The choice is to use Hellfire. He shouts after the boy that he will definitely cope. Meanwhile, the angels fly away, and Nia whines from their embrace that she is breaking up with Sir Flare. The boy states that since the angels' only goal is to capture him, they need him alive now, and nothing will happen to him anytime soon, so he will try to stall for time while the hero deals with the problem. Nia screams at Flare to come and save the boy, who grins from beneath the bodies burying him. Fleer answers the child that he understood him and therefore gives his word. He asks the boy to have confidence in him, especially since the angels are heading to the palace and he himself is heading there and they will meet sooner or later. Then the hero begins to methodically scatter enemies. He hits them with blow after blow and they fly apart in different directions. So he goes to save the boy. Meanwhile, the action moves to the palace, to Marcella's room where the girls were hidden all this time. Kagura is lying naked on the bed. She asks Rachel, who is sitting there in a stupid costume, if she can move. It turns out that no, and she can't even move a finger. The thing is, even though Marcella is somewhere else, the whole room is filled with her enchanting perfume. It is impossible to escape. Then there is a knock outside the window, attracting their attention. The window flies open and a shadow flies in. It falls to the floor with a crash and gets up, rubbing its bruises and gasping from the pain caused by falling to the floor from the window, that is, from a small height. It's an acquaintance of theirs. He openly greets Rachel and Kagura and says he's glad they're okay, because he really is. Then he notices that the girls are naked and hides his face in his hands, turning away, asking why this happened. They are surprised to see Kokuma, that is the boy's name, here with them. When a broken window sucks the perfume out of the room, the girls are finally able to collect their clothes and get dressed. Kokuma awkwardly remarks that he didn't know about such unusual preferences, but Rachel cuts him off rudely. They ask how the guy ended up here, how he was able to get into the royal palace, but he replies that now is not the time to talk about it. He hands them posters of Nier and Flare. Kagura asks what they are. He replies that these posters are scattered around the capital and it looks like adventurers are hunting the boys. He also says that when he was walking here, he saw angels carrying Nia to the royal palace, flying through the sky. Rachel grabs the boy by the collar and tries to find out where the boy is in the palace if that's the case, but he doesn't know anything other than what he told them above. They notice that Kagura is going somewhere. She kicks the wall with her heel and destroys it with one blow. Everyone is amazed by her power. The fragments fly in all directions. Even the soldiers far below see it as an explosion in one of the palace towers. Kagura asks why Flare hasn't reached them yet and says she wants to regain his trust, but she's glad Nia is in the palace. So the boys can find the boy pretty quickly. She encourages Rachel to come with her. Kagura also wants to take revenge on the damn Marcella, even though she was defeated by her earlier. The young man is surprised that life does not teach the girl anything. The action moves to the highest tower of the palace, to the throne room. There, angels throw a little boy to the floor, and he covers his face with his hands to avoid getting hurt. Marcella stands behind Kagurabai as he asks if the young gentleman standing before her is the same one who is Nia. The second prince wants to know where a certain object that was supposed to be with the boy's mother is. Specifically, he is looking for the royal ruby. The boy looks up at him in confusion, helplessly covering himself with his hand. He says he doesn't know what Kagurabai is talking about, but he asks if the boy is pretending to be a fool because he should know where the object is. The boy's things are lying there, a book, a knapsack, candy. The second prince notices that he did not find the artifact among the boy's things, although according to Jish, it should be here. The boy is surprised. How is that possible and what is the matter? He looks at the enemy in surprise. He wonders why he mentioned brother Jishu. On the other hand, that person could be someone else. The book is lying on the floor. Nia is shocked. He says that his mother is from the royal family, and if he is her son, he has the right to the throne of the Red Ruby Kingdom, which does not open very good prospects for him. Kagurabai shouts that the boy is trying to buy time for the rescuers to arrive. He is nevertheless certain that Fleer will be tortured to death by thousands of adventurers. He places his boot on the boy's book. He exclaims that the prince should take his foot off the book, as it is an expensive thing left to him by his mother. He mockingly asks again and is visited by an epiphany. He picks up the book and immediately realizes that there is a hiding place in front of him. Grabbing the book, he tears it in half in front of the frightened little one. The book actually breaks in half because it is made of paper. Nia looks at the torn book in horror. He remembers how his mother read him this book when he was a child, and now the book is destroyed and this is the last memory of his mother. Then the pendant that Kagurabai was looking for falls out of his book. He picks up the pendant by the chain and says that this is the royal ruby. He finally found it. The thing is, along with the ruby, all the nobility and the powers that be will support the second prince. Now this country belongs to him, Kagurabai. He glances at the sobbing boy. Now he's found the ruby and now he just needs to get rid of the little brat. Then there's a sound from the door. The door opens, out comes Kagurabai's older brother who demands that the farce stop immediately. He heads into the room through the newly opened door. Those in the room are surprised by the sudden appearance of the first prince. The second prince says that he is too late because the royal ruby has been found, but Daltsalin says that he needs Nia to be released. Mario laughs. What will he do now, because there is a fight for the throne and even his brothers and sisters and other relatives are his enemy. The prince tells him that Kagurabai is very pitiful, but he replies that his brother is generous and too obsessed with the little things that flash before his eyes. They recall some insignificant episode. The second prince thinks he has defeated the first. He snaps his fingers and Daltsalin asks what just happened. He replies that he simply gave a signal, and soon the room will be filled with adventurers from all over the capital. And then they will finish off the boy and then the brother. Then the door creaks right behind Daltsalin. He is in shock, as he expects the adventurers to burst in and start finishing off first the boy and then him. His brother lights a cigar, feeling in control. He declares that since the man is outnumbered, he will not win. Nier reproaches himself for not buying time. Fleer appears from the doorway with fallen soldiers lying behind him. Everyone is shocked as they did not expect to see their not a hero, but bandits thirsting for their blood who came at the call of Kagurabai. Fleer smiles and waves. Nier exclaims very happily at the sight of him, stating that his friend has finally arrived. Morchula ponders, surprised that Fleer looks like this and not otherwise. Kagurabai whispers in holy horror that the hero should be dead already, and the adventurers have all disappeared somewhere, and he doesn't know where. It's nighttime on the streets, and beaten bandits are scattered across them. Even under the moon, there is a whole mountain of bodies left by the hero. And so the hero Fleur came to save Nia. The boy walks towards the prince brothers, clenching his fists. He came to save Nia and loudly declares it. Kagurabai glares at him, and Nima gets up and runs towards Fleur, calling his name. The first prince wonders why the boy even came here, since he had to go through so much. Here Fleer understands that in front of him stands the same man from the northern city, whom he met some time ago in the city. And then suddenly, clicking their tongues, angels descend to him. The apostles praise him for his strength and are glad that he managed to get here. They introduce themselves by saying their names. These beings occupy a very high rank in the hierarchy of angels. Fleer muses out loud that if the apostles are involved, then angels are indeed involved in everything that is happening. Kagurabai plans to confirm this by summoning angels. But they don't pay attention to him, talking only to Fleer. They inform him that the hero is an enemy of the Church of Holy Angels, which means he needs to be sewn up. Fleer asks Nier to move away from him again. He says that the apostles should have come for him personally. However, the angels say that this is too boring and they will do it differently with a pinch of gamification. They address the princes loudly and clearly. The message is that whoever kills the shaman first will become the next ruler of the Red Ruby Kingdom. In that case, says one of the apostles, there is no need to go to war. The second says that this is a good and wise idea, but the hero and Daltsalin are not happy with what is happening. The first prince says that the angels cannot deceive him. The Church of Angels has a law prohibiting interference in the lives of people without an official request. Daltsalin asks to leave people alone. The apostles are shocked. The first prince is indeed brave if he is not afraid to openly say such things to angels, but he is also reckless at the same time. Fleer is thinking about what a responsible ruler the kingdom has, but a knife is already flying towards his face. He manages to dodge before Kagurabai's knife blade flies past, and he himself runs past along with his weapon. Nia screams in fear, but the guy is okay, even though he is scared. Indeed, old man Kagurabai is indeed a very fast warrior. But the second prince also understands that the boy managed to dodge, which means that everything will not be so simple. Daltsalin asks his brother not to let the angels manipulate him. He believes that there is no point in the massacre. But Kagurabai spins the knives in his hands, saying that his brother is stupid and he will definitely defeat his brother. The second prince believes that he will be the next prince of the Red Ruby Kingdom. He intercepts the knives, taking a fighting stance, this time a little different. He also asks Morchula to kill the two women she captured. They have completed their tasks and are no longer needed as hostages. Now they just need to clean up their tails, and she agrees with the master. So, as Marchella walks away, Kagurabai apologizes to the hero for waiting and states that there is nothing personal in his thirst for murder. Besides, he is a much tougher warrior than his defeated subordinates. This man is truly a professional from the highest circles of adventurers. His full name is Kagurabai de Sangapura, that's what they call him in the Red Guild. He spins his knives around himself. Darzalan reflects that even if he is not in the best shape, his brother is still a great knife wielder and much better than him, the first prince. He himself could not do anything in this situation. The second prince is still bragging. He says that Fleur should be sorry that he got involved with Nier, as he is nothing but a parasite who causes problems for others, just like his mother. The boy is angry beyond measure. Then Fleur gets furious. He says that the boy is a great candidate for the throne and he is not a weakling at all. But Kagurabai, on the contrary, is a real weakling and the main one among those present of this kind. Meanwhile, panic reigns in the palace. The guard soldiers declare that Miss Marchella's captives have escaped and they must find these captives immediately. They are afraid that the girl will do something bad to them in anger. They shout that there is still time and that everything needs to be searched, but in the confusion, a couple of guards simply run past the corner where the guys are hiding right now. They are careful and don't show it. Kagura states that the guards are gone. Their friend stands in the middle between the girls holding onto him and exhales. He has now camouflaged them with magic. Rachel marvels at the Kokuma boy's abilities. He says that camouflage works on everything it touches, even if it's only good for fooling people. They would even figure it out if they understood what it was, but so far it's working great. Kokuma thanks the girls for the warning sign they painted on the mine. That's how he was able to escape that nightmare and survive the events. He remembers those days. He also says that he is very sorry, and when he remembers those days, he is sure that he could not have acted differently, and if he had done nothing, he would have hated himself. He apologizes to the girls. Rachel says it's stupid and won't fix anything, but Kagura puts her hand on his shoulder and says he's sorry for what he did, and that's the most important thing. She is generally proud of the guy because of this and thanks him for saving her. Kagura claims that the gratitude comes from the heart. However, since they have met, she will make the boy work hard. He immediately salutes. So they come to a bridge over a moat. Behind it is a lattice door. Kokuma says that they can enter and leave the palace without hindrance. Once they cross the bridge, they can reach the castle. He continues that all they will have to do then is get to the top floor. However, he does not finish the sentence because the giant ring hits him and causes a terrible wound in the collarbone area. Everyone is shocked by this turn of events. Kokuma falls to his knees with a sigh as the ring flies past and returns to its owner's hand. It's Marchella, this time armed with her real weapon. She's swinging a stake and smoke is rising from the blade. She is upset that the animals, that is, the girls, ran away and she has no one to experiment on. Kagura yells at Marchella what she is doing as Kokura falls to the ground lifeless. She rushes to the young man, but the witch informs him that Kokuma has taken her property and therefore is subject to death. He also took the property from the village. Marchella throws the ring with a wide gesture at the girls who are embracing, but Kagura lifts her leg and catches the ring on her boot. She stomps the ring into the floor, kicking the stone slabs hard and breaking through them. The floor of the castle cracks. Here the girl finally takes the ring in her hands and stands up in all her glory. Meanwhile, Rachel is cradling the wounded Kokura. Marchella says that the girl's beauty and strength are unparalleled and make her scream. She realized that the heroine was still her dog, and now she was sure that she understood everything in the world. Kagura replies that she thought the woman was strong, but since she doesn't hesitate for a second to kill the wounded man, things aren't going well for Marchella. Now the warrior can find out who is weak here and who better not to show up in front of her. She asks the witch if she wants to get out of the way of the guys once and for all. She puts on the wrestler's gloves. Both Flare and Kagura stand before their angry opponents. Behind the heroes are those they are protecting, Nia at Flare's side and Rachel leaning over the fallen boy at Kagura's. The boys are looking ahead. Their enemies are beside themselves with rage because they were called weak, and such people do not tolerate this. They are ready to show all their strength in the upcoming fight and defeat each and everyone who opposes them. Kagurabai is Fleer's opponent. He spins the knives in his hands so that they are impossible to see. He says that he is one of the princes of this country and the one who is willing to kill the hero to finally become king. Marchella is Kagura's opponent. She, in turn, mockingly asks if she was the one who recently defeated the girl, and in general, she is a general leading an entire army, which is also quite worthy. Both enemies use their special skills, claiming that even if the heroes are skilled in battle, this time the enemy is too tough for them, that they will pay for their insolence and will definitely fall in this duel. Kagura rushes into battle, his full-powered use of knives exceeding the speed of sound, which he successfully demonstrates by rushing towards the hero at top speed and attacking. This technique is called high-speed wild dance, where he swings his knives from all directions at high speed, dealing countless strikes to hit his opponent. Marchella also reveals her technique, the so-called sparkling queen of perfume. She scatters a huge amount of perfume with pheromones in all directions, which should defeat the enemy. She explains that the perfume is so thick that it can be seen with the naked eye. She could aim it directly at Kagura and defeat her immediately, but now she needs to brutally kill the girl. So both villains attack, approaching the boys and delivering their strongest attacks. They are confident that victory is in their hands, and now Fleur and Kagura will be defeated and immediately fall at their feet. Kagura's knife blade almost touches the collar of the hero who stands motionless, a blow aimed at the neck. Marchella's hand reaches for the cheek of the calmly standing Kagura, exuding poisonous perfume. And then, in the blink of an eye, both of the second prince's knives are in the hands of the young man, who raises them high up, holding them by the blade so as not to hurt himself on the sharp edges. He holds them with 2 fingers. Kagura doesn't understand what happened. He looks at his boyfriend with his knives at his empty hands and remains silent, shocked by the suddenly changed situation. It upsets him. He manages to mumble something about his knives while the hero lectures him. Look, he really is quick with daggers. His movements are more maneuverable and perfect than those of the thug's bandits, his subordinates. But this is not enough to surprise Fleur and defeat him in a duel. The boy decisively breaks the knife in his hand and it crumbles into pieces as if its blade was made of glass. Such is the strength of the young man's grip. The second prince's eyes widen in surprise, but so does Marchella at the same moment, sweat running down her face as she notices that her ability did not work on the girl as it should have. Kagura calmly looks down at the witch as she mutters about how the magnificent perfume should have immobilized the heroine by now, just like it did last time. She waits calmly for her to finish. Now the girl begins to speak. She asks Marchella to listen to her, that in the last duel when they fought against each other, the girl was excited and her breathing was disturbed. This is what helped the witch to win. But now Marchella's ability is no secret to the girl. She fully understands its limitations. So if she just holds her breath and relaxes, the perfume will not affect the heroine in any way. The witch is horrified because this ability has brought entire armies to her feet. She cannot believe that it can be dealt with so easily in such a simple way. But you can't go against the facts. It is true, the ability does not work. A sigh escapes the witch's chest as Kagura kicks her in the stomach, sending her high into the air with the force of her powerful kick. She states that the witch relied too much on the ability, and that is why she lost. Meanwhile, Fleur, having knocked his opponent to the ground, is dragging his face along the tiles. Kagura has already been brutally beaten and is spraying blood everywhere from his numerous wounds. The hero does not spare him. The second prince, despite his terrible condition, manages to mumble that Fleur should spare him and forgive him, because if he becomes king, he will give the hero everything he wishes, no less. He stops. He says that he wants the enemy to apologize for insulting Nia's mother, since that's the case. Nia turns around in surprise. He is still watching the fight from afar, but he can hear what the men are talking about. Kagura agrees to apologize if it will prevent him from getting hurt. He is glad that everything can be resolved so easily. But Fleur tells the prince to think carefully about his words because he is not going to forgive him anyway. It turns out that both of them, Kagura and Marchella, are strong people deep down, and defeating them in a duel is not enough. The guys want to show them what complete defeat is, and that's exactly what they're doing now. Even though the enemies are no longer able to resist, they beg the heroes to stop, but they continue to beat them in horrible ways to completely break the will of the enemies. It looks very cruel. Time after time, the hero Fleur slams the second prince Kagura face down into the floor, while Kagura stomps Marchella into the stone slabs with her foot. Both villains have long since lost consciousness and do not react to the beating. And so, Marchella lies defeated, and Kagura declares that they should fight each other again sometime later, but now she has completely and unequivocally won. No one has any doubt about that. Rachel calls out to the girl from behind. She has already bandaged Kokuma, and he, although somewhat inadequate, is still alive and can pronounce the name of Lady Kaguya out loud, which is a good sign that he will live, one way or another. He says in a weak voice that the warrior is incredible since she defeated such a powerful Marchella. She goes to him, resolutely asking him to be silent so as not to worsen the situation, but he declares that he will cope. He says that in his profession he often experiences injuries of this kind, and in general, he has a camouflage technique, which means that enemies will not find him and he will be able to calmly provide first aid to himself while no one is looking. He asks the girls to hurry and save Nier, otherwise, according to Kokuma, he will meet a terrible end. However, a sound is heard behind the boys. They turn around to see what is happening. It's an explosion that happened on the upper floors of the castle where the throne room is located and where the boy should be kept by all calculations. Kokuma asks what happened since that's the most secure place. He asks what is going on in the castle while the hero exhales loudly after the duel that just ended. He tried very hard beating the second prince and he is a little tired from it, but the battle is not over. However, he thinks that the game is over and the fight can be stopped. Now his main opponent is defeated. He has completely forgotten about the angels who are also participating in the game because they have their own motives. But the angels haven't forgotten about him. They watch everything that's happening from above, grinning with nasty smiles and mocking everyone loudly. Fleer asks them to stop being spectators, but they don't answer yet. Darzalan admires the hero for being so high level since he beat Kagurabai without much effort. Nier is standing nearby. He thinks that the man is about to attack Fleer and start beating him. Here the first prince turns his attention to the boy and says that he reminds him of Freya, his sister and Nia's mother. He states that he was glad to meet the little one. He expresses no bad intentions at this point. Here Fleer addresses him rather familiarly, which he has the right to do after what happened, and asks him to take care of Nia while the guy deals with the angels. The first prince agrees to do this. They figured out the roles. Now the hero is completely ablaze and invites the lousy angels, that's what he calls them, to attack, because now he can fight them too. He takes a fighting stance and is confident in his strength this time. The boy declares that he will make the angels burn in the fires of hell. They remain silent, hovering over him like little figures. They do not dare answer the burning boy standing directly below them on the floor tiles. One angel takes the other's hand and squeezes it. He states that the demon standing before them looks exactly like another man they have met before, and the second angel agrees that the guy is creepy. The demon they are referring to is the so-called cursed god, who, despite his weakness, continued to challenge the angels until his death, and because of him, the angels exterminated the shamans for decades. They are sure that it was a nightmare for them, the angels, the rulers of the world. They shudder when they recall what happened then, and their eyes widen in holy horror because they cannot shake off the memories. Just one single man scared their entire organization, despite the great magical powers that angels possess. And he killed many back then, which is why angels are still afraid to remember him. The cursed god's name was Taku, and even after 1,000 years they still remember Taku. But the hero knows this name, he remembers something. The young man asks himself again, did they really say Taku? He remembers training as a child with a muscular man who taught him various techniques. The images come vividly before his eyes as he recalls it in detail. The tongues of hellfire continue to burn around him, but he is already immersed in his own memory and does not notice what is happening around him. Taku's face was familiar to him too, and he remembers him too. He imagines Taku in flames, roaring loudly. For the angels, it turns out, Taku was the last of the shamans, but for the young man, Taku was a teacher. So, flashback, the great war against the shamans. It was, according to the angels, the extermination of the evil shamans, whose plans included the destruction of the world with the help of Hellfire, which had to be stopped. There was a night battle that would go down in history for the next 1,000 years. The bespectacled angel declares that they, the angels, will destroy the shamans for the sake of peace, watching as clouds of smoke rise above the forest. It's the newcomer, one of the 12 apostles, Zuriel, who shouts in delight that this is a crusade and they will definitely win this battle. but he is cut off by another angel throwing a projectile at his head. This is Lady Michael, the Fire Apostle. She says that they, the angels, have business only with one person but not with all the shamans, so this is not a crusade. That's why she shut up stupid Zuriel. But this war, the work they are doing, destroying shamans one by one, is not a matter for angels, and Mika is sure that it was not worth coming here, and angels like Raphael refused altogether. However, another angel, Aldebaran, appears and comes to help. He says that it is too early to say that the matter is too simple since they have broken troops and he came as reinforcements. The thing is that somehow the angels sent earlier to the job failed to cope with the task. Zuriel asks how that is possible. He does not believe it, but somehow it became possible and Aldebaran sent new forces. He is sure that there is a real monster on the side of their enemies, the shamans, and he states this grimly. Meanwhile, in another place, many angels have died. They lie on the ground, while a certain man finishes off the last angel, Marcial. This is the same squad that was sent by Aldebaran. The leader wheezes that the shaman doesn't understand what he's doing and that the humans must kneel before the angels. They must not resist. This war is pointless. Two small angels cower in the background. But Taku, and it is he, says that he does not care who they are, he has an agreement, and he will continue to honor it and protect the gates of hell from invaders. He uses the first flame of hell, finishing off the enemy. A huge pillar of fire rises into the sky, scattering other angels. This technique is called the power of the fire god, and it takes everyone present by surprise. The angels who were hanging in the air are running for their lives as the wall of fire is rapidly expanding. Michael is screaming, "What is this?" as Zuriel is being blown away and is completely out of control. A crater forms below, and when the fire subsides, the angels see a man standing in the middle. It is Taku. He has just performed a very powerful technique and struck many angels with his power. In his hands, the defeated angel, whom he had been holding by the neck all this time, is smoking. The master says that he should not be misunderstood. It was the angels who started this war, and he is simply responding to an external threat. He turns away from the falling angel, shoving his hands into his pockets. The little angels watch him in horror, but he says he has trouble dealing with children and isn't going to bother this time. He simply forces the children to stop moving and disappears into the darkness, as he is against senseless killings and is not going to take on the sin of killing children, especially since they cannot resist him. Now, in the throne room of the Red Ruby Kingdom, both minor angels say that they were enraged and thought that they would kill this master one day. However, he died of old age before the debt was repaid. So they are glad that Fleer is a shaman because they will be able to at least get even a little, but the insult is still alive and they themselves live with it and can do nothing. Regret shines through in their words. Here the hero enters the conversation. He shouts that he doesn't believe his teacher was the bearer of the Hellfire, as he believed it was sealed inside the gates of hell. This shocks the apostles, as they didn't expect the boy to be so connected to Taku. They say that they are very lucky because they will finally be able to take revenge on Master Taku after so long. They prepare their techniques. The boy raises the wand and the girl throws liquid metal. She shoots a stream of metal towards the lifeless Kagurabai, and this fluid something embraces him and changes his body. Fleer is surprised, not understanding what they are doing to Kagurabai with this liquid. He rises to his feet with a thud, his body now covered in metal like armor, and he can once again move and fight with the immense strength given to him by the evil angels. Kagurabai looks like a real cyborg. One of his arms is replaced by a giant drill, his cuirass protects his body, and only his head remains exposed, sticking out of the armor, remaining horribly beaten. The boy is surprised that the second prince rose again in such an armored form. The angels explain that this is what their abilities look like: steel, which creates objects, and control, which controls them. In this way, the angels become the strongest, complementing each other's strength. They triumphantly declare this as they believe that victory is now in their hands. Liquid metal rises from the girl's hands. They offer Fleer to dance, that is, to fight with their creation with what they did with Kagurabai, and the boy conducts with his wand, directing the movements of the terrifying cyborg. The guy gets into a fighting stance. The young man says that he doesn't know what the angels are capable of, but he must teach them a lesson anyway because they are very impudent and their steel cyborg will now fight him. Two men with scary faces cast a spell, saying "Knight Armor" and "Steel Knight." A man in a large metal suit raises his hand like a giant drill to strike. He slams hard into the black and white checkered floor, causing it to shatter. The man, who is hugging the child for protection, is blasted by the shockwave. Through the dust from the impact, a man with long white hair and a beard looks at the attacker, amazed at his terrifying strength. A brother and sister look at the destruction brought about by the man in the armor. The boy says it is a masterpiece. The sister explains that it is their technique which, by placing life inside the armor, increases the strength and maneuverability of the steel. The man inside the iron suit is bleeding. The sister says that the price of this technique is the life of the man placed inside, used as a core. The brother rhetorically asks if it matters because people can be replaced as many times as you like. The protagonist is covered in fire, his eyes glaring with rage. He, blazing with a bright flame, stands before the suffering man in armor. The iron hands and part of the armor melt under the pressure of his fire. The enemies watch this with amazement. The hero says that he will not stop repeating it over and over again so that they stop. He stands on the dent left by the blow of the armor and, burning, repeats that they should not treat people like their toys. He screams for them to fight instead. The boy thrusts his hand forward, gathering flames in it, and attacks. He tells them to fight on their own. His powerful fire attack pierces and melts the armor. The attack is so big and so strong that it hits the dome of the building and destroys it. The guy catches his breath a little, but his body is still on fire. There is a huge hole in the dome through which the starry sky can be seen. Burning pieces of the building fall down. One of the twins is amazed that he was able to melt its steel. Flying around the destruction on his wings, the brother says that maybe the hero is even stronger than Raphael said. The sister adds that on this scale, she is not amused. She says that his flames are not as strong as Taku's. The brother is surprised. Having calmed the fire, the hero approaches and sits down opposite the man who has freed himself from his armor and is lying unconscious, leaning on a stone. The guy notes that the wounds are serious, but not fatal. One of the twins asks if this is Kagurabai and is surprised that he didn't burn along with his armor. The sister asks him why the hero saved him since he was called upon. The boy replies irritably that it does not mean that he should take his life. He adds that his flame will not kill people. Standing up to his full height, he says that he does not care about such things and, alluding to the man standing behind him, still holding the child in his arms, notes that it is best to leave such matters to those to whom they concern. The sister dismissively says that she does not understand him because these brothers tried to kill each other for the throne. The brother complains that he cannot understand human logic at all. Watching them gloomily, the hero replies that he, in turn, cannot understand the logic of angels. Turning to the white-haired man and calling him an old man, the boy asks him to help him with this bad grandpa, as he calls the wounded man. The man readily agrees. The white-haired man thanks the hero in his mind. He tells the child in his arms that he will have to run, calling him Nia. She agrees. The angels conspiratorially say darkly that the guy is just afraid and does not want to get his hands dirty. One of them points his wand and says that he will do it for him. One swing and the wounded man's head flies to the floor. The guy is in shock and doesn't have time to do anything. The white-haired man, together with the child, whom he did not have time to put down, looked at this frozen with horror in his eyes. Looking at the body part that fell on the floor, the man says the name of the deceased. He remembers their conversation where his brother says he can't leave the Red Ruby Kingdom to such a soft-hearted man, so he will become king himself and make it the most powerful. The man says he is wrong. The white-haired man realizes that there is no choice but to fight. His brother agrees and says that it has been too long. As he leaves, the man asks his brother to swear. He asks them to promise that whoever wins will lead the kingdom to eternal prosperity so that they can be sure that they will protect it. The brother agrees, saying that this is their main goal. Kagurabai turns around and smirks, saying that no matter who wins, they will have no hard feelings towards each other. He adds that he will show him no mercy, addressing him as an older brother. The white-haired man smiles as well, telling him to try. He remembers thinking he would wait, but now he sees his dead brother in front of him. The angels laugh loudly. He falls to his knees before his brother's body. The angels say that the time is right, naming him Darzorn, and that he is now the ruler of the Red Ruby Kingdom. With frightening smiling faces, they ask him if he is happy. At that moment, a powerful pillar of fire flies at them. They manage to avoid the attack and it barely touches them. They brush the remains of the flames from their clothes. They smugly reproach the hero, calling him a shaman for being rude since they did his job. The boy is engulfed in flames, fully prepared. They ask if he should thank them. He grimly says that after everything, they have no other choice. He adds that now they can only die in the fire. His armor on his hand looks like claws and fire burns in his palm. The flames around the hero grow stronger. The angels mockingly say that he will not be able to do this because his flame will never reach them. The girl gathers a clod of steel in her hands and the boy holds a magic wand in his hand. Darzorn wraps up the cloth that is left of his brother. Nia looks at him with pity and asks if he is okay. He tells the child not to worry because he was already prepared for this. He explains that he and his brother were destined to start a war. He looks at the bundle in his hands and adds that he can't shake this feeling. They are buffeted by the wind from the shockwave, which raises dust around them, and they look towards the battle. Darzorn apologizes and says he will be filled with regrets when this is over. The man says that they should get away from this battle. At this time, the hero points his armored hands at the enemies and shoots a volley of large fireballs, shouting, "Damn fires." The angels join forces. The girl casts a spell called Full Metal Alchemy, and the boy waves his wand saying, "Control flow." Together, they create an unknown creature in the air. They create a huge metal bull with 4 horns and arms, each with a sickle, against the background of the portal. The angels chuckle nastily. The guy on the ground thinks his flame attacks from a distance are useless. The twins with sweet faces say it's their turn. The bull's 3 eyes gleam menacingly. The winged monster charges forward, its weapon ready, a long tail curling out of the portal behind it. He strikes with the sickle, hoping to hit the hero, but he manages to jump back and the weapon crashes into the floor, destroying it. The hero says that angels are very annoying, staying in the sky. The guy starts running along the tail, shouting at the angels to come down to earth. The girl mockingly asks why the hero has climbed so far. The guy deliberately says that he is sorry that people do not have wings. The girl says that with the second flame of hell, the guy defeated Raphael. The guy waves his wand again and the steel tail under the hero's feet breaks, leaving him in the air. The tail separates at a great height, far from the building, and the hero begins to fall down. The boy flies down onto the buildings. Darzorn says worriedly that things are bad and he's going to fall. Nia yells his name, calling him Mr. Fleer. The hero clicks his tongue in irritation, realizing that the flames don't have enough momentum for him to fly and that it's really dangerous. The girl conjures metal knives into her hands. She realizes that he cannot move freely and throws knives at him. The hero looks worriedly at the weapons flying at him. He sends a wave of fire at the knives, melting them, and casts the spell Second Hellfire. It creates a small island in the air. The angels are amazed by this maneuver. The hero pushes off from the island and jumps, reaching the wall and clinging to it with his hand. The hero hangs on one of the domes of the building. The angels ask him what that pathetic piece of ice was and assume that he cannot use the second flame of hell. They mock him. The girl says that without water he won't be able to freeze anything and notes that the entire kingdom is a dry zone. The boy says he is disappointed. The girl adds that his flames are no match for Taku's powers. The hero irritably thinks that he needs to do something quickly. Then a monster appears above him and approaches him. The angels guide the bull, saying with disgust that the hero remains an ordinary man even at the end. The bull raises its sickles for a powerful blow. Fleer frantically thinks that it won't end like this. The monster's sickle almost reaches him, but then the monster's head cracks. The monster takes a strong blow from a woman's healed foot. The monster shatters into small pieces. The angels look at what happened in shock. Darzorn and Nia do not understand what happened, watching the battle from the side. Nia recognizes something familiar. A cry is heard, calling for the young master. Nia turns around in surprise to see a crying girl with a ponytail and a white cloak rushing towards them, continuing to scream. The girl rushes to Nia, hugging him and telling him that she is happy that he is okay. The child is also happy to see her, calling the girl Rachel. He looks back to where Flair is hanging. There, someone standing right in front of him thinks that the boy is having fun. A girl with long hair with a huge bead on the end of her tail and steel high boots asks Fleer if she can join in. She stands with one foot on the head of a defeated monster. The boy happily recognizes her as Kaguya. The angels irritably tell each other that there is now even more trash there. The girl thanks Fleer, the angels look at them darkly, and she says that the day of her battle with them has finally arrived. She pulls the guy out. He is now sitting on the dome next to her, and the girl, looking straight at the angels, says with a smile that it couldn't be better. The hero thanks Kaguya for saving him. She turns to him and doesn't understand what he's talking about, since he could have dealt with them himself. He warns her that they are 2 of the 12 apostles, the best of all angels, and says that they need to fight together. Interrupting him, she indignantly refuses, shouting that she will take care of these 2. The guy is not sure. Kaguya yells that he has had enough fun and should leave it to her. The boy stands up, trying to convince her, saying that he has never met anyone as strong as them. The angels, looking at them, do not really understand what they are doing and assume that they are arguing. The girl in the air gets angry and asks darkly what they are thinking and do they really think they can play with them. Liquid steel appears from her hand. She addresses her brother, calling him Metatron, and says that she will throw out the trash. The angel creates a steel gauntlet on her hand and aims it to strike and flies straight at the heroes. Fleer notices this and shouts to warn Kaguya. The girl doesn't have time to dodge in time and the blow lands right on her, pushing her into the roof. The force of the blow sends chunks of rock flying around. Kaguya punches a hole in the dome and falls down. Fleer calls out her name in concern. Steam rises from the angel's fist. She smirks smugly, saying that it was inconsiderate and that she gets annoyed when people pretend to be tough when they are weak. The girl takes off laughing and tells the shaman that they will finish what they started right after one task. He shouts that after she tortures the girl, she flies after Kaguya and delivers a series of blows in the air. Kaguya falls, knocking down part of the wall and crashing hard into the floor, destroying it. Fleer stands on the dome and thinks that the girl was too reckless. The guy hopes that she is okay and thinks that he needs to help quickly. Metatron flies closer, saying that he is with them. The girl lies at the place of impact, and Angel sits on her. The angel's entire arm is now covered in steel, and she holds the girl by the neck. She smirks and says that Kaguya is stronger than normal people and calmly took all her blows, but that doesn't change anything because she can't fight against angels. The angel raises his other hand in steel for a blow and says to put it in place. It will break every bone in her while she still breathes. At this moment, something surprises the angel. A large balloon inflates under the lying girl, lifting them off the ground. The angel cannot understand what it is. Just when the angel thinks it's a pillow, a kick from an armored boot flies at her, hitting her hard in the face. The girl's face contorts from the pain and force of the blow. She, perplexed by such a huge force, flies away, crashing into the wall, causing it to crack. The angel doesn't understand how Kaguya did it. The girl, who is already standing on her feet, says that it was close and if she couldn't defend herself, she would have died. The ball behind her slowly collapses, passing into her leg. She smiles broadly and says it's a real fight. Her leg is coming back together in plates. She wipes the blood from her face and, looking confidently at the enemy, says that angels are good and she likes it. The defeated angel is amazed that Kaguya's leg did this and that the girl has the ability to shape her legs into any shape. She is surprised that there is someone other than a shaman who can fight back against the angels. Kaguya looks around and sees that the place where they landed is a stage. She is glad about this because now it looks more like a decisive battle. The angel calls out to his brother, shouting his name. Her brother is already flying towards Kaguya, aiming his sword at her. The crippled girl thinks that there is no need to be upset because they are angels after all. The attacking boy screams in rage about how Kaguya dared to do this to his sister. The girl thinks about how no matter how hard humans try, they can't defeat angels. Before the angel could attack, Kaguya's heel was already flying into his face. A strong blow lands right on the guy's head. Her sister watches in horror. Kaguya asks in disappointment what they are doing and that there is no point in sneaking around during a conversation. She wonders if they thought she was at a disadvantage. She tells the crippled angels, who look at her in amazement, that she will give it her all, because it would be no fun if she were not serious. The girl gets into a fighting pose and beckons them to attack. Smiling, she asks them what's wrong and asks them to surprise her with something more exciting. Fleer, looking at what is happening, thinks about what is happening there. The battle continues. The angels attack again with a sword and a cleaver in their hands. The hero is amazed by the girl's abilities. Kaguya doesn't give them a chance, doing a somersault and kicking with incredible force. She smiles as she does this. She cheerfully says that it is very exciting to attack them both at once. The angels, barely recovered from the blows, try to say something. They continue to attack in a rage, screaming in amazement and asking how a human can fight on par with the best angels. She knocks the siblings out with one roundhouse kick, their faces twisted from the multiple beatings and pain. The hero still watches in amazement as the battle unfolds. She sends them flying straight into the wall with her attack, and they crash into it with terrifying force while Kaguya calmly stands on the ground. She stands triumphantly over her fallen brother and sister, who seem to be lying unconscious. She looks at them indifferently and verbally expresses surprise that this is their limit. Kaguya turns her attention to the hero, who is watching their battle from a distance. She says his name happily and says she knew it was a good idea to stay by his side. The girl jumps up and down and says she's having a great time. The guy is surprised that she's still so excited and waves at her. At this moment, the angels, who had already seemed defeated, take off again. She turns around. The girl says that Kaguya has gained her recognition, and Metatron adds that for this reason, the games end now. The angels say with hatred that they will not come near her again. They create huge wings in the air and scream at her to crawl on the ground like the pathetic, wingless race to which she belongs. The wings are made up of blades, and Fleer notes that there are too many of them and that angels avoid danger by attacking from afar, making them difficult to finish off. The hero thinks that he and Kaguya have similar fighting styles, incompatible with long-range attacks. He says that he will help her from now on, but she stops him, smiling excitedly, telling him not to interfere. Fleur is surprised as the angels point their blades at them in an attempt to destroy them. Kaguya takes a stance and prepares, tensing up. She launches herself off the ground and confidently runs along the flying blades, using them to push off. Both the angels and Fleer himself cannot believe their eyes. The hero thinks about her using the blades as small points of support to move freely. He remembers their battle with her. He thinks he forgot what Kaguya's true power is. The girl flies up to the angel level with glowing eyes. She announces that she is back and asks not to tell her that they are out of tricks. She raises her leg to kick and screams that in that case it is over. Angel smiles slyly. They create a last defense, smiling grimly, calling her names. Just before she strikes, a steel ball with huge needles appears. Kaguya looks at him in surprise. The angel smiles and waits, thinking that this is the strongest steel he can create, and they have created spikes against her. He says that she will destroy herself with the force of her blows. He starts to say that the girl will crush her legs, but stops when he sees that Kaguya has transformed and made her leg 10 times larger than their ball and also added spikes. Not fully understanding what is happening, they look at her in a stupor. Kaguya smiles and shouts "Snake of 1,000 forms," the last as she delivers a finishing kick with all her might. Fleer stands on the ground with blades stuck around him. He looks at the end of the battle in shock and hesitantly asks into the void if it's over. The defeated brother and sister fall down unconscious. They fall face down. At this time, Kaguya successfully lands on the ground and thanks the angels for the wonderful opportunity. She stands up to her full height and happily says that this fight was the best in her entire life. Fleur hurries to her asking if she is okay. She turns to him with a slight smile. He tells her that she is still so inspired after what happened and shares that he did not imagine that she could defeat one of the 12 apostles. She shyly replies that it is still her. The guy offers her his fist. He smiles brightly at her and praises her, saying that it was a good job. She looks at him with shining eyes and a wide smile. She slams her fist against his, agreeing with him. Meanwhile, the others are still standing in the completely destroyed dome. They look towards the battle site and Rachel notes with concern that they are too far away to see the outcome. Nia hopes that everything is okay. Darzorn looks in that direction and says that they are fine and that she did not expect to be able to defeat such strong opponents. Rachel asks in surprise if he can see them. The man turns around and suggests that they leave immediately because they cannot guarantee that the castle will not collapse at any moment. The girl agrees. She tells Nia to give her his hand and promises to protect him better this time. The boy offers her his hand, but something catches his attention. He lets her go and tells Rachel to wait. She calls out to him, worried. The boy notices a holstered pistol lying in the rubble. Darzorn walks and thinks about how the inhabitants will be surprised by the state of the royal palace. He thinks about how he will have to explain what happened to his brother and subordinates, although the damage is not small. The boy picks up his holster at this point. Darzorn thinks that with this the crisis will finally end. The earth begins to shake, everyone loses their balance. The man looks up and tries to understand the source, confused. Kaguya screams, not understanding why everything is shaking. She screams at Fleur to turn around. He does so. Kaguya manages to grab him, and in the place where he stood, a huge dark hand appears from the ground. The guy can't figure out where it came from until he notices that it looks like metal. He realizes it's steel. Behind the first hand, another one appears, crashing into the floor with force. Above the supposed body of the creature, two glowing balls levitate. The angels, who are reduced to nothing more than floating heads, say that they need to get rid of the trash and that they never thought they would have to do something like this. They, looking like floating skeletal heads with crazy smiles, say that if they call him, they will no longer be able to separate. By mixing into one point, they say that the two souls will begin to dissolve and then mix with each other to become one. Kaguya and Fleur watch in amazement. The monster's head begins to resemble a skeleton and the angels become its brain. They say that it will destroy everything. Kaguya, amazed, asks Fleur if it's dangerous. The boy thinks that it is. The monster takes shape, roaring, horns appear on its head. Fleur tells Kaguya that they need to get out of there. He yells at her to run faster or she will die, but he is interrupted by the monster's voice, which calls its name. The monster grows larger, leaving destruction in its wake. Wings appear behind it. In its hand is a huge sickle. It says that its name is the Crushing Giant. He towers over the city and opens his mouth with 3 rows of sharp teeth. His eyes are glowing. Something like a 4-pointed star shines on his forehead. The monster has 6 arms and a sickle in each of them. There are also 6 wings behind him. The ordinary people watching the royal palace do not understand what is happening. They note that the palace has been blown up. Some assume that the battle of the princes has already begun. They see a monster and ask in horror what it is. They think it's a demon. Rachel flies down with Nia in her arms, screaming that this is all really bad. The monster's appearance destroyed the castle and the tower the heroes were on falls. Darzorn shouts for them to hold on to him. The tower falls and collapses. Fleur climbs out from under the rubble, thinking that it was very dangerous. He looks at his hands and thinks that if he hadn't used the steel coating in time, he would have been buried under the rocks. The protection starts to peel off his skin. Someone calls him and he turns around. It's Kaguya, who also created a protective barrier with her leg, asking him if he's okay. Fleur notes that she's also okay. She states that defending herself is completely unusual for her. They look at the powerful back of the monster, and the girl asks if such a transformation is normal for angels who go crazy. Fleur answers negatively and says that he himself has seen something like this for the first time. The monster makes a monstrous roar. The heroes think that it will be a problem if it damages the palace city. Fleur says that he needs to be stopped here. He thinks that he would rather check on Nier. His thoughts are interrupted by the monster, who turns his glowing eyes on them and raises his arm with a sickle to attack. Kaguya shouts that the monster is attacking, and it does indeed lunge, aiming a blow straight at them. Fleur realizes something. Kaguya is already running into battle, but the guy tries to stop her, shouting for her to wait. With one blow, the monster sweeps away everything for several blocks ahead, all the way to the mountain. Dust rises from the destruction, cracks appear on the wall. Fleur, holding the girl in his arms, barely manages to avoid the attack. The guy asks if she's okay. Kaguya twists and coughs in pain. The blow cuts off part of the girl's leg up to the knee. Fleur notices this and curses. They jump to a safe distance. The guy tells her to hold on. She says she's fine. The girl, already sitting on the ground, breathing heavily, says that the steel has moved to a new level and that the monster caught her with it. Fleur tells Kaguya to rest. She angrily replies that he shouldn't say such things and that she will fight too. Looking at her injured state, Fleur asks how she will fight with such a leg. At this moment, the guy watches in amazement as her leg is restored back. He says it's incredible. The girl notes that she already said that her legs are capable of anything. She stands up and adds that they too have their own limit and the price of recovery, her physical condition, and that next time she will be out of action. The monster turns his attention to them again. The heroes understand that they are in a difficult situation. The girl gets into a fighting stance and with a smile declares that this is just the battle she has been longing for, and if she is destined to die, then let it be in battle. She says that she does not intend to die. Fleur is glad that Kaguya is okay, but notes that the situation has not improved. He speculates that the monster's weak point is in its head, where the horns are, but notes that it is difficult to approach something of such strength and size. Looking at the monster's face, he thinks that openly confronting him is a bad idea and that maneuverability is needed right now. He asks Kaguya to stop him for a while. He covers himself in flames like armor, saying he has a plan. The monster looms over them, preparing to attack. Kaguya screams that it is attacking. Floor slams his flaming fist into the ground. Large, long pillars emerge from the ground around them. They wrap around the monster's arms, head, and torso, holding it in place. Kaguya is shocked and doesn't understand what's going on. Fleur explains that he recently received a new flame. She complains that he got stronger and didn't tell her. The guy replies that it's just bait and not his favorite. Something looms over them. Fleur says he needs to finish the plan. So he asks Kaguya to protect him for now. A giant ball with spikes hangs over them. The girl seriously asks if they can win. The guy assures that they can. A spiked ball falls straight at the heroes, raising dust around them. The monster laughs horribly, but then notices that the ball is cracking in half. Kaguya breaks the steel ball into two halves with a kick and simultaneously agrees with the guy. She looks back at Fleur and says with a smile that she will protect him. Preparing to fight back, the girl notes that if the hero takes too long, she will deal with the monster herself. Fleur is convinced that Kaguya can be trusted and is glad that she is on his side. He closes his eyes, trying to concentrate. His hand is still on the ground and white invisible threads are spreading out from it in different directions. He thinks that the third flame of hell takes a lot of strength, and if he doesn't deal a decisive blow, he will be in danger due to lack of energy. He decides that this flame is their only chance of survival. He reflects that in the desert where so many people live, there must be something he needs. The boy forces himself to focus on everything as Kaguya fights off the attack with blades that the monster releases from its mouth. He feels a drop of water and his eyes widen. Fleur realizes that he has found what he wanted. He shouts at Kaguya to jump. The guy directs energy into his hand and creates a call of the earth. The girl looks back at him in amazement. The guy casts a spell on the earth's rift and a large crack appears in the ground. He tries to reach what he wants. He feels that the surface is thicker than he thought, but he is convinced that he will break through it with the third flame of hell. He finally gets what he wanted. Kaguya jumps back and a giant stream of water bursts out from the ground. The girl realizes that all this time, the guy was looking for underground springs. The monster looks at this with bewilderment. Fleur creates a large, spiked ice block out of the water which slams into the monster. He apologizes to Kaguya for the delay and tells her that she doesn't have to hold back now. With icy flames blazing around his body, he slides down the path he has created for himself and, smiling, says that now it is their time to attack. The city guards are trying to keep people out of harm's way, asking them not to come near. They say the hammock is collapsing, so everyone must evacuate immediately. One of the guards looks at the destruction. He remembers Darzorn's words about them staying outside because he was going to deal with Kagura by once and for all, and that in case of an emergency, they would take care of the safety of the residents. A resident who is being driven away from a dangerous place points to something flying from the sky. Darzorn lands near the guards, asking them if everything is okay. In one hand he holds Nier, who thanks him for saving him, and in the other he holds Rachel, who is not feeling well. The man apologizes for having to jump. The guards recognize him and are glad that he is alive and well. The man is also glad to see them in good condition. He wants to quickly explain the situation. He says that the angels have gone mad and Kagura died at their hands, and that their next target is the entire country. This news shocks everyone. The residents begin to speculate about what they could have done to anger them, and somewhere they hear words about how they are doomed. Nia looks worried. People start begging the angels for forgiveness. At that moment, the boy, touching the holster, screams that everything will be okay. He says with confidence that Kaguya and Fleur are now fighting for their well-being. So he asks them not to lose hope. Darzorn and Rachel are surprised by his fiery speech. People do not understand who he is and what he is talking about. One of the townspeople notes that they are now in the middle of a crisis. At that moment, they see a column of water rising from behind the wall, caused by Fleur. The townspeople don't understand what's happening. Someone notes that it's water. Darzorn is amazed that there are no water sources in these lands. Rachel can't believe her eyes. Nia looks at it with confidence, understanding who is the cause. As Fleur rushes into battle, Nia believes that he will bring them victory. Embraced by icy flames, Fleur attacks the monster's head with a cherry blossom attack, dealing blow after blow. The monster sighs in pain, steam rising from its face from the boy's blows. Fleur prepares for the next attack, using a path of ice, the bottom of which is covered in spikes. He hits the monster with it like a giant whip, causing it to fall back with a terrible crash. The guy says that's not all. Kaguya is running along the same path. She speculates that this is the very same useful and very powerful second flame of hell that Fleur told her about, but she is not sure that it is a flame at all. The monster stretches out his hand to grab the boy, but he does not give up so easily. Kaguya feels that he has changed and has become much more experienced, but he has not grown as a person and has not awakened. She thinks he's freed himself because there's no one around to interfere or protect him. Fleur delivers a powerful blow to the monster's face with a large wave of icy flame. The monster's head cracks. Kaguya sees that now that Fleur is fully engrossed in the fight, he is incredibly powerful. She smiles at her discovery. She is convinced that he is insanely good and prepares to deliver her hidden style, kamikaze attack. The monster's head is half destroyed. She creates a giant hammer from her leg and pins the monster to the ground. She asks the guy with a smile if he has forgotten about her and notes that fun should be shared with others. He also looks at her with a smile, asking if she really thinks so. The monster barely rises to his hands, his body cracking. He wants to say something but looks up at the heroes. They fly side by side, each with their own attack, fully determined to do it together. The crumbling monster looks at the two people and thinks about what the Lord said. God said that angels are superior to humans, and he believed it all along. He said that humans are total losers, fragile creatures that angels must guide. The monster is being attacked by a double attack of heroes. Their combined blow lands squarely on the monster's head. His skull shatters into tiny pieces, and he thinks that everything God said was complete nonsense. Fleur and Kaguya argue heatedly over who did more damage, and the monster thinks that humans are incredibly strong. While the monster is unable to recover from the blow, Kaguya complains that Fleur uses different flames, which both freeze and burn. She says that she wants to do the same. The hero replies that it is difficult to use. The monster screams that this is unacceptable and attacks. Fleur notes with displeasure that the monster is still standing and raises his leg to strike. He strikes the outstretched hand with a powerful stream of icy flame, freezing his entire body down to his head. The monster thinks it's unfair. Fleur gives the command to Kaguya. Kaguya raises her leg and birds fly out. She delivers a spinning finishing blow to the monster, its armor shattering into pieces. As the monster falls apart, he thinks there must be some mistake. Fleur says that only the face remains and that the angels are hiding there. Fleur gathers the full power of the first flame in his hand, says that he will finish them off by turning them into ashes, and says goodbye. At that moment, a creature made of angels emerges from the monster's head. It screams that they are scum. Kaguya and Fleur look at it. The girl says with disgust that it is disgusting. The creature screams that human life is the most stupid and numerous trash of all that exists, and only angels have such a privilege as the power given by God. It cries and screams that humans can't have such power, that they are cowards and liars. Kaguya doesn't understand what it's talking about, and Fleur, as usual, doesn't understand the logic of angels. The creature raises its hands. It summons models of mass destruction, and angels of various appearances begin to appear from portals in the sky. Fleur says it's useless and they won't help him in any way. The creature, in a frenzy, tells him to shut up and sends the angels to attack. Kaguya and Fleur prepare to repel the attack, but to their surprise, the angels fly past, heading towards the city. Sitting on the floating remains of a skull, the creature smiles and says that they are not playing fair, so instead of heroes, it will deal with the weakest, and directs the models towards the villagers. The residents in Nia watch in horror as the models fly towards them. They start shooting something like lightning. Panic starts among the people, everyone runs away. The creature angrily says that this is the correct hierarchy. Fleur punches the creature in the face, screaming for it to stop the mass destruction models this instant. He says that the townspeople are not to blame for anything. The creature pretends to say that he is sorry, but all his friends will die. Kaguya looks towards the townspeople and warns the boy that the attack has begun. He thinks worriedly about the guys near and the others being in the city now. He turns to look at Kaguya. At that moment, the creature opens its mouth and a cloud of energy forms inside. The hero is almost hit by a spear fired from the creature's mouth, but the guy manages to dodge it. It flies up and laughing says that this is his punishment for being a lower creature and challenging the angels. It smiles and tells him to take responsibility and watch from the front row as everyone gets trampled, and then says goodbye. The creature flies away. Kaguya yells at it to stop and curses. She wants to turn to Fleer, but he is impressed by his words. Following the fleeing creature, the guy gloomily says that the only one who will receive the so-called punishment will be him. Kaguya looks at Fleer with concern. The townspeople continue to run away from the attacking models, screaming in fear. Everything around the people is on fire. The guards command to protect those who have not yet managed to escape. Rachel tells Nia that they need to run too, but he does not move. At this moment he lets out a scream. Someone calls for Mom. A crying child tries to pull his mother out from under the rubble. She tells him to run away quickly. The guard points out that his boy's mother is stuck and Nia rushes to help, pulling a gun from her holster. The models notice a commotion where the mother and child are. The models start to rush towards them, lightning bolts at the ready. Rachel holds the boy from behind, saying that it is dangerous. Nia has a thought in his head that he should save them. Darzorn appears and with one powerful punch pins the models to the ground. The guards help free the child's mother. The man stands before them and says he will buy them time. New angel models are already on their way and there are many of them. Darzorn looks at them and tells the guards that all of them, without exception, must remain alive. The guard tries to dissuade him, saying that he will not be able to defeat them because there are too many of them and if they lose him, the country will disappear. The man takes a fighting stance and answers that it is the duty of the people to survive and the king to protect them. He says that a ruler must protect his country. With a furious look, he tells the angel models that he is their enemy. Nia and the guards watch with tears in their eyes. The models fly straight at the man, and he stands ready to repel the attacks. The creature is vile and laughs loudly. It looks at the suffering of people from the air and says that this is how the world of people should be, weak and flawed. Fleur rushing to their aid, it says that they are using the people left in this country as a warning. He smiles at the idea that these people talk a lot about the church, but says that it would be nice if this country disappeared. He adds that they are just a pathetic life form. Darzorn, pierced by several lightning bolts, is barely able to stand on his feet and the angels are still advancing. He thinks that this is where it will all end and, if possible, he would like to hold out until everyone escapes. The models attack him again and he falls to the ground, bowing his head and apologizing to his brother. He regrets that he couldn't fulfill his promise and thinks that they will see each other soon. At that moment, the sand rain attack flies past him. All angels who attack a man fall under it. The man doesn't understand what it was. A well-built, dark-skinned man in a white t-shirt walks past Darzorn and tells him not to give up. The unknown man combs his hair and Darzorn recognizes him and the men who came with him as adventurers. They say that they have come because the country is in danger. The man in the vest raises his sword and behind him there are many more people with different equipment and different weapons. He says that they came to help as good citizens. The dark man says that compared to angels, their beloved country is much more important and they will not let them leave, no matter how much they want to. Nia and Rachel recognize someone from this group. It is a huge wolf covered in flames. Nia happily calls it by its name as Shiranui. The wolf barks happily in response. A camel's head appears from around the corner and Nia recognizes it as Rakudu. A dark man addresses the adventurers, saying that this is a good opportunity to atone for all their atrocities. He calls himself Mr. Muscle and says that he will take over Kagarabai's role as the leader of the Adventurers Guild. He encourages the adventurers to become heroes who will save this country. One of the adventurers says that he is afraid to fight angels. Another answers him that if they do not fight, then everyone will die. The third notes that if he is going to die, then he must do everything to make it fun. Mr. Muscle shouts for them to move forward, and the adventurers charge forward. The creature smiles and tells the people to scream and cry. Behind it, Fleer raises his hand to strike. He calls to it to turn around. The guy hits him with all his might with an icy flame. Fleer says that the only one crying here is him, the crushing giant. The creature's face falls to pieces. It can't understand how the guy ended up nearby and thinks it was with ice, but doesn't think it's possible. It knows that away from the source, the boy cannot use the second flame of fire because there is nothing to freeze. A drop of water floats before his eyes. The creature does not understand where the water balls came from. Someone with a cane watches this from the side and says that Fleer is the one Alrisha is directing. It's an old shaman with many more people from the tribe standing behind her with spears and masks. She says they will clear a path for Fleer. A sacred beast that controls water hovers near the tribe and creates these water balls. The tribesmen praise him. One of the tribesmen says that they will come down to help the Sand People because Fleer's enemies are the enemies of Jullander. The guy mentally thanks them all. The creature can't understand who these people are. At that moment, Kaguya's attack falls on the creature. She kicks it in the head. Smiling, she advises him to look at the one in front of him. The creature begins to fall, and Fleur calls him a vain angel. He adds that the creature can only be proud of itself by humiliating people, and calls it a wretched creature. The guy says that this is why he lost, and the creature's eyes open in rage. It sees people, adventurers, and the tribe continuing to actively and confidently fight against its models. It desperately screams for Fleer to shut up and is about to do something. It again summons a huge monster, shouting that angels are superior beings. Kaguya notices that he summoned that giant again. The boy realizes that he did it on purpose above the city. The monster's body begins to fall, and Fleur rushes to prevent it. It falls to the ground with a terrible crash. The creature emerges from the head, cackling nastily. He stands up to his full height and laughs at full volume. Clouds of dust swirl around him. He screams madly that he destroyed them all at once, but notices someone when the dusty fog clears. Fleer lies leaning against a piece of wall with his head down. The creature mockingly says that he looks pathetic. It comes closer to the guy, saying that although he couldn't level him to the ground, he didn't escape serious injuries. It hangs over the hero. It yells at him, recalling the words about angels being pathetic and calling him a moron. He calls him a weakling and says that he will not allow himself to be treated like that again, promising to deal with him in the most brutal way. At that moment, a bullet flies past him. It was Nier who shot, demanding the creature to leave. Fleer opens his eyes, looking weakly at the boy. Nia points the gun at him again, holding the gun confidently. The creature is surprised that anyone survived, calling the boy stubborn, but in an instant he realizes that he shouldn't have stayed. It looks around and thinks that this is impossible because the huge body of the steel giant has fallen on the city. Realization overtakes it. The creature realizes that the city around it remains intact. It turns around and realizes that Fleur has used up all of his flames. He did this to protect the city by directing it towards the body of the steel monster. The creature complains that Fleer melted the entire body and only a quarter of the giant's head fell on the city. Nier shouts to the creature that Fleer is not as weak as him. The rest of the people were also alive because the boy protected them and fought for them. With tears in his eyes, he declares that it is now his turn to protect Fleer. The wounded boy asks himself if Nier saw the fight in the air. He assumes that the boy was worried about him and came to his aid. Fleer remembers Rachel comforting Nier. The guy thinks that Nia has definitely become much stronger. The creature's face twists into a grimace, and he says the boy is right. It says that given human nature, the shaman deserves sincere admiration and it is foolish to try to compare with him. It admits that it was wrong and says that it will leave quietly and peacefully. The boy and the boy are surprised by his speech. After that, it quickly appears next to Nia and says that it was joking. The creature gives the boy a flick so hard that he is thrown back and he drops the gun from his hands. It screams that they are nobodies to lecture it. The creature turns to Fleur, telling him to watch carefully because now he will deal with this boy, and asks if his heart can withstand such cruelty. The boy's eyes darken with anger. It's about to do what it's planning, and Fleer doesn't understand why he can't move. He thinks about how bravely Nier sacrificed everything for him and his duty to protect the boy. He assures himself that he can handle it. Fleer thinks that if he can't do this, then what's the point of his name? Nier tries to crawl away on all fours. The creature says that the boy is quite strong and asks if he will cry. Nia grabs the gun and turns around, pointing it at him again. The creature mockingly asks what he hopes to achieve with this toy. It taunts him, saying that it is open and the boy can end it. At that moment, a spear pierces his head. Rachel attacks the creature from behind, plunging the weapon between its eyes. She tells it to stay away from her young master. The boy is happy to see the girl. The guy looks at it worriedly. The creature smirks. Memories of Nia with Rachel flash through her mind, where she tries to feed him and he sheepishly tries to refuse, saying that he can do it himself. Fleur notes in his memoirs that she takes care of him like a mother hen. The girl replies that she cannot do otherwise because she does not know anyone sweeter and more tender. She hugs Nia tightly with a smile on her face, telling him not to worry about it while the boy says that at this rate she'll strangle him. There are echoes of memories where she says that she will always be by Nia's side. The creature's hand passes through something. The boy cries, looking at her. Fleur is frozen in shock. The creature's arm passes right through Rachel's body. It looks at her, the spear still sticking out of its head. The girl coughs up red liquid. The creature dismissively notes that this is very weak and that it believed the game was not over. It adds that it expected nothing less from the human. The girl says that for hurting her young master, she, as his bound knight, will never forgive him. The creature does not understand. It pulls the weapon out of its head and asks her again if it is true that she is this boy's holy knight and what benefit she gets from it. Nia watches this, frozen, and tears stream from his eyes. She asks if it has heard of honor and says that she has dedicated her whole life to it. Holding his hand, she confidently says that she will sacrifice her life for this precious child, and this makes her a holy knight. The creature pulls his hand out of her, telling her to count as she wants, and thrusts a spear into her. It says that it will fulfill her wish, adding that the boy breathes at the cost of her life. Nia runs towards her and screams her name. As she falls, the girl mentally apologizes to the boy for leaving him. With tears in her eyes, she wishes for him to take care of himself. The creature laughs vilely and asks if he has disappointed her, since his words were just a joke. Fleur looks on, his face twisted in rage. Seeing all this, he realizes that he hasn't saved anyone again and remembers his past, thinking that everything remains the same, even with the power in his hands. The boy gets the idea that he is useless. Something inside him giggles and tells him that he is right. The huge, beaked fiery creature says that along with the feeling of helplessness, he was able to realize the true power of Hellfire. It tells him to not hold back the flame and to give his all. It says that in this case, the guy will be able to defeat even a god. Something in Fleur's gaze changes. He stands up and his whole body is on fire so that only his silhouette is visible. The angelic being freezes in surprise. It doesn't understand what's happening and tries to hide with its hand. Nia is blown away by the wind from the power of this form. The boy looks at the guy in surprise. Steam comes out of his mouth. A huge fiery knight in armor appears behind him. Fleur and the knight behind him, all engulfed in flames, and the hero tells the creature that he will destroy it. The fear is clearly visible on the creature's face. It says that it has not seen anything like this for 1,000 years. Nia looks at what is happening with concern. He looks at Fleur, who is engulfed in flames. The guy's face no longer looks much like a human one. His eyes are glowing. The creature is terrified. Nia tries to call Fleur. At that moment, the boy is grabbed. It's Kaguya. She takes Rachel in one hand and the boy in the other. She asks Nia if he's okay. Kaguya runs away from the battlefield. The boy tells Fleur to stay there. The girl says that it can wait as his safety is more important. She also tells Rachel to hold on. She looks back at the boy and says that these flames are different from the others. The girl can't believe that this burning man is really Fleur. The boy runs towards the creature and raises his hand to strike. The knight follows suit, aiming straight at it. The creature is struck by the speed of the attack, and at that moment the blow flies straight at him, throwing him back. It screams in agony, engulfed in flames, begging for mercy. The knight continues to burn him with his flame. The creature writhes in agony, says that he feels bad and will no longer interfere in people's lives. The creature thinks that this flame is not capable of destroying it. It is sure that the guy will not raise his hand to finish it off once and for all. It hopes for survival. Fleur's blackened eyes burn with a furious flame. The creature cannot understand where he got such power from. It can't believe it, and the knight continues to strike blow after blow. The creature swears that it will mend its ways. It cries, shouting apologies and promises that it will go to a monastery and will no longer have evil thoughts. It begs for mercy. Without listening to any words, the burning man finishes off the creature by stepping on it from above. It dissolves into thin air with the words that Fleur is a monster. The sky disperses. Kaguya approaches the boy, happily telling him that he got rid of the angel once and for all. She turns to Fleur, who is still covered in flames. She notes that they will celebrate later, but for now they must go as Rachel's life is hanging by a thread. He turns to her. She understands that something is wrong. The fire is still raging around him and the knight is at the ready. Fleer's eyes are burning, and it is clear that he is not perceiving anything, completely succumbing to the flames.